studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif. I can't say my last name as of late. Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we're all in today. This is an all-in Hump Day.
All-in Hump Day.
We know how to be disruptive.
Yeah,
we are going all in and not building for Thursday or Friday. That was the tone, and that was the message delivered by Jerry Jones yesterday at the Senior Bowl.
All in, but we're not going to extend the quarterback. We haven't changed our plans.
You know, that statement, I'm trying to make it a two-way statement. And this is the danger in just reading Jerry, and we have the audio to play coming up. Yeah. Dak has not changed our minds. Now, does that mean Does that mean Dak has not changed our minds? He's still the guy. He's still our quarterback moving forward. Or Dak has not changed our minds about giving an extension. That is up to interpretation.
Right.
So there's a Dak angle and Jerry Jones saying we will be going all in. I would say that you will see us this coming year not build it for the future. What did everyone do, think, or say while hearing or reading Jerry's statement yesterday? I had a collection of laughter, sarcasm, disgust, and anger. All four of those different things.
Yeah.
And you know, you go into something having already made up your mind. When I saw Jerry Jones speaks at Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, I already went in with anger. I already went in judging it. I already went in negatively, and it did not help going through the same rigmarole and BS that we're all used to.
It's 5:32. I don't know if he's awake or not. I've really not paid attention to anything he says for a long time now.
Oh, well, that's good.
Like he's not the like. I listen to him more on like league things, right? Than I think half the time he says things because he's a salesman, right? So he knows that he has to say certain things to sell the franchise. And I don't mean literally sell the team. I mean like sell the franchise to the fans. I think he says a lot of things sometimes because he's like forever the optimist. So like I don't like, what do you mean all in? You're finally gonna go all in? Like what the hell have you been doing for 20 years? You don't rebuild. By default, since you've never tanked for a quarterback, you've been all in every year. Your payroll is generally pretty high. You know.
Criticism of them right in the offseason or trade deadline has not been like pulling the trigger on that go for the throat move, which is like that over the top piece.
But I believe that's smart because that's teams.
Well, it hasn't been good enough.
I mean, they're 12-5 every year. That's pretty damn good. Yeah. But like they sign their own guys. Like those things count, right? Those free agents count. Like when they re-sign Micah, that counts as spending money on free agency. So that's their philosophy. Their philosophy is like we're going to re-sign our own guys instead of signing other guys, and that generally has been successful for them. They haven't won Super Bowls because their quarterback isn't Patrick Mahomes, in my opinion. So I don't know what he really means by this going all in. They've been going all in. You've been re-signing guys. You're not carrying over $70 million a year.
Yeah, they haven't been going cheap. I think of it differently. I don't think of them as having gone all in because we all have the same, right, Stephen Jones criticism and frustration. And I give credit to Brian Broaddus because this is what I'm thinking is going to happen right now. When you bring everyone back, right, Jerry's mind, we're guessing, has to figure out a way for the fan base not to feel like it's going to be status quo. I got to give you a new piece of bait, right? We're all used to, when's the last time y'all been fishing? Who knows some bait terminology? Pepe?
Oh, it's been 7-8 years. It's been a while.
I thought you were going to say that thing on your lip qualifies as a piece of bait. You know, we're all used to the rubber worms. We're all used to that. We need something fresh. And we need to get the fan base reinvigorated because there's no reason to believe that next season for 17 weeks, we're not just going to be wasting our time waiting for the inevitable to happen because you decided not to do anything different. And Broadus, a couple weeks ago, I believe, said, I think the difference that you're going to see, the major difference in order to inject some different excitement, is an offseason of activity. Free agent activity, trade activity, I don't know. We know they're going to try to re-sign their own. We know that they're also going to go ahead and draft. This is, I think, Jerry's different piece of bait for all of us heading into next year.
Yeah, because what, good luck. Like, where are you going to get these? Where are you getting the money from? They don't have the money to go all in and sign a ton of guys in free agency. You want to get 1 year small veteran Stephon Gilmore guys? Not even him. Not even at that level. You want to get small guys like that? I mean, go ahead. That ain't going to do it.
Well, the Dak deal, Bobby is going to disagree. He may come in here and think this is one and done for Dak and McCarthy. I believe the Dak deal, that's getting redone and that's getting restructured.
It might. And even if it does, like right now, their cap space, their effective cap space is $22.8 million over the cap.
Oh,
so they're over the cap. Like, for example, Washington has $62 million of effective cap space. I don't know the difference between cap space and effective cap space, by the way, but so that's the difference. Washington's in like that kind of spot, and we're just not. Like look at even the Lions have $50 million of cap space right now that they can use.
And then that brings up the argument, the old Mike Fisher classic argument of, is cap space a real thing? And you still get these teams, right? Like Buffalo and Philadelphia and the Rams, and we all tweet, how? Where are you getting the money from? And Mike's, you
flip switches and all that stuff.
Flip switches, you can manipulate, make things happen.
But you can only flip switches to a point. Like, you've got to have guys that want to be on your team for like 3 more years. Like, are you going to flip a switch on, who you just restructured Zach last year, right? You give him a new deal. Are you going to restructure him again? I don't know if you need to. I'm just using him as an example, because he's at the end of his rope. So are you gonna be able to restructure guys again? Like, you got to sign CD, Micah, a lot of guys you got to do, and then throwing Dak in there as well. Like, you can make that all work. You absolutely can. And Joel Corey pointed out that you don't have to re-sign Dak and give him an extension in order to get Micah and CD signed. But to get those guys signed and get a big-time offseason free agent, I mean, it's going to be difficult. You might be able to make it happen, but it's still going to be difficult to do, especially more than one.
Jerry Jones addressing the crushing playoff disappointment that happens here over and over and over.
What I would say is, I hope it's not different going into the first playoff game where we got the second seed. I hope it's not different at all where we got the second seed. Now let's talk about how we might make it different against when we play in that game and get a win. Okay, we need to stop the run better. And we need to be more physical, and we need to run better. Be specific. We need to do those kinds of things. And so my point is, I look at that, and I look at. I thought we made a pretty good move 4 years ago when we hired Mike McCarthy, and he's had some great in-season success. Now he's come up short 3 times. 3 times and advanced us in the playoff. Okay? But I like the fact that he's hanging around the rim. And I like what the team has done to hang around the rim.
Sounds like Jerry has been toloing to Sean Shreve specifically, physicality, run the football, stop the run. So that was just a little bit of it, explaining why he brought Mike McCarthy back. His first comments since that decision that had the Metroplex up in arms. Dak Prescott's contract future. Bobby's worried. Bobby is officially worried, and he's going to relay that coming up for the 6 a.m. club. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Special shout out to our YouTube and Twitch viewers as well. The TruckWreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. The Rangers' bad off season continues. We got Corey Seager news, and we got a cancerous family finally getting out of Major League Baseball. This is probably going to end up being bad from a distance for the Rangers, but it's the Dan Snyder equivalent of a baseball sell and the Corey Seager news that you need to hear on the home of the World Series champs next.
Coming up in the next.
Home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers. The uninspiring offseason continues as Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, tweeted out the news that Corey Seager underwent surgery to address a left sports hernia. Chris Young said he's hopeful that Corey will be ready for opening day and expressed that overall his concern level is very low. And I think Bobby has been the one who has really been the most worried. I'm probably doing a bad job of really criticizing or raising a red flag because I'm giving them a championship pass, and I'm already in this mentality of, all right, they got their ring. They got their ring. That buys you time. Where Bobby is like, yo, let's try to go ahead and defend this thing. And he wrote last night, this is the cherry on top of an awful offseason. Surgeries, financial problems, and roster stagnation, now punctuated by Seager potentially missing the start of the year.
Yeah, so he's going to miss most of spring training. And that is not good, obviously. And hitters have been behind pitchers historically for the first couple of weeks of the season when it comes to, timing and scoring. Scoring runs, pitchers usually ahead. It's cold weather. Like what happens when you miss spring training is not necessarily, it's the end of the world, you're going to miss a ton of games. The risk you run into is the risk of injury beyond that. Maybe he's not in the same. If he misses most of spring training, there's no way he can be ready by opening day in the same physical shape as he would be in if he had all of spring training. I mean, it's just not really possible because you're doing different exercises, doing rehab, all that stuff. You open yourself up for oblique strains on swings and misses, and you open yourself up for hamstring pulls. For a guy who's had muscular injuries in the past, like hamstrings, he had one last year. It raised a little bit of a concern. It's not the end of the world. He's not missing game time at the moment, but missing spring training is no small thing. Like ideally you wouldn't miss spring training time.
None of this right now, though, feels like you are in any driver's seat to repeat, though.
They weren't at the beginning. I mean, they were before this. They were not in the top 4 of World Series odds. They were behind Houston, New York, Dodgers, Atlanta. So they weren't expected to repeat anyway. They were obviously they were the best team in the playoffs last year. They ran through it. They got hot. We all know that. We all know what happened in the postseason. They were not. That postseason team was nothing like the team we saw post All-Star break.
Yeah.
Nothing. That doesn't mean they weren't good post All-Star break. They were just inconsistent. And it all came together in a 7-game series or a bunch of 7-game series and 5-game series and 3. So great on that. But that last year's run, carrying over, they were never the favorites this year.
The Angelos family, one of the 2 ownership groups that held DMV fans, where I grew up, captive and sports prisoners, they're selling. They are getting out. Transaction for the Orioles reportedly valued at $1.7 billion. So this is the son, John Angelos, who had, I think, expressed worry and concern that they wouldn't be able to re-sign their young stud core that they have in Baltimore. The Angelos family is finally getting out, and I would imagine that would be a celebration for Oriole fans in Maryland because this has been a captive situation with the Angelos family, similar to Dan Snyder and Washington.
Yeah, for Oriole fans, hopefully it is. That has been a terrible. They've been like gun shy ever since they signed Albert Bell. they right. I mean, ever since they did that, and he got injured, had health problems basically right away, and they had to eat that money, and that wasn't even that much money if you look at it from today's standpoint. It's like, what, they got hit for that? Now they've been gun shy ever since, and they've used this we're a small market BS. Like, bro, you are in like one of the major metropolitan areas in the country, and you're going to claim small market? Okay. But they did, and they have. They've claimed small market forever.
A disgusting, probably racist story taking place as a Jackie Robinson statue was stolen from a public park in Kansas. This is a bronze statue, and some pieces of crap cut this statue off at the feet, just leaving the cleats. And the local fire department got a call about a trash can on fire at a park. And they showed up, and there was pieces of the statue in there that were not salvageable. So there's the statue that went missing Thursday morning, gets cut, gets burned, and gets thrown in a trash can.
Yeah, this was a very strange thing to see. Like, it just cut at the feet.
It's disturbing, not strange.
It's and like Jackie Robinson is like deified.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that has an axe to grind with Jackie Robinson. Like, the guy is just this amazing human, and this is
probably a white person.
I mean, it could have been. You could very well could have been.
Now, maybe it's some dumb young kids that have no idea who it is. This is tough.
My kids have no idea who he is.
This is tough to look at. This is tough to look at, though. Just two pairs of shoes sitting there as this thing was sawed off, and then burned. Like, you couldn't just take it somewhere. You can just discard it. You got to sit there and burn it and leave it in the public park. So police are investigating this, and they said, look, we're going to try to do whatever we can to build a case so that no one can get out legally once we try to prosecute. So that's what happened in Kansas with this Jackie Robinson statue. Pretty sad.
It is. I wonder what they mean, like, build a case so nobody can get out of it. Of course, that's the goal.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think it was like trying to make a strong statement, like a press release.
Well, they got a lot of problems in Kansas with law because they don't know what the hell's going on with those 3 kids that died at the Chiefs game. They still don't know what's going on with that. The brother of one of the victims,
three adults,
3 adults. Yeah. So the brother of one of the people who died said that he was found dead just sitting in a chair outside. Like on a patio chair. And they're saying that the implication there is that he sat down and just basically passed out. So his belief is that, and they don't know if the HIV scientist who lives there, that was the guy who lives there, that was his job, he was a scientist. They don't know if he concocted some kind, because he was asleep for 2 days apparently. So they don't know if they ingested something unwillingly or unknowingly or willingly and didn't know what it was going to do for them or to them, and they all just collapsed outside. 2 of the guys collapsed, and then he just passes out in a chair, and then he wakes up inside because he's inside, and the other 2 died because they freeze to death.
Yeah. It sounds like ingestion of something.
Yeah, the tox reports aren't out yet, but...
Best thing, that guy, I mean, I'm going to be, idiotic crime investigator here, with absolutely no credentials. Best thing, that guy right now, if I'm trying to get myself off the hook, I'm like, we all took something. I didn't give it to them. I didn't drug them. We all took something, and I woke up 2 days later. They didn't wake up. Our bodies just had like different reactions to it. We were being stupid. We were being dumb. We were taking drugs. We all took it. I didn't poison them. I didn't try to kill them because I was asleep and knocked out for 2 days and hope that someone buys that.
That's his story. He is sticking to that one. He's basically said nothing else other than the fact that he saw a bunch of people leave, and then he changed his story a little bit to say now that I went to bed, they were downstairs, but he never really went to bed. He was on the couch. He was on the couch for 2 days. So it's an odd story.
All right, Bobby's worried. Bobby is officially worried. I think RJ will be secretly happy. A lot of Tolos are going to be happy as well. He thinks that this could be lining up for no Dak extension, definitely no McCarthy extension, and both. We got 2 lame ducks on the Dallas Cowboys moving forward to the season in September. All of that from what Jerry Jones said yesterday. We'll bring it to you on the home of America's team next.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire squad here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, as the Jones boys were making news that had many of you rolling your eyes yesterday at the Senior Bowl in Alabama. We will check in with Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com at 8 o'clock. We already talked about Jerry Jones going all in. Stephen Jones understanding your disgust, distrust, and maybe lack of support in the offseason. We'll get to that, but let's get to Jerry on why Mike McCarthy came back, because these were his first public comments, aside from that statement he released, since we did not have the two of those guys on the radio station.
I heard about that.
Jerry on McCarthy, quote, "This is not a talk yourself into it. It obviously gives you a lot of things to consider and think about. Everyone has options. This is what I'm very comfortable with. I felt good during the year with the job that Mike was doing. The team was responding well. We were all disappointed we didn't win that Green Bay game. We had visions of a lot better than that. We all did. But there are things that we can take moving forward. Dak has improved, and we told y'all this would be Jerry's calling card here. Dak's MVP type season under McCarthy. Jerry was going to definitely point to that and use it as a reason to justify Mike keeping his job. Dak has improved since McCarthy has been here, and I think we can look forward to that improvement. There's more there to get in terms of Dak with Mike." So that's Jerry Jones talking about the return of Mike McCarthy.
All right. That's it makes sense from his standpoint not to want to restart.
Right.
He has never wanted to restart. He hasn't wanted to restart in 25 years. It just hasn't. He never has. And that's part of why they're always good, and it's part of why they never get over the hump and they're never good enough. But this is kind of par for the course for Jerry. I don't think this is major surprise.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise. I think it's negligent. Like, honestly, I think where the negligence comes in is he doesn't want to completely restart, but he also doesn't want to move forward. He is at a stretch.
We're not on the treadmill of mediocrity with the Cowboys. We're on the treadmill of what's a catchy?
It's a hamster wheel of some form.
It's better than mediocrity.
Yeah, it's like the bougie version of what the Mavericks did for the last 7 years that Dirk was here.
Yeah.
That's essentially what the Cowboys do every year. And look, maybe they'll change things up. Maybe he's honest about, hey, we're going to really go all in and be aggressive and do some different things, and I expect us to play in the free agent waters or whatever else. Fine. Maybe you make some big trade. You've made some trades in the past for big players. Okay, fine. Maybe you do something like that. But I think it's just tough from an angle of disappointment, and you're playing below what you were supposed to. Again, I don't think it's a problem if you don't have good players. Like, they have good players.
They do.
I think the problem is that you have underperformed in those biggest moments, and the people responsible for that are you're not doing anything to shift pieces around and see if that's different.
Jerry on Dak Prescott's future and that contract extension that we're all waiting for.
Dak has done nothing to change my mind of any promise for the future. I think I said in the deal that we'd go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that?
Right. How do you
go as far as Dak takes us?
Right. How do you feel he played?
And that's how far we went.
Right. So
Okay, so my point is that doesn't change a thing.
Okay.
We'll go as far as Dak takes us.
How do you feel he played against Green Bay? You may have just said it there, but how do you feel he performed against the Packers?
Well, I think that we, as a team, laid an egg. And that's not specifically, I want to say it and respond that way. And you can start here, and I'm not trying to be magnanimous or anything, but you can start here and you can go all the way down the line.
All right, stop. That's enough. So the headline that you're going to see on television, and you're seeing it right now, Jerry not in rush to give Dak contract extension. They're also taking this quote and I think spinning it a little bit of Dak has done nothing to change my mind. And it's like I said to start the show at 5:30. That is going to be taken in one of two directions. If you listen to it, I think it's clear and obvious that is a supportive statement for Dak Prescott from Jerry. Dak has done nothing to change my mind. I've said that, we're going to go as far as Dak does. It's going to be spun in some places as Dak has not changed my mind that we should give him an extension. Dak has done nothing to change my mind that we should pay him $55 or $60 million. But Bobby, you sounded a little worried last night.
I'm not worried. I'm honestly excited for the day when everybody can get exactly what they wanted, which is the 7-year quarterback purgatory again. If that's what you want, if that's what the Cowboys want, if they want to play this game and get cute with it and do whatever else, I'm excited for the day for them to see what that looks like and get reminded, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't just walk away from, upper tier quarterback play. Regardless if you want to talk about not for very top of the league, but you're talking about being in the upper quartile of the upper quartile, chop, somewhere around there. If you're going to walk away from that, you deserve everything that you get from that.
Oh no, Amber Alert.
Yeah, it's one of those. There we go. If you're going to walk away from that, you get what you deserve in terms of you reap what you sow.
But if they do walk away from it and manage to take that level up, then they'll be looked upon as geniuses who have balls of stone like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Which 25 years would tell us they're not going to look at that correctly. And I don't think it was too much
to
walk away. Because 25 years of just in general, their gambles of, we're going to do this and we're going to move here and we're going to do this have not paid off. Like generally, that's a big leap, I think, to expect that they would read that correctly. And most of the time, I don't think everybody always draws that one, the Mahomes Alex Smith one. Alex Smith was not considered universally a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
Like you were not walking away from him.
No, he was efficient, but he didn't do anything to win you games.
Right. And so I think that when you've seen teams as much as everybody goes what does Kirk Cousins do or whatever else, Washington saw, when you walk away from Kirk Cousins, what do? You end up making multiple trades to get back in the first round for quarterbacks that flame out. You end up circling back and trying to scoop up Alex Smith and pay him $30 million a year to do doing And those are the types of moves you make when you walk away from quarterback play that is good and keeps you competitive.
Yeah, but a Minnesota Vikings fan doesn't have any real, true, genuine excitement that they're ever going to win the championship.
Not because of Kirk. If they had
Kirk is a part of it.
Okay, if they had
Kirk is a part of it. You don't listen, and I agree with you. And you can be all pissed off to start the show. I don't care. You're going on vacation after the show. You shouldn't be all furious. I don't know what is up your rear end, but you can look at it one of two ways. And I agree with you on Dak extended, but you have to look at the other side, which Chop is going to bring up. You can stay status quo, which is very, 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 very good. And I think if the right things fall into place, the Cowboys can be and win the Super Bowl with Dak at quarterback. You do have to allow for the scary but possible scenario that you move off of status quo, which does not have you as a real deal, legitimate, true championship top tier contender every year, and you find something better. You have to allow for that, and that's the Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson type discussion. I overall agree with you, but you have to be a little bit open-minded to the possibility of an organization rolling the dice and hitting on something bigger and better. Yeah, that's what you want to do.
I mean, it's at least a discussion that needs to be had. I mean, absolutely in that room. And I don't know. My problem is I don't even think they're having that discussion. I don't even know that they are. But you're right about Kirk, from the standpoint that the risk is, and the risk going in when you move on from Kirk Cousins. The risk is that you're Washington, and you're going to Sam Howell, and you're about to draft Drake May, and you look up and it's oh crap, it's been what? 6 years, 8 years, something like that. So that is the drawback. But the other side is that this team hasn't even tried. They have not drafted a quarterback in the first round since Troy Aikman. Only one team's gone longer, and that's New Orleans, whose last first round quarterback was Archie Manning. That's criminal. That's criminal. Now I'm not saying, and this is not an indictment on Dak. This is not Dak's fault. He's part of the reason. It's if he played better in that game, maybe they win. He's part of the reason, but and things are fickle. Things are very, very fickle in this sports world. Brock Purdy is no longer seen as a system quarterback because he made a Super Bowl. If Detroit doesn't blow a 17-point lead, the Brock Purdy discussion is very, very different, even if he had the same second half as he did last week.
What do you think they're lining up to do with this?
I think it's just looking more I don't think that there's I don't feel good either way about what they're going to do right now, but I think it's much more likely right now that they would just ride it out, just from the way that you hear people talking about it.
You would guess, your best guess is he does not get the extension this offseason?
That's where I lean right now, is that they're going to do. And if they do that, I think they think we can just evaluate. Like, I think they're just ignorant to it. I think they can ride it out, get their answer, and then sign him. And then who cares? Like we'll be able to get it done. I don't think they have a healthy enough respect for, no, he will leave if you do that.
He'll be ticked.
There were a lot of tweaks and changes that went on last year. And a lot of them Dak was not excited about, like just flat out. And I remember I was talking to somebody last year with the team, and they were like, look, they're like, this is a season of change. He's not thrilled about like losing this person or that person. Those are obviously people he thought highly of. And they had said, like, right then, in that moment, if he's a free agent, I don't feel comfortable. Like, if he was a free agent right now today, I don't feel comfortable that he'd be back here. Like, I don't feel comfortable that he'd want to be back here. And that was you could hear frustration in his voice as he went along all this offseason. So after all of that, and he steps up and he plays the way he does, if then they go, we really need to see it another year, then I'm just saying that I would lean towards he's going to then say, okay, well then I will leave. He didn't want to be tagged for a reason. Mm-hmm. He didn't want them to have that power over him for a reason. He wants to be free if they're going to play like that.
Look, if they don't extend him, then they do need to just trade him then this offseason. If they're not going to extend him.
If they're not going to extend him before the year, or if they have no plans of extending him after the year. Because I think they think we can just do this later.
Right. Yeah.
Because I think they have an arrogance about it.
If they're not going to extend him before the start of the league year, right, then they need to move on from him and just trade him. Because you're right. I think you are right. Like if he gets to free agency, he's probably going to go, because his number for the Cowboys, Florio's always talked with us about this. His number for on the tag for this team is different than for this team, because this team set the tag here and he knows if he could, you know what I mean? So it's always not always the same. And he knows his number is the cap number. So that's the starting point. If they're not going to, if you think it's a risk that he leaves, then you got to just trade him, get your 2 or 3 number 1 picks. And
I would think that his agent would be threatening them too with that. Like, hey, I'm just telling you. Because look what this agent, look at the great job he did in Dak's last deal. And you think that he would put that thought into their minds. Like, if you don't do this, he has an ego as well. And he has feelings, and he'll be wanting out.
Well, I mean, his agent, Todd France, had the only 3 guys a couple of years ago that didn't sign extensions after being tagged. And then he got all 3 of them to free agency. Like, if you want to just talk about what's in the best interest of the agent to make the most money, it's to expose Dak to the open market. That would make him the most money. And so, I mean...
And Jerry said, I'm not going to be discussing any part of it because it looks like that's an issue when it's not. So he definitely knows a lot of things that we don't. He maybe knows that he doesn't have to do it right now, and Dak would sign it. But then there's the other side that Bobby is bringing up. You want to go ahead and give him the middle finger, at least in Dak's mind, and go ahead and play with fire.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to apply it back to whenever people are like, why would he go or do this or that? And I know Tad Prescott had said, look, I want to try and get him to leave because the fans are awful or whatever, but he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to go. But I think that when you try to apply it in your real world scenario, if you were at a job where you had these sorts of times where like you had progressed or you were seeing results and then you kept seeing them go like, well, I don't know, let's look at, like, people would get frustrated, and especially if there was a market out there in your same career field that was competitive for, well, we'll take you and we'll show you how much you're valued over here. I think most people would say, well, then I'm going to leave my current company.
Yeah.
And so I just think that logically, I don't think the Cowboys have a healthy enough fear of that. I think people at the top of the Cowboys just think this is the Cowboys brand. He grew up a Cowboys fan.
Yep.
We can just, at any moment we're ready to pay him, he'll take that money.
You have to want to be here. You came out of the womb. That's in your DNA. It's in your blood.
Yep.
Why would you go anywhere else? Are you kidding me? That could be a little bit of the arrogance that burns them. Did a team in the NFC East get burned with the head coach we all thought was going there? change of mind. Another coach out of Houston, change of mind. What else is happening and what it means for Dan Quinn around the rest of the NFL? Next on The Fan. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Did you eat dinner last night?
No.
Good Lord.
I don't think Sun Chips are going to fill you up.
I just ate Sun Chips because I had to drink this, and I couldn't drink this on an empty stomach.
Eating slamming. Are you starving?
What have I told you, Sean? When I've broken this out, what does that mean?
You're not going to be focused.
I mean, no, it means I'm without. Well, yes, but you know what it means. It means I'm tapped out.
Yeah.
Tapped out.
And so I had to drink that, and that was my wake up, and I can't just throw it on an empty stomach.
You didn't eat dinner?
No, I was busy last night getting ready for us to leave, so I just lost track of time. Then I was exhausted, and I went to bed at like 9.
And where are you going?
Florida, Seaside, Florida.
Wow.
Driving.
Look at that.
Yep.
And
So,
how long is that going to be?
12 hours in the car with 3 children and a stressed out wife.
Oh,
But you know what? Still going to eat cereal.
you look like you're really in the car
Sure.
with the kids in there.
In the car, on the beach.
I don't know about all that. I don't know about all
I believe it when I see it.
Yeah. And so where in Florida?
You'll see it. You want to see it?
Well, if you're willing to do it with the kids in the car, I don't know if it's crazy
No, not
that
them
you
in the
wouldn't
car. I just
film.
mean while they're in there, we'll just go out to the tailgate or whatever.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Coaching carousel got some surprises yesterday. Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, told the Seahawks and the Commanders, I'm staying put. I'm staying right here. 37 years old, Adam Schefter said that teams were a little bit afraid of the price tag. Remember, I think Josina Anderson reported that. He was looking for like 20 to 25 million a year. Some teams are like, no, that's not going to happen. And Ben Johnson decides to stay with the Lions as their OC, even though you had some Boomer Esiason reports that Ben Johnson to the Commanders was a locked up done deal.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those where I was talking to, so I know a couple of people in Washington, and I was just, I was trying to figure out, like, hey, do y'all think Quinn could be the next move or whatever here? Just trying to figure out where it could go. And the person I was talking to yesterday was like, Florida, no idea. There's no clue where this is heading now. Like, well, they were certain Monday they were getting Ben Johnson. Like, they felt like this is done, all right, kind of like laying groundwork for, okay, we got to start figuring out assistant coaches and everything else. And so the report yesterday, I guess, is, I can't remember who had this, but they were apparently flying to Detroit.
Yeah, they were on their
to
way.
meet him. They were in the air when they got the call that he wasn't going to take the job, and they had to turn around.
What?
They were going to meet with Aaron Glenn, too.
And they were apparently furious that is when they got the phone call. And that now somebody else had reported, they're like, that might, when that starts getting around league circles, that might tell some teams like, oh, okay, all right, this guy's not a pro. And so may have done some damage in the process and saying he wasn't going to take this job.
Yeah.
Calling it in what he did. But I mean, he wants to go back. He wants to win a Super Bowl. I just always find it interesting whenever anybody passes up head coaching opportunities to stay on as a coordinator or do anything else. It just makes me wonder, because it's like everybody always says there's only 32 of these. So sometimes you got to take a job you don't even really want. So when it's one where there does seem to be some building momentum of positivity with what Washington's doing, ownership changes and some of the things they're doing with their front office, there seems to be stuff that's encouraging about that. So that's not like the awful job it once was.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that somebody would just that late in the game go, no, never mind. Y'all can go back. Turn around, fly back.
I mean, look, y'all know my stance. Like, if Washington had Patrick Mahomes, it's a very attractive job with Dan Snyder. You know, like, to me, this is a no-brainer. I get it. There's 32 of them. You take the David Tepper job. You take it. You're going to get paid $5, $6, $7 million a year. I have no idea what Ben Johnson's going to be getting. I'm sure they'll give him a bump in pay. That's kind of how this thing works. But it's you know, if you take a job and you don't have a quarterback, with or without the second pick, Drake may stink.
Yeah.
He might be Tom Brady. We don't know. It's risky. It's super risky. And he's in a position where they're going to be good. Detroit's going to be good again next year. He'll be a hot candidate again next year. Josh McDaniels was a hot candidate every year, and he pulled the most unattractive, unlikable move on Indianapolis, right?
Yeah.
And he still got another chance.
Yeah.
So if you're Ben Johnson, it's like, all right. I mean, I'll be picky. I make enough money. He doesn't view himself as the number two, as not the guy. He views himself. He'll get the credit if they win a Super Bowl. A lot of it in the offense. He's already getting a lot of the credit now. And then he'll just wait for a job that comes open on a team that fires a coach that already has a quarterback. That's what I would do. I mean, if I was him. Now, if I was Dave Canales and no one had heard my name until 3 weeks ago, take the job. But if I'm Ben Johnson, all right, yeah, you know what? If Mike McCarthy gets fired, then I'll go coach Dak Prescott, or if or whoever, right?
Right. Sure.
If Sean McDermott gets fired, I'll go coach Josh Allen, as opposed to starting over with Washington.
Yeah, but I mean, like, then at the same time, like, this is just for another example, go 16 years ago or whatever it is, and Jason Garrett is feeling like he's in a position to turn down the Baltimore Ravens, who go on to win the Super Bowl. Then Jason flounders here in Dallas. Like there is a risk in turning down any of these jobs. That's why people usually jump on them. I get turning down a specific job if you have multiple options or whatever else. It's very risky, especially when Dan Campbell's talking about yesterday. There's a target on our backs. Things are going to be very difficult. Like, to think that Ben Johnson, here's the thing. Ben Johnson may maintain the level of praise that he's got right now and may maintain his reputation. I think it's very hard to become a hotter candidate than he is this year.
Not a chance.
And so that's the thing, is that you really risk if things go sideways, if people figure out
plus the money, and then whatever you're talking about with the unlikability midair.
I just think that's a risky play, and it feels like there's some other layer to this. Like, he just determined, like, I don't want to go to Washington. I don't want to work with somebody there. Like, it just feels like there's some layer here other than just, I want to, because Rappaport's report yesterday was he wants to win a Super Bowl in Detroit. It's like, that doesn't seem like a good enough reason to pass up a job.
No, it doesn't, but it does. If he wants to win a Super Bowl, that does give him the best chance next year compared to Washington. So I get it from that perspective, but yeah, it doesn't generally seem like a way to pass up a job unless. Again,
but you love that, you said last night.
I do. I mean, I love the idea. Like, if that's what he wants to do, he wants to win a Super Bowl and he wants to run it back, and he feels like there's unfinished business. Finish your first job. Finish the job before you go and jump to something else. There's an honor to that. If you buy into it, if that's the reason.
What are the chances that team wins the Super Bowl next year?
I mean, the same as any number of 4 or 5 teams, 6 teams.
See, I don't think so. I totally disagree. I think we, like, Dan Campbell just told us that they're going to have trouble. Half their team are free agents next year.
I know, but we looked. There's not really anybody of note.
There's core that matters.
There's guys that literally you've never heard of.
There's core that matters, and like you gotta.
But yeah, it does. But like, it's also like their chance of winning the Super Bowl next year is going to be not the same as San Francisco or Kansas City,
or Baltimore or Buffalo.
Maybe not. I mean, I think they'll be in the same category with Dallas, Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati.
I think they end up. I don't know. Burrow back. I bet, like, by the time we're entering next season, I bet they are viewed outside the top 5 contenders for the Super Bowl
in the NFC,
in the NFL. Like in terms
that's
of just
fine.
like,
Yeah, because I mean the AFC is so loaded at the top. I mean,
he's just taking your statement of the same as 4 other teams and breaking up into tiers.
Just go to the NFC. Yeah, just go. Yeah, right. Like, just go. They're no different. Their chances of winning the Super Bowl is the same as the Cowboys next year.
I mean, the majority of people would put them in the same exact discussion.
They would, but like, I mean, that comes down to like history and the way people perceive Dallas. Like, in terms of just throughout the entire year, most of the year, everybody thought Dallas was better than Detroit.
Yes, but now we think that Detroit has something that the Cowboys don't, which is an actual spine. So either way, that's another discussion. Ben Johnson, the Commanders, sounds like the Commanders did not get their guy, and that's a good thing for us. Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator, agreed to a new deal in Houston. So, Bobby, you were talking about him. You're like, once he gets a job, that's going to be another thing. He's also staying like Ben Johnson is.
Yeah, and Slowick was one that the entire time didn't seem nearly as likely to jump as Ben Johnson did. It felt like Slowick was kind of just content with what he was doing. And that one is different. Like, to me, like, I think there is definitely room for the Texans to grow, and there's definitely room for Slowick to build his reputation. And I mean, CJ Stroud's 1 year into this. They get another year. They continue to build that. Slowick can absolutely become an even hotter name than he is currently. But, you get Bobby Slowick gets an extension yesterday. Gerard Johnson, their quarterback coach, he got an extension, told teams he wasn't going. So Houston doing everything they can to kind of solidify their coaching staff, which is what you do when your coaching staff doesn't completely disappoint at the end of the season. That's when you run it back, and that's when you buy into those people and go all in, so to speak, on those people.
And then I love that you guys disagree once again on Arthur Smith. The former Falcons head coach is hired as the offensive coordinator of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You love it. Bobby is laughing at it.
You don't like it?
No.
He was pretty decent in Atlanta with that quarterback situation.
I mean, look.
He was good in Tennessee.
For the numbers, 4 out of the last 5 years, Arthur Smith-led offenses ranked 22nd or worse in passing yards per game.
Yeah, that's not on Arthur Smith. We all agree on that one. That's Desmond Ridder.
I mean, Arthur Smith kind of oversees all that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what's he going to do? Again, this is not difficult. We know the deal here. If you have a quarterback, you have a chance. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't. Your offense stinks without a quarterback.
You told me 2 weeks ago that the only reason why Ryan Tannehill leveled up was because of Arthur Smith.
I literally have never said that. I have never given that kind of credit to a coach.
This argument we had?
I have never.
I don't remember.
I have never given that kind of.
Whenever he talks Tannehill, I tune out.
I have never given that credit to a coach.
No, because we talked about look, Tannehill leveled up. He did it deep in his career, and I said Vrabel was overseeing that. That's not Vrabel. That's Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith brought that out of him. That's what you said.
No. I said Vrabel's not overseeing that. Mike Vrabel doesn't get credit for Ryan Tannehill.
Pull this up, Chop.
I would go ahead, find it, and take it out of context. Guy would never give a coach that credit.
You did,
and you know I've never given a coach that credit.
You did because it was to not give credit to Vrabel.
That doesn't mean I'm giving credit to Arthur Smith. I'm saying Arthur Smith oversaid the offense.
But wouldn't it fit your argument more to give Arthur Smith that credit in liking this hire for Pittsburgh?
No, because it's about the quarterback. Okay, I don't care about.
I thought that lends to your argument.
Absolutely not. I'm not gonna do that. I am not gonna give credit to a coach for bringing anything out of a quarterback. That doesn't work like that. Now they can work well together and it can mesh together. But this fits because they have 2 running backs. That's why this fits.
It fits, but that's not the way to win these days.
Of course it's not.
So
but it's hand-meat glove, old school blue collar mentality, run the ball like it's 1984.
So do we not trust Mike Tomlin then?
To do what specifically?
Period.
Win 10
look at the
games.
hire.
Wake up and win 10 games.
He didn't want to fire Matt Canada. He was forced to do. I don't trust Mike Tomlin necessarily on matters of offense. It's just to quote Mike McCarthy, Marty Schottenheimer was a great coach. He also said the last thing you wanted was Marty Schottenheimer walking into your offensive meetings on Monday morning because you didn't perform and sticking his nose in offense because it's Marty, stay away. You have no idea what you're doing here.
R2P2.
Get out of our offensive meetings. Same thing with Tomlin. Tomlin's a defensive guy.
All right, we got another depressing Rangers offseason story. Corey Seager news. And do we have a problem with the Dairy Queens in Texas? Sean, RJ, and Bobby off to a spicy start with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Continuing on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Q.
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Good morning to Jared Sandler, who is texting me. He said, when do you think the complete explosion is going to happen this morning on the morning show? And I was like, I don't know. It's coming at some point.
Probably when Jared texts in again to tell us like how awesome Jalen Hurts is, even though he collapsed at the end of the year and showed he was a one-year wonder, Jared. That's when it's coming.
That's going to get good today.
You're about to see a hotline ring. You're about to see it. Why are you going to go out in a bad mood?
I'm in a great mood today.
You look miserable.
I'm in a great
mood. Miserable.
Because I have the hoodie on. I look like Eminem.
No, you just look grouchy. I've never seen someone get ready to have the rest of the week off, go on vacation, and be so freaking miserable because you are going to be making the long drive with your family.
No, it's because I'm obsessed with the grind. I'm obsessed with the grind, Sean. I can't leave it.
He doesn't know how to relax.
Shut up,
He doesn't know how to relax.
You need
Now
to
he's going to be forced to relax.
You need to take a lesson from Bassick. I think you're too attached to the cow. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that you're a fan, but you're too attached. You're taking it personally. And that's going to come back out at 7 o'clock. You let it personally affect you a little bit too much.
I'm not too attached to the Cowboys.
You're furious. You're despondent. You're furious.
I get so frustrated by what feels like negligence in so many ways. Where it's like, how is this not how is this a thing?
You got to zen it out, man. My favorite team in sports lost last night. Okay, my absolute favorite team in sports, Tennessee basketball. We lost a home game to an unranked team. First top 5 team to do that in months. Doesn't happen. I'm fine. I'd even forgotten about it.
You're fine with that, and the fact that Tennessee's about to get the death penalty for NIL violations and everything.
Oh no, there's no remote chance of a death penalty or any punishment at all.
Look, the part of this is if I have an opinion on something, working on this in therapy right now, Sean.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of progress.
No, it's not. I've tried to tell you guys for forever. This was not going to work for me.
Should have taken that therapy money and bought a flight today.
Oh gosh, even still, are you kidding me?
Or a house.
Are you kidding me? The amount that the flight costs? No, I whenever there's something that I feel so in my spirit is right, I can't let go when it's the opposite view is being driven.
Yeah, and when you need to have a discussion with your therapist about something that I have an issue with about control. You're not controlling what Jerry and Stephen Jones are going to do, so freaking back off a little bit.
See, that is what we talked about in therapy, that I need to be in control of everything.
Yeah.
He said I have an obsession with being in control. Okay. I'll play this clip for her next time I'm in therapy. I'm going to clip it and send it to her.
This will put you in an even better mood. Corey Seager underwent surgery to address a left sports hernia. Chris Young said he's hopeful that Corey will be ready for opening day.
Okay,
you're the only one. I'll give you some credit, and I'm like trying to have championship blinders on, but this is not lining up well for hopes of contention of a repeat.
What are we? What's the clever name we can call them that has to do with the Marlins? The Marlington Rangers or the Texas Marlins?
I like that.
Because this is what it is. They win Rangers. And they have no interest in defending it, or they have no capacity to. I don't know that they have no interest, but man, it has been nothing but uphill the whole way. And look, to be fair, there's two things. There's two anchors that I don't know they could change. Once you got the DeGrom Scherzer news, once that reality set in, you're basically stuck. You're not going to go out and get 2 brand new aces. We'll see what ends up happening here with Jordan Montgomery, right? But once we know that you're basically going to lose your 2 horses for the whole year or the first half of the season, you are what you are. You're just stuck in that reality unless you want to go and try to add a ton of offensive firepower or the bullpen, which we're going to hear from their newest addition here momentarily. But when DeGrom and Scherzer have you where you are. You how are you going to get around that? You can't. Not right now.
You can't. It's too. No, we're past that. I mean, spring training's in 14 days.
No, I'm just saying for the whole off season.
Yeah.
What were you going to do the whole off season? Nothing. You have two $40 million pitchers with the money locked in, committed, that's gone, and they're not going to pitch for you. So you got to rely on Evaldi, you got to rely on Jordan Montgomery coming back. You've spent money. You have a ton of money to top-end players, and then you got hit with the TV thing. I'm just trying to figure out how much trust and benefit of the doubt I'm giving Chris Young, how much I'm allowing in my mind mentally for them to finish in the middle of the American League West or second place in the American League West. I'm trying to delay all of those things until it's a reality.
I guess I view it as like it's the same as going like, what do you want me to do? I bought a couple houses in Miami knowing that like hurricanes may roll through and destroy them. Like you invested in the guys who were like two of the players that people were like, yeah, the injury outlook on those guys, they're probably 100% chance that they're going to get injured sometime during the course of this money. And they're not paying everything to Scherzer. There's still like money.
Yeah.
The money was coming from the Mets to pitch in on that.
Very true.
I just feel like you could have added one. Like, go get a starter. Go trade for one. Go do something. Like do or specifically do something to flesh out the bullpen more than going, we're going to go get value arms and guys coming off of a history of elbow injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bullpen, you don't want to spend money. You don't want to spend a lot of money on the bullpen.
Not in long term, but you can 1 year.
You get a bunch of 1 year deal guys on bullpen arms, right? You get short term, maybe 2 years. But you don't need to go break the, like, I get what Houston did with Hader, but they didn't need to, you don't need to spend $20 million on Josh Hader. You don't. Now, do they have a nasty 7, 8, 9? Yeah, man. Like, you better get to him. You better get to him, and it's a luxury. But you know,
let me give you the bullpen.
Would you be better served, paying 3 bullpen arms, $5, $7, $8 million a year? Sure, I think so.
Here's Oak State. He captured that MLB Network Rangers segment yesterday, and he sent it to me. Always sends me a ton of stuff. Thanks for being a top tier Tolo. Bullpen, lefty, Brock Burke. Righty, Grant Anderson, Jonathan Hernandez, Jose Leclerc, David Robertson, Rodriguez, Spores, Yates. And I forgot Latz on the other side for the lefties. So that's your bullpen right now, and that's the Corey Seager news to start the year.
Look, the good news is that you've got coming up right behind, if you need him, you've got Jack Leiter. You've got Kumar Rocker.
You've
actually, got Owen White.
You're not wrong from a bullpen perspective that if those guys actually did anything and were healthy, if like, let's just say that is a philosophy a lot of teams employ. Let's take we have a rotation that's filled up. Let's not waste throws and pitches in the minor leagues with, let's say you had healthy guys who were, near the top of your farm. So let's bring them and put them in the bullpen for this run. They did it with David Price at Tampa. That's an option, but it's not really an option because those guys are either A, have not produced at the level we thought, or B, are injured.
They're just lucky that Cole Reagan's hit.
Yeah.
For someone else.
Oh, yeah, for somebody else.
For someone else.
Damn it, that's right.
David Robertson on the Rangers hot stove with Sandler. Why were the Rangers a good fit for you in the pen?
It's just a good fit for me. I mean, Chris sold it to me. Chris Young sold it to me. And I'm getting older and I want to win, just like Max. Like I got that something, that drive in me. I can't stand losing, and I'm ready to win another ring. And I came pretty close with the Phillies in 22, and I'm itching to get back into a World Series. That's for sure. That's the exciting times.
Man, how about that accent? Wow. Where's he? Oh, Birmingham, Alabama. There it is. Dairy Queen, Texas, in the news.
So this is it's nice to know that at least in Clifton, Texas, which I think is just outside of Waco, right? Like roughly.
I don't know Waco.
I believe it's just outside of Waco, but they are in the news for Operation Blizzard. What is Operation Blizzard? Well, it was a police sting there in Clifton, Texas, where 10 employees at Dairy Queen were arrested for selling methamphetamine with your Blizzard that you would order there in Clifton.
With it?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of how they would do their drug deals. But they were selling, they had basically built this entire methamphetamine empire that they were selling at different points. But the main hub was this Dairy Queen where they all worked.
Breaking Blizzard.
Breaking Blizzard, exactly. They were selling everything out of there. The Clifton Police Department said they arrested 10 in connection with selling methamphetamine around multiple locations in town, including the Dairy Queen where several of the people worked. Local law enforcement had investigated since June 2023. I'm always amazed by this. I understand it takes time to build a case and do different things, but like you actively knew meth was getting sold out of Dairy Queen and they were able to do it for 6 more months before you arrested them. Like, it's always crazy to me that well, I mean, somebody probably did.
Give me the Reese's with rocket fuel. Is that what they ordered?
Yeah, exactly. But this does feel made for an HBO movie or something like that, or like a TV series. Like, I would watch that if you told me like this was the plot line to a TV show, like Dairy Queen workers built a methamphetamine empire.
What's y'all's go-to Dairy Queen order? When's the last time you've been? Would you rather go to a Dairy Queen or a Brahms?
Brahms. For sure. Dairy Queen is a better version, and I don't know if they all still do it. Dairy Queen used to have the flame broilers. Not all locations still do, but that made their burgers taste like better Burger King burgers typically.
Pepe?
Give me the Blizzard. I love Brahms, but give me the Blizzard. Give me the extra stuff.
I would probably go Dairy Queen over Brahms too.
Yeah.
I had Brahms for the first time like a few months ago.
The Brahms soft. I'm a soft serve guy. The Brahms soft serve is tremendous.
Okay, this needs to be a 105 Through the Fan YouTube video. Is me taking you to Brahms and sitting you down and showing you what you need to order, because I'm sure you ordered the wrong thing or something if you're not impressed with it.
Amanda got ice cream. I got a milkshake.
That's all you got? You know, you need a burger. You need the curly fry.
The food didn't look that impressive to me. Look at the pictures of the food. I mean, Dairy Queen is Texas too. It's not like I'm doing an In-N-Out take here.
Dairy Queen's actually Oklahoma. But no, Dairy Queen. Did you know it's only branded?
Is it Brahms, Oklahoma?
No, Brahms, Oklahoma. Dairy Queen is actually only branded as that's what their slogan is. DQ. Yeah. That's what I like about
from here.
It's only branded that way here. Like no one else has it called that. It's literally just local Texas branding that they
I was impressed with Brahms grocery store section.
Yeah. I like both. I don't go to Dairy Queen nearly as often. I do like whenever I get the Blizzard how they do that. They turn it over and show you like, look, the spoon's stuck in it, and then they hand it to you.
So what do you get at Brahms since you're so passionate?
Oh my gosh, Brahms is like double burger with the crinkle cut fries, and they salt those things up.
Big crinkle cut fan. We love the crinkle cut.
Love the crinkle cut.
You get a root beer from there. I don't know what it is. Their fountain root beer just tastes better than anybody else's. But Brahms is fantastic. I love Brahms.
Like Brahms.
I think Bassick went there the other day. And what Blizzard are you getting?
The chocolate, just triple chocolate, whatever they got it there.
Boring. Yeah, you gotta go at least Reese's.
Well, I mean, they throw
Reese's costs extra, and he's not ponying up for that.
Heath?
No.
Rockwall Heath?
You literally just go chocolate.
Well, it's like the triple chocolate. It's not just chocolate, but
that's just chocolate. That's just like saying
it's better.
That's like saying 3 cheese quesos, not just queso.
Okay,
there's not brisket in it. It's just queso.
I watched somebody get into a literal physical altercation at a Brahms with a worker because she was trying to order a Blizzard. And she was like, I need a Blizzard. And she's like, we don't sell those. And they got in this argument of whether they sold them or not. And they literally started like pushing and had to be separated.
Definitely a meth spot then.
All right. What did you do? What did you say? How much did you laugh? Or what did you throw? And do you believe? I already know the answer. Do you believe Jerry Jones at all? After yesterday, he said the Cowboys were going all in. And can they even do it? Is it a possibility? Let's laugh. Let's cry. Next on The Fan.
But maybe you.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones came up with his company line that they were going to deliver all offseason long when he spoke for the first time at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama, following the decision to bring Mike McCarthy back. You got all these Cowboy fans that are furious, that are ticked off, that don't believe you. Here's the Cowboys offseason motto.
I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we'll be all in. I would anticipate we'll be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, I think we'll strain we'll push the hell out of it.
Okay, when he brought up the contracts that are existing, is he talking about going all in with re-signing Dak, Lamb, and Micah? Is that a version of all in? Whereas
we'll be all in.
I would like to think, and Broadus had brought up, nope, we're going to be big off-season splash spenders.
That's the Cowboys version of all in, and I understand their philosophy. Like, we like to re-sign our own guys. That's how they're going to spend their money, and they've spent money. It's not like they've been woefully under the cap for these years. But yeah, I think when he says we're going to go all in, that's what he means. We're going to re-sign Micah. We're going to re-sign, extend CD, extend Micah.
Because that's not what the fan base is going to think when he says that.
No, but
everyone's going to think big game hunting.
Right, but that to him, that is big game hunting. I'm spending a lot of money on guys. This is very, it's PT Jerry, and it's a circus. That's what he is like. He has to, and at the end of the day, he is a salesman, and he is going to do what it takes to sell to the fan base why they need to be all in. It's what Jerry Jones does. It's what he does best, really. I mean, like, this is, when you talk to him, you got to understand what you're getting. Are you getting, is it GM speak? Is it owner speak? It's GM Jerry and owner Jones. You don't know which one you're getting. Was GM Jerry speaking yesterday, or was that owner Jones?
I mean, I think he's talking about free agency, but I also think that there are different definitions of what that is, or different interpretations of what that is. Like, when he says, oh, we're going to go all in, we're going to play in these waters. Okay, does that mean you're going to go get Danielle Hunter, or you're going to go get Chris Jones, or you're going to go get Patrick Queen? Or does it mean we're going to go find the value Stephon Gilmore, and we're going to get you a name but one that'll still kind of financially make sense to us? I would guess it means more the latter, but I do think that they've got to play in some level of the waters of free agency. They have to this year, especially if they want to get things improved.
Can they financially? Is it even possible if they wanted to go big game hunting?
They have to flip a bunch of switches. They have to do a bunch of different things. If they're not going to pay Dak, they can't. Now, if they want to go big game hunting and let Dak's contract ride, they have to flip a ton of switches that kind of push things off, and they'd have to probably cut some veterans that they don't want to keep around. That's what I mean. You're talking about probably having to post June 1 Michael Gallup, cut DeMarcus Lawrence, cut Brandon Cooks. You'd have to do things like that in order to go really play in those waters and not do Dak's contract over again.
Stephen Jones, I know that Jerry put us in a bad mood if you still allow it to affect you. Many Tolos for years have had it right, saying, no, it goes in one ear and out the other. But Stephen Jones actually gave a soundbite that a lot of us really liked.
We have had 3 good years at 12-5, and we have had major disappointments in the postseason. So until we do something about it, which is go have another great year and have success in the playoffs, and that's going to be there. I mean, there's no way they're going to explicitly trust you until you get it done. Would someone trust Tom Brady and the Patriots that they're going to get it done? Yeah, why? Because they did it year in and year out. Does someone trust Mahomes in Kansas City that they're going to do it? Why? Because they do it 6 years in a row. They're in the championship game. Until we compete at that level and we get the job done, then there's going to be doubt, and rightfully so.
There's no way the fans are going to explicitly trust you until you get it done. There's going to be doubt, and rightfully so, from Steven.
Yep, and that's a good line to hear, because way too often from the Cowboys, it's almost been, how dare you question like the way we're building this thing? Or like, come on, we clearly show a track record of success. We've got the respect and appreciate, and I think the fans should appreciate that. At the very least, Steven's comments yesterday are saying you are right to have your anger. It's exactly what we talked about after the season. Like, they're not allowed to push back against fan sentiment this year. They're not allowed to after what happened. And I think Steven clearly recognizes that and is saying, nope, you're totally in the right to question what we're doing because we have to show that it works. And right now we don't have the results to do it. So I think that's a level-headed, sober, fair way to present it to the fan base. And I appreciate not trying to sell them something that's not based in any sort of reality or any sort of results the last couple years. And say, no, we still got a lot to prove to you guys.
And what about McCarthy lame duck status? Final year, how much does that sabotage McCarthy in the locker room, all the pressure, and all the things that come along with that, Jerry?
Well, no, not necessarily, but certainly he is in the final year of his contract, so he's under contract, so we didn't have to really do anything. The idea of renewing a contract doesn't necessarily happen at all right after the last game. It can happen at any time. And so that's kind of a wrong signal to send that there's not more future than just this year. So I think that's the case. I think I'm comfortable doing it this way. I know Mike is comfortable doing it this way.
Man, yeah. Jory Epstein threw some fuel on this fire that I haven't seen explode yet. And I don't think Mike McCarthy, just like I told you yesterday, Stephen Jones was probably going to be furious over that Detroit draft audio that came out from The Athletic. I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to love this too much. Jory Epstein, did she catch up with Jerry personally? Was this an exclusive? Because I didn't see this anywhere else.
I didn't see it anywhere else. And so I do know that typically when Jerry goes, thanks, guys, and he breaks it up and then the video portion is done, there's always a couple of them that will follow him walking away as long as they can and trying to get one or two more questions because they know Jerry will answer. So I would guess this was something like that.
Listen to this, Choppy. Jory Epstein Yahoo asking him, pressing him about Belichick. Quote, Jerry, I know him personally and I like him. There is no doubt in my mind we could work together. None. I repeat, none. He's a friend and I like him and I want to make it real clear I wouldn't have any problem working with him, close quote. Dude.
There's no reason to say that.
Well, I mean, there was also no reason a couple of years ago at the Senior Bowl to say, oh, Dan Quinn would love to be head coach of the Cowboys. He'd love it. Yeah. This is what Jerry, this is the time here where Jerry goes like, all right, let's put some little motivators out there for people.
Absolutely. He views it, and we learned this at one of the media parties. He views himself as like the coach given. This is his version of the fiery speech in the locker room. This is his version of Dan Campbell. Like I'm gonna light a fire under your rear end. I'm gonna get you going. Versus worrying about Mike McCarthy being really, really offended and pissed off and feeling disrespected, or Dak Prescott feeling ticked off and disrespected. You're not gonna give me my contract extension. Jerry views it as here's a little fire under you. But man, that reads. I would have to hear him say it. You know the rule on the show. We always like to hear it. But that does not read well. And you're going to have a lot of Cowboy Tolos who say, so what? So freaking what if Mike's feelings are hurt? So freaking what if Dak's feelings are hurt? They lost the right to get offended with the way that they finished out the year. So all those things being thrown into the Cowboy blender.
It's funny. The other day, the movie Moneyball was on. And it's like all the sports could have lessons for that movie. Good and bad. And then there's a scene where Art Howe is like, yeah, I need to talk about my contract, man. I can't manage this team on a one-year deal. I can't manage this team on a one-year contract. No, you can't manage a group of people on a one-year deal. A one-year deal for a manager means the same as it does for a player, yada, yada, yada. And, like, Jerry could use all these motivating factors. He didn't need to. A one-year deal is all he... Mike's had a contract. Right. He doesn't need to say anything. Anything he says, all that does is undermine his coach even further. Then he's already being undermined by not having a contract.
Yep.
And I don't think that he should extend Mike McCarthy for 5 years right now. But I do believe that to bring the best out of this team, You have to extend him at least 1 year, even if you plan on moving on from him.
Totally disagree.
Well, because you can't manage the way you want to.
They know. They're not stupid. Like, they're in certain scenarios, you have to do that extension like when you're on your way up, right? When you're going into the final year and, like, you've overachieved or you haven't had colossal disappointment, no one in that locker room would be like, oh, Mike is safe with this extra year added on. What was Art Howe coming off of in that
102-win season and a playoff exit?
And that so
was Mike.
Okay.
Right, but we're talking about
the same thing.
3 years in a row where they've completely disappointed and collapsed at the end.
I'm just saying, I don't think any player, the locker room would not buy it if you threw out this fake 1 year deal. In other situations, you can.
They may not.
But, and I mean, look, Mike has had additional years behind his current contract the last 3 years, and it hasn't done anything to, like, that. It wasn't like, oh, well, we're super motivated to perform here at the end of the year.
No, but listen, if this team goes 9-8 next year and misses the playoffs, you could point to the fact that the coach was a lame duck coach. If they quit,
nothing with his contract status. He was a lame duck coach because of what just happened and what has happened.
I understand that. But, like, if the team quits next year,
did it look like quit in the Packer game?
I mean, at some point, yeah.
Yeah. But here's what I'm saying. It's all perspective and context and stuff. Because if that same game happens at the end of next year, then it's easy to say, well, that was clearly because they knew he was a lame duck and they knew he was out. When in reality, it just happened this past year too without him being a lame duck.
I mean, I differ from you, Bobby. I'm not saying they didn't quit on McCarthy in the Green Bay game. They quit because they got their ass kicked, and they
quit quickly is the thing.
But
I don't think they came into the game quitting. I just think they quit faster than a team normally would in that situation.
Quitting on a game, though, is not necessarily quit on a coach. Like
right.
The Chargers quit on Brandon Staley.
Meanwhile, you have reports that the Eagles, they're looking at Belichick for next year as well. Greg Bedard, Sports Journal in Boston, said the Eagles could have hired Belichick if things had gone south with Sirianni after the 2023 season and if they fall apart again in 2024. Quote, probably the most interesting thing I've heard, and again, this is just Senior Bowl rumor mill, that the Eagles were very interested in Belichick if things did not work out with Sirianni, and they could be at the front of the line if things again go poorly for him next year. So this would make Mike Florio said, Howard Eskin. Howard Eskin said this was not a possibility with Jeff Lurie being interested in Belichick. This is a Boston reporter saying opposite.
Yeah, so I mean, I would buy the Philly guy on what happens in Philly or what the inner workings of the Philly ownership is. I don't mean Bill wouldn't want to go there. I mean, I think if you're a coach, you want to go to a place that's seemingly ready to win or a good situation. And Bill is at this point is not in a position to be picky if he wants to coach again.
No, because here's the thing though, is that he's clearly being picky in terms of wanting control and power and things like that. And it sounds like he's going to have to make up his mind on being picky in that respect, especially in a place like Philadelphia. You think Howie Roseman's just going to go like, well, yeah, sure, like Bill, do whatever you want. I'll bow out of this one.
I'll give you my job.
And maybe that's why Howard has the opinion that he does, is because he knows, like, well, Belichick's insisting on this, and there's no way in hell that Howie Roseman's giving that to him.
All right. Those are the headlines, Dallas Cowboy headlines you need to know from the Senior Bowl.
You forgot one more headline.
What?
It's Laura's birthday, and she's getting ready for school. So I have to say happy birthday to Laura. She turns 8 this morning.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Your father's really looking forward to the car ride.
I am excited.
How many are we there yet?
Look at his face.
None. Laura downloaded 4 full movies last night that she's going to plug into her iPad and watch.
Is she the one who just tried Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
All right, so get her some Chick-fil-A for the drive. Get her 3 times.
She's also the one who sassed me and said, do you need $120 to buy a house because you're broke?
There you go.
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
Happy birthday. Is this one Indian gave the chair to?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. All right,
say that.
Sorry about that. I can say it. I'm Indian. Well, there's a couple different types, I guess. RJ Choppy wants to talk about his new Cowboys quarterback, and it sounds like we found the new NFL draft scout that everyone should listen to. This guy can see the future. See what he says about the draft. And RJ has your new drafted Cowboys QB in a hump day edition of the College Football Kegger next.
Bobby Bell.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
The next quarterback of your Dallas Cowboys passed the first test at the Senior Bowl, Sean Sharif.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com.
He is not your next quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
I heard him driving around once, listening on the weekend. I texted Nick Eatman. I said, hey, man, this guy's pretty good on air. Let's go ahead and get him. He's at the Senior Bowl. He will join us at 8 o'clock.
And Nick does have a C in his name, N-I-C-K. So he is yes C.
Man, but they are hashtagging it right now. Big Penix and energy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that because people don't know it's pronounced Penix?
That's probably why.
It's like when Darius Geis got drafted and people were typing the Geis as lose.
So, you remember a couple years ago, Kenny Pickett's hand size came under some intense scrutiny.
Don't remember any of those stories.
Poor Sean.
Or Goff.
Joe Burrow famously tweeted, I guess my career's over because he had a 9 on the hand size.
Kyler Murray. I don't think this ever was talked about. Kyler Murray literally, during the pre-draft process, spent 2 weeks leading up to Combine getting his hand massaged they were like and stretching his hand out so that his measurement would be good.
Jared Goff and Joe Burrow are tied for the smallest hands in the league. And the hand size has there is a stat out there. I forget what I couldn't find it because I changed phones. I lost all my texts. But it does have an impact on fumbling. Guys on the smaller scale of hand size do fumble at a higher rate. Michael Vick was a big fumbler. Jared Goff's a big fumbler. And you saw in that game, like they tried to do the handoff and then the pass back to him where he tried to throw it downfield. He couldn't get a grip on it. The guy was too close to him, and he kind of threw a duck out there. Like, that does play into it a little bit. It's a little bit overrated, but from that perspective, it's not.
This is stunning to me. I didn't realize this. Dak Prescott has the second largest hands in the history of quarterbacks in the NFL.
Massive hand. He's got that's an absolute paw.
11-inch hands.
Yeah.
The only ones that's bigger is Jim Druckenmiller was 11 and a quarter.
So, Michael Penix Jr. has a 10.5-inch hand, 10 3/8 to be exact. It's a very big hand.
Blessed.
Step number one. Yes, step number one. And they say that's especially large from someone who is 6'2.5", is an especially large hand for somebody who is that size. So, Michael Penix Jr., the next quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, picked at 24. Or maybe they trade up. I don't know. Maybe they trade back and get him.
That'd be all in. That'd be an all-in move.
That's all in. First-round quarterback.
All in.
That's all in. He has passed the first of many tests at this Combine and Mobile Senior Bowl season.
Now he needs to pass the actual medical tests.
Right.
That's the question.
Big.
Because he's had 2 ACL tears.
Oh, yeah. And how old is he again?
28.
36 years old.
He's 25, I think.
He's almost as old as
Lamar
and Jared Goff.
Dude, the quarterbacks in Mobile this year, Sam Hartman, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, they're all 30. They are old quarterbacks. I think the youngest one is Hartman, and isn't he 24?
Man, I wish we were there, man, because Sam Zaddy. Oh man, he's the guy. Because there's a study out there that you got to be good looking to be a quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, there's a study.
There's that study.
Dude, Dan Turner, who used to cover the NFL draft, was a friend of Broadus's. He's over in the UK. Dan Turner always used to say that he would scale quarterbacks. He said it was his handsome quarterback scale.
Yeah.
And then he's like, look, Jared Goff, handsome guy. He's going to be a successful quarterback. Carson Wentz, not so handsome.
Oh,
redhead.
I don't know if you can say that stuff today.
Deion Sanders says he has turned down coaching jobs already this offseason. And it was I didn't cut it up. It was him and Skip, and Skip wouldn't shut up during this thing. And but he did say that he is staying put in Colorado. He doesn't inherit legacies; he builds them.
Oh,
and he quoted he quoted Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, who had said that. But that brought up the idea, I wonder though,
who called?
Because they based on what they did last year, they didn't really do any winning on the field. They were last in the Pac-12, which was the same as the year before. But he did bring marketing and money and perception and publicity to the university, which will pay dividends. They think perhaps in recruiting. Now, I do believe though, if somebody called him and said no, I think Arizona might have called him. They lost their coach. They lost Jed Fish to Washington. I think, but that would have been a lateral move. That's in the conference. That would have been a lateral move.
Their fiscal year 2023 report just came out at Colorado. First time in program history that the football netted over $100 million in revenue. It was $127 million. First year with Deion there, they saw a $34 million jump from 22 to 23 in school revenue.
A&M?
Really? A&M? You think they would have called?
I'm asking. There was a lot of A&M Deion hype, whether it was legit or not.
I could see them wanting that because they do seem to want to go for the splashy hire.
Mm-hmm.
Or
he made it up, and he didn't get any calls.
I mean, look, you can't rule that out. I mean, that's certainly coaches are salesmen at the end of the day. They've got to keep up appearances. I don't think you can rule that one out.
Couple of other Deion stories that I've been collecting in the offseason. He gave his blessings to his two boys to miss the first team meeting of the year so they could go walk in Paris Fashion Week.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of people are like, oh, accountability, team. You just let your boys have special treatment. And then I guess his boys repaid it by flexing their NIL wealth with getting Deion a house. They bought him a house with their NIL money.
So they bought him a house?
Yeah.
Mr. Affleck.
That's what the story was.
Mr. NFL.
Well,
but him, prime time.
Mr. Prosper.
That's right.
Isn't he getting pensions from 2 professional sports leagues?
Well, I don't think he's broke.
Could you imagine that?
He's not broke. They just wanted to say, hey, we want to give back.
Say thanks. Very nice.
Also, apparently, despite Deion, this was on the Brett Boone podcast, an Honesty podcast. Apparently, Deion had told Brett Boone that Shedeur Sanders has never taken a class on campus at Colorado. That he's kind of done some stuff online, and Deion keeps on like, you should take some classes on campus. And Shedor's like, no.
No? Oh,
No.
man. Look,
I wouldn't either.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first. There's been guys that have done that recently because it's become more accessible.
Oh, you really think recently it's a thing?
No. Where they're taking online courses.
Yeah, not just skipping altogether.
Right. Yeah. No. They're skipping altogether, but there are if they are going, there's a lot that elect to take them off.
I'm taking my computer career classes.
Boy, if you look, I always think it's funny. Like if you
take
look
it online a couple times a week.
If you look through football, you know how like for years it's been talked about like that there would be fake classes or like is somebody really going to classes often, and then we found out like so guys get in trouble years later because it's like they never went to class, they were being paid whatever else. The one that's always funny to me is if you go look at any football roster in college football at the big programs, how many of them their major is mass communications. It's like, boy, all of you are on these football teams are picking that as your major.
University studies.
Yeah, it's
another one.
It's like, okay, mass communications. Okay.
Yeah.
College football kegger hump day edition
Hump day.
with RJ Choppy during the expressway. Every day we are commercial free to the top of the hour.
Man, how about this? 18 college football teams accounted for 50% of all TV viewership this year.
18 accounted for all?
Accounted for 50%.
50%, sorry.
So there's 133 Division I college football teams. 18 of them, not just this year, from 2016 to this year. So over the last 7 seasons, 18 programs accounted for half of all the TV viewership. That's a very, very high number. They were Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, this is in order, Clemson, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, LSU, Penn State, Texas, Auburn, Florida, Wisconsin, Washington, Florida State, Tennessee, Southern Cal, and Oregon.
Boy, I'm sure the SEC is just rattled that they weren't 14 of the 18 since they're just so important, and they believe themselves to be so important.
They were 1, 2, so they counted Washington and Oregon as Big Ten teams in this. And they counted Texas and Oklahoma as SEC teams in this. So if you do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 SEC and of the 18. So there you go. And then the Big Ten had everybody else except for Clemson and Notre Dame and Florida State. So there you go. I was a little bit surprised by that. Not stunned, but the fact that only 18 made up half of it, that to me was a little bit surprising.
Well, we've always heard about the top 2 in the Big Ten dominating. Like the TV networks want Ohio State number 1, I think. You think is an SEC team? I think Ohio State, Colin Cowherd said, was like the big fish to get for the TV networks, and then you would throw Michigan up in there as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They do want the big dogs. All right, let's do this scout.
All right, this is the story I'm most excited about. Whenever I get the feeling that we have found like a whisperer, when we have seen a fortune teller, Dionne Warwick, Bobby, for you.
Yeah, me with the NFL playoffs.
But then I did go and see that this gentleman was unemployed. But we'll talk about that later. He's like Michael Lombardi of Scouts.
Yeah, I don't know.
No. This better not be who I think it is.
It is, but, but hang
this
on.
guy is just boom, dart.
He is
boom,
a
bow and arrow.
fraud. I'm gonna tear this to pieces when you're done.
All right, he's a fraud, but if he's right on this, everybody must shut up about this guy.
No. Go ahead.
Bobby, shut up.
Go ahead. I said go ahead.
Now, for context.
Watch Jane on TV. Be quiet. She said
hi, Janie.
There
she had a tough day yesterday.
For context.
She want to come on and talk about it? No.
A couple years ago, his overall number 2 quarterback in the draft was Brock Purdy.
Say it again for the Bobs in the back. Say it again.
His number 2 quarterback in the draft was Brock Purdy.
The only man who could have called that.
Comparing him to Rich Gannon's MVP 2002 year.
Oh.
He also said Trey Lance is
hopefully not good.
Not good.
Okay.
It would not be good. So he was 2 for 2 on those guys. Now he could probably missed on everybody else, but he hit on those 2.
And who is this guy? Does he have a name or just an account?
His account is First Round Mock. I don't know what his name is. Do you know his name?
His name is Daniel Kelly, and he is a fraud that has claimed for years that he was a Jets scout, and there is no one in the NFL, there's no record of him ever working in the NFL, period.
Hey,
what?
By the way, who was...
I just followed this guy.
Who was Dane Brugler the GM for? I'm just asking.
Does Dane say he was a former scout for the Jets hired by Bill Parcells?
I don't know. Does he?
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. Why is everybody... Who made Daniel Jeremiah's ass? Huh?
Yeah, but what he
Daniel Jeremiah? Ozzie Newsome, who hired Daniel Jeremiah to be one of his scouts.
Yeah, but Chop, you can't lie about it on the resume.
But they told me my whole life is a lie.
I know,
okay?
and no one respects you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for respect. I'm asking to be right.
Yeah.
Okay, and so is First Round Mock guy.
First Round Mock on Twitter.
Okay.
What's his next proclamation?
I don't know, but I'm reading. This is a long thing. I'm just gonna go down this thing here. Right. This is the time of year teams do background work and get inside prospects' heads. This is the part of the evaluation process. Any team considering Caleb Williams needs to think about the high risk from the neck up based on his actions, conduct, words that he has demonstrated. He paints his fingernails with obscenities aimed at opponents to refusing to shake hands with Utah, to refusing to speak to reporters after the UCLA game. He's given NFL owners and decision makers a lot to talk about. Sportsmanship? ? He's made a public statement after the Notre Dame game about a fan being like sheep and referred to himself as a lion. Will he paint some obscenity about the 49ers on his fingernails? Will he jump up into the stands again? Will he put down fans publicly when the microphone is in his face after a loss and he's feeling frustrated? During a press conference, he said, "I want to go home and cuddle with my dog and watch some shows." What will he say in NFL press conferences? How will he represent the team and city?
See, Bobby, you're crapping on this guy, and he agrees with you.
What's he going to say or do next? That's the question. He's closer to Johnny Manziel than Patrick Mahomes on the spectrum. I mean that with respect and sensitivity. That's what I would say if I was a scout sitting in the pre-draft meetings. What I find incredible is that more people aren't talking about this. Do we not care about him? We witnessed him having a mental breakdown before our eyes, crying uncontrollably in his mother's arms. To me, as a former NFL scout, not lying, he's the most mentally fragile player I've ever evaluated.
Oh!
Quarterback or otherwise. Little experience with dealing with adversity, even by his own admission. Quote, "I've never been in a situation where I'm 7-5 and there are no playoff hopes at the end of the season. I'm dealing with it emotionally, spiritually, physically." End quote.
Okay.
He's 2-9 against ranked teams in college football. Is that good? That's not good. He's going to do it in a league that's only faster and more complex. Make it make sense. The expectations are he's Superman. In reality, he's 22 years old. Statistically and on game film, he regressed in 2023, not headed in the right direction. He's an impossible situation to be in. Front office personnel have to consider the high risk. Watch his post-game press conferences on YouTube over the last 6 weeks. His body language, his tone, he carries himself, his energy level. He looks aloof. They go on and on and on. This is some murdering. I mean, this is murder too. This is murder too, right here.
Okay, so this guy Daniel Kelly has said he was a scout for the Jets and did all this stuff, and people just blindly have taken it and go like, former NFL scout, because that's what he does. He writes in his own articles and videos, former NFL scout says this. So, yeah, I don't think much of him saying Brock Purdy is the number 2 prospect in the NFL when he has said things like Nakobe Dean is the next Ray Lewis. He has also crushed the selection. Kyle Hamilton should not be a first-round pick. Chris Olave is a 6th round pick. Tim Tebow is a future Hall of Famer. Justin Fields is going to be the top quarterback in the NFL. He this year as his top quarterback has Spencer Rattler. This dude just he takes whatever the takes are, throws out the hottest of opinions. So yeah, if he scatter shoots 500
Spencer's
takes,
Spencer's got great skills. Great skill set.
He throws out 500 of those. He said Micah Parsons was going to be a bust. This is what he does.
As a linebacker, he would have been.
This is what he does. He just hot takes a million different takes.
Just because
and some of them are right, and then he can point to them.
When you go after the character of the messenger because you don't like the message, you've already admitted that you have lost.
Well, a lot of his messages have been ludicrous.
Not a quarterback,
Bobby
okay?
just pointed out.
I trust Brian Broaddus' scouting eye, except at the quarterback position.
Right.
This guy nails the quarterbacks at a much higher rate than anybody else.
Okay.
I don't know this guy from Adam, and I don't like people with 2 first names. All right?
And what's his name again?
Dan Kelly. Okay? I don't care for that.
Okay.
But this guy's got something here. And I think he's got something.
No, he doesn't.
And I don't think Caleb Williams is all that. I would take Michael Penix over Caleb Williams.
Whoa, I like it.
I want you to know that this is the equivalent of if I was in here every day. This is the same thing. If I was in here every day and going look, as a former Cowboys scout, as somebody who worked in that building scouting and worked alongside Will McClay, and despite everybody saying
he's lying to that degree?
It is to that degree. He has said Bill Parcells hired him to be. There's no record of it. It never happened. He's a fraud. He's a liar, and people buy it, and they repost stuff blindly with it. It's like those people. You ever seen those Twitter accounts?
This is a semantic thing.
Listen to me. No, you see those Twitter accounts that every offseason in whatever sport throw out here are all the free agent things. So-and-so going here, so-and-so going here. And they throw out a million different takes, and then some of them hit, and they delete the ones. They made up all of them. They delete the ones that missed, and then they go, look, I'm a true insider. And those accounts blow up that way.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
That's what he does.
I think there's a semantic thing in here. I think this is the guy who's got a podcast that calls himself a Cowboy media member. And this guy did consulting work, I'm sure.
Is that last name Livesay?
Whoa. But yeah, he may not have worked for the. I don't care. I don't care. This is on brand. He's 2 for 2 when it comes to quarterbacks, as far as the ones that he's pointed out to me.
College football kegger RJ Choppy is on fire here during the Expressway. We are commercial free. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com will join us from the Senior Bowl at 8 o'clock, and it is a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman. I don't know how this fool got on Kimmel. Oh, wait. Fallon. He got on Fallon to do a Super Bowl cook-off. And we'll talk about creating your Super Bowl spreads with Matt Pittman at 8:20 this morning. But Choppy's on fire. Let's keep it going. Hump Day.
Hump Day.
Expressway. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
What beverage are you going to have for your Super Bowl party, Sean Sharif?
What beverage?
What beverage?
I don't know. No wine. That's out. Probably drinking some beers and seltzers throughout the day.
Well, seltzer. There you go.
Where are we watching it?
Not watching it with anyone.
Why aren't we going to watch it together?
Because
team bonding.
I got to hear the commercials.
You would be a commercials guy.
Well, it's half the show Monday. It's half the show on Monday.
Sean is the guy
how
at the party.
crappy the commercials are.
Sean is the guy at the party who's like, I just watched the game for the commercials.
No, I'm doing it for the show, you dip ass. If I didn't have to do this show, I would go out and get raging blasted at a friend's house and not care about the commercials.
I find that because we go to the one of her friends all the time, and I find that like we can hear the commercials like they people turn it up, the volume's kicking. Everybody usually shuts up during the commercials.
They do?
Oh yeah, they talk during the game. They keep quiet during the commercials.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay.
it's great. Like because that is a major draw is the commercials. Absolutely.
Peyton should host the Super Bowl party this year in his home.
Oh, that's right. Well, we moved in.
That's right.
Yeah, you probably want to know how to
Nice 70-inch upstairs.
Oh, really?
Oh,
upstairs.
man,
what about the TV
too?
Yeah.
Truly Hard Seltzer is dropping for the Super Bowl buffalo wing sauce flavored seltzer.
No.
Yes.
Oh no.
It is a hard seltzer that tastes just like buffalo wing sauce.
Oh. How?
It is on sale as of what's today? It was on sale as of Monday. It dropped on Monday. And you'll have to shell out $24 for a 4-pack.
No.
Yes. It's a limited edition release. $24 for a 4-pack. But there you go. You can get yourself some buffalo wing sauce flavored hard seltzer for the big game.
I will say Screwball whiskey, which is peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I was like, that's just like
it's dangerous.
That's meant to be like that's stupid. That wouldn't taste good. And it tasted good. It tasted really good. And so even though I think this probably would taste disgusting, I guess I can't say with certainty that it would be because I've thought alcohol mixes before would taste gross and they weren't.
I would think so, but man, I as soon as I saw Screwball, I was like, oh, that's gonna be dangerous. And I tried it and I was like, oh man, that is dangerous.
I still haven't had it. I would love it.
You get it chilled, it tastes like a peanut butter milkshake.
Ooh. And it's so good. It's so smooth. It goes right there. Now there's 5 scoops of sugar in each one, right?
Yeah.
And it's like if you spill a drop on your counter, it takes you 4 times to clean it up.
And ketchup?
Because it's like so sticky when it dries up. But so that's that. California, very bad place. A new bill that is being introduced by the most aptly named state senator Scott Wiener. It's probably Weiner, but
It's probably got a 70-inch too.
For the sake of this, he has proposed a bill as part of the Safer California Street package that aims to limit the speed of new vehicles to no more than 10 miles over the posted speed limit.
Oh
no!
They're implementing. He wants to implement, starting with the 2027 model year, intelligent speed limiter system. It would prevent cars from exceeding 80 miles an hour in the state, where the maximum speed posted on any highway is never any more than 70 miles an hour. Now, the Highway Patrol could authorize disabling at their own discretion of these things, but that new bill would require cars to have speed limiting devices. They're also known as governors. You see this on like golf carts. They have a governor on the golf cart. Hits a certain speed. I think some big rig trucks have this. I think some companies have this where they can't go a certain
Taking
speed.
away your rights, Choppy.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, we know somebody who were taking a company car to like to meet us up somewhere, and they had to drive a distance with it, and they took a while, and we're like, what took so long? And they're like, there's like this governor on there or whatever because of insurance reasons or whatever, and it being a company car, like you can't go over a certain amount.
What if we're in a rush? What if I got a baby in the car? The wife is going into labor.
That's your only out. An emergency rush.
Yeah, the wife's going into labor.
C-section then.
You got. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, C-section's on the rise.
I've got goosebumps everywhere. I'm about to poop my pants.
I was in a rush this morning. I had to go fast. I wouldn't have been able to make it here. If
Why?
It was I don't know. I just was getting ready this morning. I looked over and I was like, oh crap! I was getting slow getting ready, so I got in the car and made it here on time.
Would this decrease accidents?
No, they've done enough studies that show like the accidents are not necessarily always caused by speeders.
Right.
A lot of times it's the people driving slow that and texting. You want to eliminate texting and driving,
or women.
Kidding. You want to eliminate texting and driving.
I'm kidding.
That's a different conversation.
Jokes, that girl.
That's a different conversation. Because especially like I mean, you go on those express lanes now.
It's the Autobahn, man.
It is the Autobahn, like the ones where like it's like $5 for the next mile and a half.
Dude, you get in on the 635, the expressway one that goes underneath. Oh, the kids love that one.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
I don't think anybody on that thing does a mile under 95 ever.
I get like morally offended when I see somebody going 70, and it's like, get out of the way of all this. What are you doing down here?
Take the free lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Do not get in this lane if you're going to do 70 miles an hour. You get that lane to do 20 over.
There are no laws down here.
There's no laws.
There are no cops sitting here waiting to pull you over down here.
If I see a cop down there, I'm like, you made a wrong turn, man. What are you doing down here? Yeah. What's going on?
They don't have the budgets for that. They can't be taking those tolls.
Absolutely not. Are you guys into dimples?
I think dimples, if I had to... What, Bobby?
Stop it. Stop it.
Go ahead.
If
you did, the rule on this show is if you disrupt, you have to explain.
I didn't. I think dimples is a funny word. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not like, oh my gosh, like that is such a humongous attraction. But if I was to pick for myself and others, dimples or no dimples, pro dimples.
I think dimples is it's a likable feature.
I don't know if it's likable. It's well, what do you think? Like cute? Like I'm gonna pinch your cheeks?
I don't know that anybody. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody with dimples and say, you know what, I don't like that face.
Right.
Unless it's in the chin.
Correct.
Butt chin.
The butt chin.
Yes, the Bill O'Brien chin.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the butt chin, but other than that,
dimples. I would like to have dimples.
Yeah. Cheek dimples. I'm big on that one. But one of the biggest things going on right now, the hottest plastic surgery trend, are dimpleplasties. And for $1,500, you can get this minimally invasive procedure to create the appearance of natural dimples on one or both cheeks.
One? Why would you want it on one? I guess.
I don't know. I mean, that's like people get the mole tattooed on their face, right? The Cindy Crawford.
Yeah.
Mole over their lip or whatever. You could get that.
Yeah, but
birthmark.
a mole is an individual thing. Dimples is plural.
Right. You get a dimple, I guess.
Them dimples.
Them dimples. My nephew's got dimples. He's got great dimples. Great dimples. I'm actually jealous.
Chicken fingers?
Tender finger.
Tender finger.
Tender finger. Tindy hands. Yeah. So he's got tremendous dimples. People comment on his dimples from all over the place.
Yeah.
But you got people here. It's about $1,500 for this procedure to get dimples. Anyone?
Bobby, I would not get those.
Bobby, you look like you have
dimples.
One dimple. Like on your left cheek?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hey, how do you feel about
dimples. She has back dimples.
I'm not like crazy about it, but I mean, I like.
She has what?
She has the back dimples.
Back dimples?
On the lower back. It's a very big turn on for a lot of people.
She's got them.
Included.
Back
you get little
dimples?
back dimples in the lower back.
Really? I've never heard of this.
Oh, I'll show you what it looks like. Keep talking, Peyton.
Yeah, I like dimples. I mean, I'm not like head over heels for them, but I mean, they're fine. It's nothing big.
Okay. Glad we went to you over there. back to you.
So, real quick with this.
Like that.
The back dimples, yeah, right above the waistline.
That's a turn on?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, for most people, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some
looks like, you backed into a counter.
She's in the car.
Edge. I don't care.
Yeah.
Tell her.
Some round face patients, that's what they called them in this, require some fat removal for the fake dimples to be visible. So if you've got a round face, we're round face people.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You could grow a beard and make it more streamlined if you like, but that's part of it. Yellowstone, my favorite show. It's currently going on.
I've gotten through, I think, 4 minutes of it.
That's about where I got.
I remember a horse, and I was like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, it's like horses, dragons in Game of Thrones. I'm like, it's too many animals.
Well, anyway, I guess they're finishing the season this year.
And I feel like every time there's a Cowboy event, that Sheridan guy is
Taylor
there.
Sheridan.
Yeah.
He was there. I mean, I almost said so. I was getting nervous. I wanted to say hi to him.
Now, is he supposed to be a jerk?
I've heard both. I've heard he is, and then I've heard he's like this awesome dude. I listened to he was on Rogan's podcast recently. He was great. All kinds of stories, fantastic. So I changed my view on it. I thought he was a jerk.
Because did he fight with
Costner? Him and Costner are kind of button heads.
All right.
He is suing Cole Hauser, who plays Rip, or they're entangled in some lawsuit over the use of some branding. So they're in a lawsuit as well. But there is, Yellowstone is supposed to film or return the final episodes of this series this coming fall. And we don't know how the show is going to end. We don't even know if Kevin Costner is going to be in the final episodes. They have no idea because, right now, it's like he's got this divorce going on. He's being a pain in the butt. But
are you a Yellowstone guy?
No, never seen it.
Glad we went to you again.
All right. So
2 for 2.
He's busy pulling Jerry cuts.
Oh for 2.
What we do know is that essentially this whole thing is going to come to an end basically because, assumingly, he dies. But the theory on how this is going to end is making everybody, myself included, very, very angry. In season 2, there was a very small storyline, very small, where he had stomach cramps and he thought he had colon cancer. And it turns out to be an ulcer.
Okay.
But the thought is that now they're going to somehow
So he's like the Bobby of Cowboys,
Right.
Bobby of the West.
Ulcers are serious.
The theory now is they're going to bring this back and say he dies of colon cancer that he never actually had in the first place.
Misdiagnosed. Happens all the time, Chop.
So,
what year is this supposed to be taking place?
Today.
Oh.
Yeah, today.
The 2023 Wild Wild West?
Yeah,
So they
in
got
Montana.
up-to-date via scan. But he goes through the machine in his cowboy hat and boots.
No.
scans.
He didn't have Viascan because clearly they missed the diagnosis, Sean.
Well so done. It's like,
Bring
what
him
are we doing?
Bring us up.
You got to have a shootout, man. You got to have some kind of film a body double.
Yeah.
Getting whacked.
COVID ends Yellowstone.
Something. You can't have a fake illness he didn't even have that was cured of come back and bite him. I got so many problems here. I haven't seen 1883. I haven't seen 1923. I started 1883. I didn't finish it. It was just too slow. But I've heard it's great. I love the show. This thing better not end like that.
There it is, chopping it up with Ralph James every single hump day during the Expressway on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We know that Jerry created a lot of headlines explaining why Mike McCarthy is coming back, not committing to a Dak extension, saying they're going all in. Let's recap the circus and actually talk about the players that maybe we need to know for the Cowboys draft purposes with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, after this.
Let's get you over.
105.3 The Fan. Colo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we'll be all in. I would anticipate we'll be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, I think we'll strain our, we'll push the hell out of it.
That was Jerry Jones yesterday. Finally, they going all in. What does that actually mean? Are you rolling your eyes as usual over Jerry's comments? That was made at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, joined by someone at that very event. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Doing pretty good here in Mobile, Alabama, covering the Senior Bowl and then also covering a little bit of Jerry Jones talk. You can never get away from it. But, yeah, it's some interesting stuff coming out of yesterday, but I appreciate being on. What's going on, fellas?
What does that statement mean to you? What do you think he meant by all in?
Yeah, I think that's still something that everyone's questioning, including us that were there. You know, whenever he says that, going all in, the all-in approach, does that necessarily mean going into free agency, trying to get, some big name free agents? That was a question that I had thrown out there. And he didn't give a clear answer as far as what they wanted to do in free agency. And he said that, kind of the same kind of rhetoric as far as, hey, there's players here that we got to get a contract. He said there's an opportunity to disrupt without getting a free agent. So then you look at the coaching staff. He's already decided to bring back Mike McCarthy. He complimented Dan Quinn and what he was able to bring in the last 3 years as defensive coordinator. So, there's not necessarily an opportunity to change there. So what necessarily does all in mean? And I think that's something that the fans are questioning as well. Stephen Jones, he had talked afterward, and I had asked them, the fans, the frustration coming out of everything coming out of this past season was, okay, you're having this regular season success, and it's continued under Mike McCarthy, but the postseason results are still the same. How can you, sell the product when they go to Oxnard if there's not a major change or if there's not, anything different that can give them optimism? And he said there's really not. I mean, you have to understand that, this is the way that the fans feel. They have a rightful way to feel that way, he said. And until we are able to create more postseason success, they have a right to feel that way. And so I think also in that same sense, there's a right for fans to kind of feel like, okay, what does this all-in approach necessarily mean? And they can't really feel that until they're shown that here in the offseason. I'm curious what exactly that does mean down the stretch. And if we're going into Oxnard and there's not a feeling of that all in, quote unquote, then I think that's going to be one of the bigger questions asked in that first week out in California is, okay, well, where does that all in approach go from here? I think that's going to be one of the bigger storylines that kind of dominates this offseason.
Yeah, Nick, when they say, or when Jerry says all in and he talks in that respect, and like, you said, we're trying to figure out exactly what that means. I think for fans, it feels probably like, okay, here's another campaign promise. Here's Jerry saying, read my lips, no new taxes. Like he's trying to sell something knowing that people are upset and we need to see tangible evidence of that. Do you think that some of this in that sense yesterday from Jerry is like, hey, I know I got to smooth things over and he's just kind of trying to generally speak? Or do you think that there is a genuine plan here behind that and we just haven't ascertained yet what that is?
I would assume that there is a genuine plan, honestly, because whenever you look at what they were saying coming out of that Green Bay game is, okay, we're going to have to step back and evaluate this thing from a holistic approach. And that was the word that was talked from Jerry and Steven yesterday. We have to look at this all from a holistic approach. We tried to dive into, Dak's cap hit. How do you rework that? Do you try to rework that before free agency starts? And he stayed away from all of that talk. And he was like, we're not going to talk about any contracts. We love Dak. Dak is, a great quarterback here, so on and so forth. It's like, okay, then where do you find that change? And that's where we kind of tried to needle as far as free agency. Okay. And he gave us that rhetoric and then coaching, and he talked on that point. So maybe he does have a plan. They said they're still in the middle of their evaluation process as far as looking back in 2023 and, looking at that holistic approach and how they can, evaluate some things. But I think if you look at it, over a quarter of their active roster are set to be free agents here in March 13th. And they're going to have to make an impact in that way to be able to kind of create some roster turnover and create some roster change. So I think free agency is probably the opportunity where you see that, but does that necessarily mean that big names come into Dallas and, you're able to hit some splashed guys and have a different free agency than what you've had in the past? I just don't know. And I don't feel like that's probably the realistic approach if you're looking at the past and trying to base it off of that. But I mean, those are one of the few opportunities that an all-in approach could qualify under. We're just going to have to see as time goes on.
Nick Harris, Cowboys.com, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Sorry, so with that Dak situation and with, kind of not really knowing whether that they can do anything without signing him to an extension, based on that, is there any way for them money-wise it's $20 million into the hole right now. If they don't sign him to an extension, will they be able to do CD? Will they be able to do Micah?
Yeah, that's the question. And you have to work Dak before you work anything. I would be surprised, this is my personal take, I'd be surprised if Dak does not get his extension because you need that cap room both this year. And they've always spoke confidently about Dak. I mean, this event last year, they were talking about how they wanted Dak to be the quarterback for the next 10 years of the Dallas Cowboys. And, even though the postseason success has not been there, he's coming off of a season where he's going to finish on the podium for the MVP. They like what he's been able to pair with Mike McCarthy as a play caller. I would be really surprised if Dak does not get his extension, and even sometime soon, because they need that room to be able to work in free agency, to work CD's contract, to work Micah Parsons' contract. So I just don't see how there's a possibility where he heads into that final year with that big $59 million cap hit, whatever it is, and the team is comfortable with that. The cap room is definitely going to have to be figured out in that sense.
Nick, how would you rank the likelihood of those three deals getting done this offseason? So rank the order in which you think it's most likely it gets done between Dak, Lamb, and Parsons.
Yeah, I would rank it just in that order: Dak, CD, Parsons. I don't think there's necessarily a need to get Parsons done this offseason from the front office's perspective. I mean, you look at, they had the opportunity to kind of do that with CD last year as far as going into that fourth season. On the rookie deal with the first-round pick. They decided not to, so they kind of pushed that to this offseason. And I think there's probably a better opportunity to do that this offseason with CD, whereas, they're still looking at some other options as well. They're going to have to figure out running back if they want to get a free agent or bring back Tony Pollard. And there's some opportunities as well with some other guys on the current roster. I don't necessarily see Parsons getting done this offseason. That's just my betting odds. But I could see CD and Dak certainly getting done. And I think something very interesting with the CD deal is, okay, do you wait for Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson to get their deals done, or do you try to rush and get that done before those two come around? I think between those three, there's going to be a major reset in the receiver market this offseason.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What were the reasons that Jerry gave yesterday for bringing McCarthy back?
He pointed to the regular season success, 12-5. I mean, he liked the first year as the play caller with Dak Prescott. He says that he's seeing Dak improve under Mike, and he said that he still sees room to grow for Dak Prescott under Mike. And he said that's actually a plus whenever you look at a 30-year-old quarterback going into his 8th year, saying that there's still room to grow and that there's an opportunity there with McCarthy to be able to do that in 2024. So very complimentary of Mike. He had that 3-hour-plus conversation with McCarthy in the week after the Green Bay game. It was right before he officially made that decision to bring him back for the 5th year. And he said they talked about everything from top to bottom and talking about that holistic approach. I think it really started then. And he sees McCarthy as the vision for the future. And, we had asked him, okay, so you're sending McCarthy potentially into the final year of his deal. Will he coach under that final year of the deal? And he said, no, not necessarily. And he said that there's still an opportunity where, McCarthy is a vision for the future of this team. So, I think there's still a lot of questions that Jerry even has to ask himself about McCarthy. If that's the answer to that question is, okay, do you see him being here then 3-4 years down the line? Or is this truly a 1-year test trial and basically have to go prove to get into the NFC Championship game or have a respectable performance in the divisional game? What does necessarily constitute a positive result at the end of the day? I think that would be a really big question kind of hanging over the team throughout the year when it came to Mike McCarthy.
Nick, he had said yesterday that he doesn't see a barrier or a reason why he wouldn't hire Bill Belichick or an ability to work with him. Do you think that before he made the decision on Mike, because that was about a week almost, that he make a call or two to Bill or Harbaugh or any other coach out there to kind of gauge interest?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I think if Jerry did, then he obviously wouldn't say that. And he was asked, did you make any calls? And he said no. There was no contact made in that week before, and focused solely on Mike. But I think that comment more so stems from. He said last week. That's going to be a headline whenever you see Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones's name paired together. I think that's just an opportunity to give Bill some praise. I think there was probably more smoke than gas, I think, whenever that statement was made. I don't see Bill Belichick necessarily as a quality fit in Dallas, just based on, what he wants from a franchise. There's reports coming out that the Atlanta thing kind of fell through because he wanted more control than Atlanta was comfortable giving him. And I think, with the organization, the way it's run for, over 30 years under Jerry Jones, I just don't see that marriage necessarily working out. But Jerry Jones, Bill Belichick, that their relationship goes back a long time. They have respect for each other. I'm sure Jerry feels like they could work well together, but I guess it would be Bill's instance that would be the bigger headline.
So you were there for him talking about Belichick?
I was not. Just read Jory Epstein on Yahoo Sports, her article this morning, kind of recapping their one-on-one conversation from yesterday in Mobile.
What is the feeling or whispers about Dan Quinn's return out there?
Yeah, the Ben Johnson news coming down yesterday right after Jerry and Steven talked, and Ben Johnson saying that he's going to stay in Detroit. I think that kind of put a little bit more loom over the whole entire situation, saying, okay, then there's probably an increased chance here that Quinn could land with either Washington or Seattle. And Seattle has always felt like the threat, but now Washington is starting to creep as an equal type threat. Dan Quinn is a very serious candidate out there in D.C. To stay in the NFC East. So, with both of those still looming and still, evaluating their options, I think this could be an interesting week here down the stretch. There's not necessarily one feeling one way or the other. I think everyone's just kind of waiting to see what happens. Everyone knows that Seattle and Washington are taking Dan Quinn very seriously, and that they're in the final, 4 candidates to choose from. And then they'll just kind of move forward from there. We had kind of asked him, Jerry Jones, if there was a plan if Quinn were to take one of those jobs, and he just decided to praise Quinn and said, yeah, he's an outstanding coach. We'll leave it at that. So, we'll kind of see if there is a plan on the backside of that. I would assume it would have to be a quick one, just because, they're going through the draft process. And if there's a defensive coordinator change and some position coaches heading out the door, then they're going to have to figure out what their philosophy is before they move forward in this draft process. But yeah, definitely an interesting storyline as well.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. So give us a rundown of some of these players that we should be paying attention to and your day one observations.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking at that pick number 24, right? And offensive line help, I think, is the biggest area of need whenever you look at the first round. And this is one of the deepest tackle classes you could ask for in recent memory. There's an opportunity for 8 or 9 tackles to go here in the first round. And if you want to get a tackle in this draft, you better get them early. And there's a couple of them here. Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle out of Oklahoma, looked really good yesterday. He was my MVP from day one, just really strong, uses his hands really well. You can also look at Jordan Morgan out of Arizona. He's been mocked by ESPN and NFL Network to the Cowboys at 24. He lost a couple reps yesterday. Took him a little bit to get comfortable, but he looks really good. He stacks a lot of experience that he's bringing from the college game. And then if you're maybe looking in that interior, if the Cowboys decide to move on from Tyler Biadasz with him being a free agent, there's a center from Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. He's a mauler up front. He played 4 of the 5 offensive line positions in college at Oregon, just turned 21 a couple of weeks ago. And he looked really good yesterday. Great base, a really good anchor that kind of sinks into the turf here in Mobile, and really strong in the run game as well. And I think if you're looking for a center to potentially replace Biadasz, you got to find one that's good in the running game, and you're not going to find many better than Jackson Powers Johnson. But offensive line, that's kind of been the storylines that I've been looking for in the first round this week. You can look at the linebacker position up there back home in Frisco. You look at Edgerrin Cooper, not participating this week at the Shrine Bowl, but was able to interview and kind of catch up with everybody. That's an intriguing option too, potentially in the second round. So yeah, really good talent here at these 2 bowl games throughout the course of this week. It's been fun to track.
Nick, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Enjoy that Mobile nightlife.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great one.
Nick Harris, DNM Leasing Hotline. Let's get your spreads ready. The Super Bowl spreads, what's going to be on your table. Let's cook it up. Let's grill it up. It's a Meat Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics and get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. That joint pain will not go away. And it's not going to go away if you don't do something about it. I did. A couple years back, finally went to QC
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
It is a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. And that means Matt Pittman getting you ready for your Super Bowl spreads, and he's getting ready for national television. Well, which we'll get to in a second here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm great. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Super Bowl spreads. What do you usually go to? What are you planning for this year that we can all try to mimic and copy?
Well, you got to get the administrative stuff out of the way. You got to plan first off. A lot of people just kind of like go to the grocery store at the last minute. So what I tell people is, I kind of look at things in 4 categories, maybe 3, but you got to have dips and appetizers. So I'm kind of separating those. You got to have wings because that's the thing, right? And then you got to have some sort of main. But mainly people just want to graze. Like every Super Bowl party I've ever been to, people are hanging around the potluck or, the bar in the kitchen or whatever, and people are just grazing the entire time. It's not a traditional meal. So for me, it's heavy on the dips, apps, and wings. And then, like I said, if you're going to do a main, then, you're going to do a pulled pork, a brisket, ribs, or whatever, but mostly the prior stuff. And I made a bunch of notes and listed a whole bunch of them out, if you want some choices, but that's what I do at first. I make a big kind of menu and say, this is what I'm going to serve. Make sure you go get it all. And actually you can cook a bunch of it in advance, which is another key thing for people, because that way you can, enjoy the game, commercials, hang out with your buddies or whatever, and not be focused on cooking the entire time.
All right, I would like to dive into the dip category.
Have to have
multiple
dips.
This is your go-to, right, Dish?
I probably, when I go to Super Bowl party, some of the ones we go to, the lady who owns the house, she owns like a Baja restaurant, so she has like a bunch of fajitas, always fajitas, right? But I just crush the dips.
But that's your specialty that you make.
It's the only thing I know how to make in the entire kitchen is a queso dip. But I use cream cheese instead of like actual Velveeta or I use
So outside of the daisy dips, you have the daisy dips, and then you make a separate queso.
Pittman, give us some of the top 2 or 3 dips that we can try to make.
Well, first off, all these are on meatchurch.com, and they have corresponding YouTube videos on Meat Church YouTube if people want to follow. But smoked queso is by far and away the number 1 dip that we have, and it does have a core of Velveeta. You can go traditional and skip the Velveeta and do something else. But listen, again, don't be afraid of some store-bought ingredients for an event like this, because you're trying to make it easy so you can hang. I've got beer cheese dip. My wife.
All right, so hang on. With that smoked queso, what all's usually going in that? Because I see 9 different things thrown in, a bunch of different tolos. Try out this recipe.
Yeah, so the core of it is, like I said, Velveeta. You put cream of something in it. So the recipe calls for cream of mushroom. Don't be alarmed by that. You can use cream of chicken, cream of jalapeno. You can get at HEB, cream of whatever to loosen that queso up. You're going to put Rotel in it with the juice, which also loosens it up. And then one of the big keys is the meat. You can just use hot breakfast sausage. You can use venison. You can use ground beef, brisket trim, whatever, to kind of make it hearty. So when you get a big scoop of it, it's not just cheese. You're kind of getting a meal in a bite. And it's super easy. It comes together in less than an hour on the smoker, oven, however you want to do it.
So what is your preferred meat in there, though? Because I really do feel like that one can shift a queso pretty aggressively. Like I've never, I like breakfast sausage and stuff like that or whatever else, but like when that's in a queso, I feel like it changes the taste too much. It can make it almost like a little sweet. What's your preferred one? I've always been a seasoned ground beef guy.
Yeah, if you want a middle of the road, go ground beef. That won't change the profile. If you want to get spiced, do hot breakfast sausage or chorizo or an Italian sausage. So just kind of whatever you want. But like you said, ground beef will just kind of keep it more about the queso than the meat that's in it.
Matt Pittman for a Meat Church Wednesday, brought to you by smokers themselves, and that is Mr. Electric here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, give us another dip.
I would go smoked cream cheese, not really a dip, but eaten in the same way. It's, to me, got to be the number 1 football appetizer the past couple seasons.
Wow.
You buy a block of cream cheese, you season it with your favorite Meat Church rub, and you put it on a smoker for 1 to 2 hours, whatever you got time for it, like 220. You can't screw it up. I do usually put it on either a cedar plank or for presentation or some aluminum foil with cooking spray on it. But that stuff just gets inhaled. I've not met any person that doesn't like that yet, and it's dirt cheap.
I've never done that. I love cream cheese.
Cream cheese is great.
I've never done a smoked one though.
No,
just throw it on there.
Never even thought of that. Never even thought of it. You could do that.
And you can top it, like if you think about holidays, people top cream cheeses with pepper jellies. You can do the same thing. You can get a pepper jelly or something to pour across the top of it. You can also take it out of the block form and put things in it. So you could chop up things like onions and chives and roll it into a ball and then kind of, shape it and smoke it like that if you want to put things in the cream cheese, which isn't as common, but very delicious.
I feel like I lose a man card if I put jelly on my cream cheese.
But it like adds. It's like a bagel.
It's a block. It's a mental block.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
All right, I got a major wing issue. I got a wing problem.
Orange magic, I know.
Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, it's back. Shut up.
Gavin is living rent free in his head.
He really is. He's Jordan Love. He's my Jordan Love. I thought it was San Fran. So I don't love smoking wings anymore because of the skin issue. All right, I got the taste, and then people are like, oh, just, remove my big green egg deflector plate and get it on the real grill and fire it up and get that crispy skin. Then it gets out of control. Then I end up burning the skin. I cannot get crispy skin wings by smoking them. What is your solution or advice for that for Super Bowl Sunday wings?
All right, I'm going to give you two options. So on the grill, what I would do on the egg is leave the deflector plate in, but still try to run it up really hot, so much hotter than a traditional smoking temperature like 250. I tell people all the time, smoked wings aren't going to be crispy. You got to be realistic about your expectations. So to get crisp, there's a bunch of things you can do. But if you're just straight grilling, it has to be hot and fast. End of story. If you're on a pellet grill, I grill them at like 450, just to try to get them as crisp as possible. There are, in that same vein, there are some options. You can, when you season them, you can put some cornstarch on the wings. If you've got room in your fridge, dry your wings off the night before the Super Bowl, lay them on a sheet pan, put them in your fridge overnight to dry the skin out. That helps. And then high temperature. But here's a game changer. My number one favorite thing for football is what I call our the crispiest chicken wings ever. I have a recipe on the website. That's what it's called, and a YouTube video. This will blow your mind. But you take a naked wing and you fry it at 220 for 20 minutes. And then you have to rest them for 1 hour. But you can do that the day before, the week before, whatever. And then all you do on Super Bowl day is you fry for 10 minutes at 400, and it will be like shatteringly crispy. Now, there's nothing on it. So when you're done with it, you either have to toss it in something, or you can toss it in a variety of sauces, or you could spray it with like a cooking spray and then season it, because the wings are going to be so dry, the seasoning would bounce off of it. It will blow you away.
So it's a double.
It's so simple.
It's a double fried wing.
It's a double fried wing, and you can do the first step the day before. And then all you got to do is fry them 10 minutes. So you could have a fryer going, your buddies are over, and you're dropping wings in 10 minutes at a time. Tons of wings. I tell people wings are the main thing to do, because when you pull them out, no matter how you cook them, you can go all these different directions. You can have Asian flavors, barbecue flavors, garlic and herb, Parmesan, whatever. So you can satisfy a bunch of appetites. I'm telling you, huge.
We've done the cornstarch on the wings before. I felt like it either changed the taste or the texture profile. Did we just use too much? Is that how that works?
Yeah, probably too much. It's kind of tricky because you want to mix it in with your seasoning. You don't want a whole lot of it. So to be honest with you, I've done it, have recipes, videos on it, but it's not my go-to. You hardly ever catch me doing that, really.
Good question, Chop. I'm proud of you.
So,
hey, look,
I give Sarah that credit. I know she's a big barbecue fan.
I didn't cornstarch that. I like the air fryer the next day, heating them up in the air fryer. Could you do that instead of the second fry?
Yeah, you can, but I don't want to get caught on an air fryer. I'm an outdoor cook, so I can't.
So Matt, what is in general at a Super Bowl party like? What's the most common sin you see from somebody who's prepped something? What do you look at and you say, do not be that guy this year? Don't do this for your Super Bowl spread.
Besides the air fryer.
Yeah, besides the air fryer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just there having a good time drinking my Miller Lite, so I don't. But I mean, I'll say this. I think this is kind of silly. People, have their food out way before the party and way after. And, if you've had this food sitting on the counter for 5 hours and you're drunk and you're still eating it, and the next day you wonder why your stomach hurts because you sat there and you ate this food that sat on the counter for hours. But that's the biggest thing I see.
All right, set us up. You teased us a couple weeks ago. Yesterday, you texted me. It's going down. This is Matt Pittman. It's a Meat Church Wednesday brought to you by Mr. Electric. And you are doing a Super Bowl cook-off with Jimmy Fallon. This is happening?
Yeah, Monday night, New York City.
On Fallon's show, like live on his show?
Yeah, like live. Yeah.
Wow.
Like they're picking me up in a car and driving me over to the studio.
All right. So what are you doing?
Yeah.
How's it all? What are you cooking, and how's the whole thing playing out?
Well, I don't know what I'm cooking yet, but it's they did this last year. It was after the Super Bowl, and so it was like a Super Bowl leftovers challenge. And so Tariq and Jimmy had to battle it out against each other, and who could make the best dish out of these Super Bowl leftovers. So it's going to be similar, but this is obviously before the game, so it won't be called leftovers. But I'm actually going to be teamed up with Tariq against Jimmy and another well-known barbecue person. I won't let the cat out of the bag on that, but anyway, we just worked through all the details yesterday. But it's real. Like, we don't get to plan in advance, and it's going to be chaotic 3 minutes to put it together. And then Questlove is going to come out and judge it, blind judge, taste test it, and the winner is going to get this like gigantic golden chicken wing.
Wow.
I can't even imagine. Like, what is your life, Matt Pittman, that you're just like, yeah, I'm going to Fallon. Questlove's going to eat my food and tell me how good it is. Like,
is your wife in awe? Our wives do not give a rip about us on the radio. 100,000 watts, home of the Cowboys. Is Mrs. Pittman just in awe?
Yeah, that you nailed it. So when I go do cool stuff, like I'm going to Dak's house, she's like, she doesn't even like blink.
I know.
She doesn't care.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying she's mean. She just is like, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, Jimmy Fallon's person emailed, wants to bring me on the show, says he's a big fan. She's like, what'd you say? And she's like, she's going ballistic. She's been shopping for a month straight. So
for what?
This is
for her outfit?
For what's she gonna wear? Yeah, what's she gonna wear and blah blah blah. So
she gonna get on TV?
I don't know. She's going to be in the audience, so we'll see.
All right.
Man.
She's way better looking than I am.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church. All the recipes Brian brought us will tell you on YouTube and meatchurch.com.
I ate some Meat Church last night. Kristen threw it on some chicken with some broccoli and some other stuff. It was great. It was the Holy Gospel.
Nice.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. So what is the main that you're cooking yourself?
I'm glad you asked. My favorite since college, shrimp brochette. My buddy Dave Jimenez, he always did way better for himself than we did. And so he could afford these big old shrimp right out of college when we were all broke. And so he would spend hours taking shrimp, butterflying them open, putting jack cheese and jalapeno in it, wrapping it in bacon and grilling it. And so, I don't know, it's stuck in my head ever since college. And it's my favorite thing to just sit there and pick at and eat. And while it might not sound like a main, if you make 200 of them, it is a main. So that recipe's on our website, and we got a YouTube video on that as well. They're super good.
Monday night, live on Jimmy Fallon, our boy Matt Pittman with a Meat Church Wednesday, brought to you by Mr. Electric. Thank you, brother. Awesome.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
He's so good. Matt Pittman on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, and hopefully y'all enjoy the food talk. I know Brian brought us, man. He's like, I'm just watching more food videos than I am studying tape in terms of breaking down players. All right, we are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Could Baker Mayfield get a contract richer than Dak this offseason? That's next and below the belt right here on The Fan.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not paying Baker Mayfield more than Dak Prescott. Might happen, especially if Jerry Jones is seriously not wanting to rework Dak Prescott's deal. More on Baker Mayfield in just a second. But Jerry Jones did talk out in Mobile, Alabama yesterday, where the Senior Bowl is going on. Stephen Jones talked as well. And Jerry was asked about Dak Prescott's future, his contract. And this has been, Sean, it's your opinion that this has been spun a little bit so far.
Yeah, the headline that they're all going to on TV is basically, I'm the same place I am with him. I'm in the same place I am. To me, that meant and means I have believed in him and I'm going to continue to believe.
I would think so.
And people are trying to spin it as, well, no, I haven't really seen anything different. I haven't seen anything different to make me go ahead and bump up the money or have to pay him right now with $55 or $60 million. You know, when it comes to paying these guys, the only one he's really been truly open about was, that I can think of, correct me if I'm wrong, was Micah. About a year and a half ago, he was like, well, we're going to have to get Micah Parsons done. Micah Parsons, like, we're going to have to give him the world. He's never talked about that similarly with Dak. And the one that I would feel the most disrespected as if I were that player is CeeDee Lamb.
I think he kind of does.
Yeah.
At times. There are times where I think you see some of his frustration early in the year, I think, was like, I'm trying to get my stuff done. You guys haven't got it done yet. Now I'm not being included and we're losing ball games. And I think that's where that frustration comes from.
We asked him about paying Lamb, and he gave and we also asked him about like getting Lamb the ball, and he's like, well, I don't necessarily want to.
I don't know about that.
Spread it out.
Why would I want to?
Why would I want to? Let's get it to the other different options. And he didn't trip over his skis in making it sound like they were so desperate to pay this 88. So on the extension disrespect scale, I'd be the most ticked if I was Lamb, then Dak, then Micah.
Well, let's see if the Tolos interpret the Jerry Jones comments the same way you did as he spoke in Mobile yesterday.
Dak has done nothing to change my mind of any promise for the future. I think I said in the deal that we'd go as far as Dak takes us in the playoffs. Remember that?
Right. How do you
go as far as Dak takes us?
Right. How do you feel he played?
And that's how far we went.
Right. So
so my point is that doesn't change a thing.
Okay.
We'll go as far as Dak takes us.
So
that to me is,
I think I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think that is what he's saying. But it's just there was an opportunity to say it's getting done.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to get it done. And he didn't take it.
Right.
That's more, I'm not taking the national angle where the national angle is trying to say, like, you see the ESPN headlines already this morning where it's like, you know, hasn't changed my mind about the future.
Yeah.
And when you read that out of context and don't know what Jerry has consistently said about, oh, I want Dak to be here for the next decade.
Yeah. You know, the pain in the ass in deciphering Jerry is, I think a lot of times it's done on purpose by him. He did the same exact thing with McCarthy after the Washington game, and our interpretation of it ended up being, I believe, incorrect. When it sounded like he was leaving open the possibility that Mike was not safe. And then the absolute worst case scenario for McCarthy happened against Green Bay, and Jerry still brought him back. So Jerry is either doing this stuff to make it a national talking point, and then he tells Dak or McCarthy, watch this, like, let's just go ahead and have a little bit of fun with it, or he's really thinking about it and then brings back that thought and possibility. Like, he was maybe thinking that McCarthy could go, that's a possibility that it was the case, and he just decided against it. And right now he's like, look, we're going to pay Dak, but when I make this comment, it's going to own TV on a dead day in the middle of the week while we get ready for Super Bowl prep.
He is forever the salesman. Like, in everything that he says, you know, you gotta ask yourself, are you listening to the general manager or the owner of the team? And you know, and if he's saying certain things that are promotional or salesman-y,
Or controversial.
Right. That's generally the owner. Right. That was an owner take. If he says,
like Dak
we're going to go all in. We're going all in. And that's the owner.
Like Dak Prescott right now could know that Jerry Jones is going to pay him and give him his extension. And then Jerry goes and says all this stuff so that we're all talking about him. That would be very Jerry-like.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like you just suggested there, where when he says things about McCarthy, well, maybe McCarthy has an understanding of yeah, hey, I'm just going out there doing this show. Don't worry about it, that kind of thing. I can say with complete confidence that no, McCarthy has not known or felt that behind the scenes whenever Jerry's gone out there and talked. Is that does catch him off guard when that happens.
Yeah.
And so I would imagine it's the same for Dak, especially when Dak was caught off guard by, you're trading for Trey Lance and nobody was going to tell me until here we are. All right, sweet. It is a consistent thing where I think Jerry says, and he has the right to say this, Jerry goes, it stops with me. I am the boss. I don't have to run anything by any of you. This is, I can do whatever I want here. And so it's it's well within his right to do that. Is it necessarily the best thing for morale or other things? That's where you obviously get into a question.
And Jerry tries to spin it as motivation. He felt this way about Amari Cooper. We were talking about this. I think it's long enough from now that no one could prove it was on or off the record.
Oh, this is a segment I want to do into the future. Choppy and I talked about this. We want to do statute of limitations where we enough time has passed. We're going to tell this story that we've been holding on to for a little while.
What did you just say?
I've said what I said. I said, go on, Kent.
I think that Jerry or people within the Cowboys thought that they could spark Amari Cooper a little bit, that they could get him going. When Mike Orvin would come on here and kind of call out Amari, there's two ways to take it, right? Jerry views it as he is a motivator, and we're taking it as you're disrespecting and ticking off your head coach and your quarterback. And a lot of fans, I got a tweet from Batolo saying, I like that they're all walking on pins and needles now. They don't deserve anything else. I like it. They don't deserve to be comfortable. Comfortable got them their ass kicked with another humiliating, embarrassing playoff performance. It just depends on which way. Some people need a smack on the rear end, and some people need a pat on the back. And
everyone's different.
And Jerry, in a lot of these instances, right? Like for me, I'm self-motivated. I don't need you. I don't need your little motivational tactics. Save it for someone else. Save it for someone who's lazy, doesn't care. And Jerry, I think, views it as hey, there's nothing wrong with giving them a little extra drive and motivation and bulletin board material. And some people take offense to it.
Yeah.
He thought wrong on Amari, that's for sure. He thought wrong. As Cliff Tannen would say, you thought wrong, dude.
I don't think Amari took it the wrong way, though. I think Amari would have been happy to stay here and continue to perform, whatever else. It's just you thought wrong if you thought that he wasn't already invested. I think you misinterpreted what his level of investment was, because he doesn't act the way a normal
very zen-like.
He doesn't act the way a normal intense competitor does. He
cerebral.
Is one.
Yeah.
But it's just he's a lot more to himself about it. Amari was very competitive, sometimes with his own coaches, and it caused problems here where, that can happen. He wants to know. Amari didn't just want to know, hey, this is the instruction, do it. Amari wanted to know why, because I know that this is wrong.
One of Jerry's favorite words is ambiguity. That's how he treats a lot of these topics with the media. He loves to use ambiguity to have all of us guess 9 different ways, so it creates 9 different topics, and the Dallas Cowboys are able to go ahead and profit and capitalize despite not getting it done on the field.
Nobody has ever lived in the gray more than Jerry.
Yep.
Jerry loves the gray. That's where it is. Now, if he does decide, hey, we're done here, eventually, when this contract runs out, we're done with Dak Prescott. Or if Dak Prescott decides, I'm tired of this, I don't want to stay around here, or whatever else. If for some reason a divorce is there, you can take that same money and a couple extra bucks, apparently, and invest in Baker Mayfield if you like.
I mean, he's a playoff winner.
Boy, this is significant, though. Joel Corey, who is great salary cap expert that CBS Sports uses. We've had him on here before, former NFL agent, and a guy who still has good connections across the league and has really consistently, either he knows exactly what agents will think and how teams approach, and so he's gotten really good at guessing numbers, or he's still got the connections to give him a tip off of what people are asking for and things like that, because his level of consistency of projecting out what people are going to get is really, really strong. So he wrote an article the other day about how the Bucs are looking to, work this Baker Mayfield contract, which is something we've talked about here of like, what do you do? Do you just do a year? Do you do multiple years? How do you approach it? How much do you pay him? So in this article that he writes about, he starts talking about maybe you take a Derek Carr approach, you do a few different years, whatever else. But he said that his expectation is that Baker Mayfield's side is going to ask for north of Daniel Jones's $40 million annually.
Michael Lombardi brought this up for Fields.
$40 million is what Dak is making right now. So if Dak stays on that contract, Baker Mayfield gets this. It is completely possible Baker Mayfield is making more annually than Dak heading into next year.
Well, he should get more than Daniel Jones. I think he's a better player than Daniel Jones.
Baker.
Yeah. So I have no problem with that. The issue is Daniel Jones should be making that kind of money, and that's going to throw everything off. But I mean, but this is also, is this not part of why it doesn't really matter what you pay these guys if you pay them high, because eventually they're going to be at the bottom anyway.
That's why I view it that way, where I'm just like, just go ahead and do it. Like, knock it out. But the Cowboys would view it from that perspective, as they say, market prices are always going up. It's always going to reset, so it does not matter how long we wait on it. Because when we pay it, it's going to become old in 2 years anyway. So it doesn't matter if we wait.
What's Kirk going to get this year? Goff is up for an extension. Like, they're going to probably extend him. Like, what's his number going to be? Like that's going to play into that. I mean, those two guys, their number probably has way more impact on Dak.
What's Trey Lance going to get,
Shut up. Below the bell right here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Truckright.com text line is always open. Special shout out to the YouTube and Twitch viewers. Man, y'all have been giving us like crazy Baker Mayfield-like numbers. Used to be the other shows might get into the Dak numbers, but we're getting Baker Mayfield-type numbers from YouTube and Twitch. So thank y'all.
Crushing it.
Crushing it. All right, final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Hey.
Choppy has already picked out the next quarterback of the Cowboys with Michael Penix. Now he has the next head coach. Plus Tom Brady on pushing Greg Olsen right off the cliff after this.
Let's get you healthy at Q.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Bobby is excited to go on vacation. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champs. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
You gonna give Peyton more mic time over the next 2 days? You gonna let him sit in my chair?
I'm thinking about it.
Ooh.
I'm thinking about it.
Halo tomorrow, 6:40.
Got to do something at 8:40. A 7:40 was the community news.
I was gonna say somebody's gonna have to do community, or you're gonna
bring
have
back
Life hacks. Yeah, Thursday, life hacks. We can do that again.
No.
Sports match. I'll do a sports match.
We've been joking the last couple weeks, Peyton and I. We're like, during the community segment, we go, now it's time for this. We've joked a couple times that we're like, you should just hit the life hacks intro to
I mean, it's y'all's funeral. You do it.
We wouldn't do the segment.
Go ahead. It's y'all's funeral.
That's
y'all the ones who got it canceled.
That's what. Not
we
y'all.
could do ethical life hacks.
Not y'all. I was not even here that day when that happened. But that
it doesn't all have to be how to poison your sister and get away with it.
That's the biggest regret I have.
Are you a Chiefs fan?
Is that we wasted that great Chris Arnold intro. Now we can't use that anymore.
It was a great intro. All right, around the rest of the National Football League. It sounds like the Commanders got their hearts broken as Ben Johnson, the Lions OC, informed Seattle and Washington he is staying in Detroit. 37 years old, wants to take another shot at bringing a Lombardi to Detroit, and Adam Schefter said his price tag that he wanted probably scared some teams off. And Choppy, you were just gushing and glowing about this guy last night in your prep.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is an opportunity, I think, next year to be able to get him. I know Bobby doesn't think so.
I just don't with this current roster makeup and where Jerry's at. I don't.
That they would go for a first-year guy.
Yeah, I think I've heard from too many people the last time they were looking for a coach, and then this time around when they might have been looking for a coach, every single person I talked to had said they thought there was zero chance Jerry would go for a first-time head coach.
Yeah. So Ben Johnson tells Washington and Seattle, for that matter, because they were the other openings, that thanks but no thanks. Now, you can make the rumor that he told them he wanted $20 million, $25 million a year. Maybe he said that as I like telling them I don't really want the job. I'm going to tell you a number that you will not go after, and because I don't really want to work for you, and I don't want to actually look like I'm not working for you, or I'm saying no. But anyway, I do believe. I think for me, first off, this is bad news because he stays in Detroit, and they're a good team.
Well, good news for the NFC East if you think he's good.
Yeah, I do believe if he gets a quarterback in Washington, he would have been good. It would have been good news for the Cowboys for him to stay out of the NFC East. Now, it's bad news in the sense that Detroit and the Cowboys are both 14-1 right now to win the Super Bowl next year. So you have a really good offensive coordinator that seems to work well with the quarterback, and they're going to be a tough out again.
I look at Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson does a really good job, and he's a really hot name. I think that there is massive bust potential with Ben Johnson as a head coach, though.
Of course there is.
Because he is, if you look at his career resume, where he's at in his career and everything else, it is stunningly similar to Ben Johnson as Arthur Smith. It's the same guy, essentially. Ben Johnson, way above league average, ran the ball in second and long passing situations more than anybody else in the NFL this year.
Oh.
I mean, it is a run heavy, like he does it. This is not, if you're hiring Ben Johnson, you're not getting modern passing game. You're not getting, aggressive down the field options. Now look, running the ball in certain ways that you do can be really effective. Mike McDaniel is a forward-thinking head coach, does a lot of different things, and his pass concepts help complement the run game, and in it, he's able to take advantage of the run and run it really effectively. San Francisco runs the ball really effectively. It's fine as long as you can use the added complements to it, but I think there is a risk of he could go really well, but when we talk about like bust potential with draft prospects, I think there's a bust potential with Ben Johnson as a head coach. He is boom or bust to me.
Now, I could see that. Real quick, though, like, he does have a run-heavy offense, but does he? I mean, who was second in the league in passing yards this year? And they were very, very high in attempts. Like, he had 605 attempts, Goff did. I'm looking at it. The only one with more was Sam Howell. So they also threw the ball more than anybody else, too.
Sounds balanced to me.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, when you talk about second, that's the, like, second and 10 passing situations. If you run the ball more there than anybody else, and I mean, it is significantly higher than the rest of the league, how much they do it. And even though they were ninth in passing attempts this year, they were seventh in rush attempts. They also just ran a lot of plays. They had a lot of long sustaining drives. But either way, I mean, I think that he's good. I personally would be more interested, if we're talking about young offensive coordinators that could explode, I am much more intrigued by Bobby Slowick in Houston than Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson's really good, but I think that what Slowick did, getting Stroud ready to the point that he did with a receiving core that was not considered like a bunch of studs,
yeah,
I think that's a lot more intriguing to me in terms of heading into the future with what the NFL is going to look like.
Bobby Slowick is staying in Houston. What was the story about the plane turning around with Ben Johnson?
So Washington was on their way. They were in, I don't know, they were like over Xenia, Ohio or something on the way to Detroit.
Xenia, huh?
Yeah. And they were, I mean, I don't know that it was there, but they were on their way to Detroit to meet with him, and he let them know while they're on the plane, yeah, turn around, go home. I'm not taking the job. And they turned right around. And apparently there was some bitter feelings in Washington, like, dude, you couldn't have told us before we all jumped on a plane, and now we're turning the thing around. Okay, all right, cool, understood. I think the exact quote they gave was "bet." I think that's what they said. Yeah.
What's that from? What made you? I know the phrase, but
I don't. I mean, it's what people say.
You've been saying that more often now lately than ever before. I've
said it for 13 years.
The numbers are out for Harbaugh: 5 for 80 at 16 a year.
5 for 80. Oh God,
about $1 million a game. And you know what?
Good work if you can
worth
get
it. Worth it. He's worth it. He will be worth it. And he's going to win a Super Bowl there. I'm convinced of it.
Okay.
He's a good head coach.
A lot of people.
He's a really good head coach.
A lot of people love him, no doubt about it, and he's been a winner basically everywhere. Tom Brady basically confirming he is going to Fox for next season to broadcast games, and Greg Olsen is getting pushed out of the booth. Here is Brady on the Pat McAfee show talking about taking over the number one spot.
I've been out to Fox Studios a few times and done some really dry runs with Kevin, who's tremendous at what he does. I'm super excited to join an amazing team. Rich Russo and Richie Zions. You know, we've talked a lot about football. We've talked a lot about how I see the game. And I think Greg's done an incredible job. I have so much respect for him, how he approaches his job. He's super prepared in what he does. I think he does an incredible job every time he's on. I love listening to him. And I'm just going to go in there and do the best I can do with my own perspective.
So it's a little awkward. The fact that he's sitting here having to like praise Olsen, who Olsen had said consistently, like, I'm going to make it as difficult as possible for him to take his job. And then Burkhardt last year had given some quotes like, look, we got a good thing going here. Why would you mess it up? It's like, gosh, this is really uncomfortable. Now Brady's having to come in and just basically like, yeah, so excited to come in here and shake things up for a crew that clearly isn't totally thrilled with having to break up
Very
here.
strange. It's a very strange situation.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do with Olsen. Like, he's not going to make the money. He's going to go back down to $1 million a year.
So apparently, according to the big lead, his Fox deal pays him $10 million a year. That will drop to $3 million if he's not their number one color guy. So he's going from 10 to 3. A renegotiation is almost certain to happen, but making him take a $7 million pay cut seems to be an insult.
I just don't think Brady's going to be great at this either.
Mike Tirico said he's going to be great. He's going to be fantastic. He said that about Belichick. He said if Belichick goes into broadcasting, there was someone else that was praising Brady. Oh, I'm excited for it.
I think he's very interesting when he wants to talk about ball. There's a little bit of, and I think he's the greatest of all time. I've always been a big Brady fan. I thought people hated on him too much. I do feel like there's a little A-Rod energy there at times. Like, it's almost like you're so separated from just normal, and you've been so separated for so long that I don't know how relatable or real or how easy it is for people to connect with the way that you deliver things.
I think he's going to be good. I think he is way more real than A-Rod is. I think he's got that undercover edge that, is in there. And we're going to see it come out.
I think his personality is much better than A-Rod's. I have no idea.
He's going to instantly be better than Romo.
I don't think he'll be better than Peyton, though. I think Peyton doing his separate broadcast, when I hear Peyton talk about the game, I don't think he's going to match that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton comes at it strictly from the quarterback perspective.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally rooting for both offenses just to dominate. And, like, he gets visibly upset and shaken when there's a bad throw or a bad read made.
Look, the goal when you're paying this amount of money for Tom, what is it, 30 or 35 or something?
37.5.
You're trying to find the next Madden. Greg Olsen is not the next Madden. We already know that. That's etched in stone. Greg Olsen is better. Very good.
I mean, look, he is.
You are the biggest announcer hater I've ever met.
Nobody has ever watched the game because of an announcer.
But I'm not arguing that whatsoever.
He's tremendous. Olsen's tremendous. Like, because he's
good. He's solid. There's nothing special about it.
I think he's the best one going without question. He's the only one that has taken time to learn the game the way it's done now. None of the other guys have. They just complain about, well, it wasn't the way it was in my day. I'd take the points. I'd kick. I'd punt. They don't listen and they don't learn how the game is managed today.
Greg Olsen also goes.
They complain about how it's done
too
today.
frequently. Greg Olsen does go the opposite way, though. Like, there's got to be a happy medium.
What's your problem with Madden?
I love Madden.
You said Olsen's better than Madden.
Yeah, I mean, Madden was just he was a caricature, right? His insight at the end was just not what it was at the in his prime.
I have no idea.
He was more interested in turkey.
Okay.
Is that a fat joke?
Well,
no, it's turkey.
My point is Greg Olsen, to me, he can never be a superstar. He's good. He's very solid. And they're going to see if Tom Brady can be a superstar in the booth like Peyton Manning probably would have been.
They will flip like that on you, though.
Oh, yeah.
My gosh, yesterday, the amount of when this Brady story came out, the amount of stuff I saw on my timeline from Cowboys fans were like, thank God, get Greg Olsen out of here. I can't stand him. It's like a year ago, everybody was talking about how awesome he is. And he's just like, wow, he doesn't try too hard.
Because he did a lot of Cowboy games, and he started
the Cowboys were dominating.
Yeah.
Well, the Cowboys were kicking ass this year, and DFW still turned on it.
Yeah.
Like, just same thing with Romo. We turned on Romo. I mean, being an announcer like that.
They've turned on Aikman. Like, Cowboys fans hate Aikman as a broadcaster now.
Yeah.
Like, they'll accuse him of being disloyal because he doesn't just, like, slobber all over the Cowboys all the time.
I'm really Brady has been very loud, like, on the style of game, saying defenses are getting screwed. I think his opinion there. I'm waiting for it to come out to see what else Bill Belichick muzzled him over.
Were you surprised Witten wasn't good?
I don't know. I didn't really have an opinion.
Because I thought he was going to be good, and that's why I guess like I'm looking at it a little more like on Brady now, going like, okay, like the personality does matter and the way to communicate does matter, and not just like are you football smart? Because Jason Witten was was a football savant.
Yeah,
and it's just I do wonder about that because it just seems like even him talking to McAfee yesterday, it doesn't feel like it feels like there's a little bit of a wall up.
Yeah, always measured.
Yes, and I don't know that that's the fit for the broadcast.
Yeah, but these color commentators, you're not supposed to be this wild, crazy personality.
Not wild and crazy, but like have some sort of personality that you
He
can
will.
connect
He'll
to.
have a better personality than Romo. I guarantee you that. He won't be a cheese ball. He won't be a corny cheese ball that gets lost like in the moment being generic. I guarantee you. He'll be more like than Collinsworth, I believe.
You don't think Brady's going to say that's the game? Like when there's a fumble in the first quarter, like game's over. We're done, I guess. Like it's over.
Is that what Tony said?
It wasn't the first quarter, but in the when Zay Flowers fumbled with 15 minutes left in the game, he goes, that's the game. And it's like, no.
There's still a lot of time left.
Jim. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, what does it mean that Jerry Jones said? Does anyone believe? What does it mean? And does anyone believe Jerry Jones talking about going all in? And how ticked is Mike McCarthy going to be after what Jerry said about Belichick yesterday? Next on The Fan. But how ticked off are you?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. It looked like Kevin Hagelin used the comp day on a Tuesday.
Very odd. Now, I have long held the belief that Tuesday is the actual only working week of the week, working day of the week. Monday, I mean, it's still the weekend, right? Monday.
Not really.
But everybody's got the Mondays. You're not really in it on Monday. You're half the time your brain's out of it on a Monday.
Right.
Tuesday, you hit your stride. Wednesday is hump day. And then hump day, you can see, it's like, okay, kind of over the hump. Thursday, everyone knows that you're probably either A, already seeing the weekend because you can see it from there, or B, coming off a ladies' night. So that's always a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Friday, obviously, nobody does anything on Friday. Half the people skip out of work at 5 hours early.
Right.
I know Bassick works on Friday until about 11:30.
Yeah.
All right. So I've long held the contention that the only day of the week that companies actually do get 110% out of their employees is on a Tuesday.
I don't know about you, Sean. I would assume you're the same. I work all 5 days a week. I put in all the effort 5 days a week. Yes, I do.
Not this week.
I do it for 4 hours, not 4.5. But
Yeah, not this week because Bobby is going on a little mini vacay right after the show.
Yep. And today we're going to be in the car all day long. That's why we had to do the princess
lovely.
party this weekend for Laura's little princess tea party with her little princess friends, was because today is her birthday. She turns 8 today.
Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday. And so we're going to be in the car all day because of that. So she's not going to get like normal birthday thing, but we're pulling them out of school early and then going.
So last year you did Arkansas for the trip.
Yep.
And this year you're going where?
Seaside, Florida, which is
Okay.
going to be cold.
Is it?
Coldish. Too cold to get in the water. It's going to be like 65.
What made you decide on Florida?
We just there's friends who have like this like Airbnb house over there, and they just were like, "Hey, here's some dates where you guys can jump and take it if you want." And so we were like talking to the kids about it, and they're like, "Yeah, we want to do it." So we're
So what's on the
jumping and going.
itinerary?
I don't know. That's Kristen's area. So I do what I'm told. in
And the
some
drive
respect.
is how long?
12 hours. So we're going 8.5 today to Hattiesburg, and then we're gonna stay at a hotel in Hattiesburg tonight, get up tomorrow morning, and drive to Seaside.
So of all the cities between here and Seaside, Florida, that you could have spent the night,
so
you
this was very
Brett
calculated.
Favre's backyard.
This was very calculated, and
He's going to show
the
support
right,
for DeSantis and Favre.
No, very
on the trip.
calculated and the right decision, because I'm trying to drive most of it. So obviously I could have stopped somewhere in Louisiana or something like that early, but you're talking about going through the options in Mississippi and Alabama to stop to get most of the way and have a short drive tomorrow morning. They were not great. Jackson is not like a better option than Hattiesburg. There's a bunch of like Mississippi and Alabama don't have these like giant cities throughout them where it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot here. There's hotels you can stay at. Hattiesburg was 100% the right call. I
Couldn't stay in
investigated.
Mobile. You couldn't stay in Oxford.
I could not stay in Mobile during Senior Bowl week.
How
All
about
the
Oxford?
the hotel rates were insane this week because of
Go
that.
stay at Ole Miss.
Seaside is a small resort community known for its late 20th century new urbanist design.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yep, I knew that when I booked it.
Anything else?
Sounds about white.
Anything else you're gonna do there? You're gonna lay out on the beach, you just chill, pool action. Restaurants.
Look, the carb intake is gonna be insane because I plan on eating a lot of cereal this week.
And drinks.
Of course, I just said I was gonna eat cereal, didn't I?
Oh, okay. There you go.
Biloxi? You could have said Biloxi.
I'm telling you, Hattiesburg was the play, Chop. Go look them up. Look them up in terms of hotels and everything else. That is the play. It was 100%.
So you're coming back Sunday.
Yes. So I've actually already told Chris, I was like, we need to plot out a stop somewhere for about an hour so I can open up the laptop and actually send my prep email in the middle of the day because it's a 12-hour drive.
Just
I'm going to be saving stuff before then.
You think he's going to be offline? No way.
No,
Will you be
no.
able to unplug?
Probably not.
And
but-
just do it in the car while she's driving.
He's gonna let a woman drive. This guy.
What is so funny?
This guy.
He took
You
that
think
the
he's
wrong
gonna let her
way.
drive?
He was thinking something different there.
No.
You think? No. It's exactly what you think. It's,
Hook up a hot spot.
I will be driving, Sean.
Wow. Is she a bad driver?
I mean, I think you
Ask
just
God. Jeez Louise. All right. 877-881-1053. Let's get you out of here without getting you in trouble. Here on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones saying that the Cowboys, this is Jerry's attempt to get us. I usually fall for it. I'm not going to fall for it this offseason. But the big motto, the big mantra is we will be going all in. I would say that you will see us this coming year, not build for it in the future. We're going all in. I know how to disrupt and understand disruption. These are the buzzwords. The buzzwords that he sat down with Cowboys PR said all in and disruption. So that is Jerry Jones attempting to convince us that it's going to be a very aggressive, different Cowboys offseason. Unless you think all in is just throwing a lot of money at your own guys, which I don't consider that all in.
No, that's not all in to me at all. And I think he said, like he talked about, like you will see us go after free agents. That was one of the things he talked about yesterday. Now, to what level that free agent is obviously in the eye of the beholder. Like, I mean, the Mavericks every year would tell us like, yeah, we went out and made moves, baby. We signed DeLon Wright. Told y'all we would do something.
Right.
And you're like, okay, that's not what any of us had in mind, dude, and you knew it. So Jerry may be telling us that they're going to go get the NFL version of DeLon Wright. Yeah. I don't know. But either way, it does sound like they want to at least kind of play in those waters a little bit.
I'm going to give you some names. Just, obviously guys get re-signed and all that. But
write them down.
Just in case they were going all in. Big game hunting.
All in, baby.
Chris Jones, Kirk Cousins, Josh Allen in Jacksonville, T. Higgins, Brian Burns in Carolina, Madubuike.
Oh, I love Justin Madubuike.
Madubuike, sorry. Christian Wilkins, Antoine Winfield Jr., Jalen Johnson, L'Jarius Sneed, whose name we did not talk about nearly enough this week. He made the biggest play, arguably, of the entire conference championship weekend in terms of stripping Zay Flowers. Michael Pittman, Danielle Hunter, Mike Evans, Tyron Smith, Leonard Williams, Hollywood Brown. These are some of the names that are out there for this free agent class.
And one you didn't put in there that I would be very interested in is Patrick Queen, the linebacker in Baltimore, who there's a good chance that he goes. Now, there's a lot of people who felt like Patrick Queen only became Patrick Queen when Roquan Smith got traded for. Like when Roquan Smith got there and put on the green dot and was able to kind of control things, that's when he was able to play freer and just do what he does. So does he necessarily help you if he doesn't have somebody here kind of, holding his hand or helping direct him a little bit? Or did he just happen to come into his own when that happened? I really like Patrick Queen as linebacker. I'd be interested in him. And obviously, I mean, Chris Jones is a monster. If you could get a guy like Chris Jones, that'd be great. I think that the names we end up seeing are going to be more, who's the value? Who's Randall Cobb? Who is Stephon Gilmore? Who's the guy who it's like, it's not going to break the bank, but it's a name, and you think they still have a little bit left in the tank? That's what I would guess they do.
All right. And now, what about McCarthy? Why is he back? Why did you bring back Mike McCarthy after what happened against Green Bay?
I thought the best decision to have the continuity that Mike brings. When I look at the job he's done over the last 4 years, I can point to some real positives, not the least of which are his 12-win seasons. I think we certainly have made improvement in areas. I think Dak, for instance, right at a key spot there with Dak. Dak has improved since Mike has been here, and I think we can look forward to that improvement. There's more there to get in terms of Dak's improvement. Quote Mike, and the evidence points to that. And so with more to get there, more pluses on Dak, that impacts a lot of the other things we're doing right now with our decisions we're making. So it all made sense to have him back.
So, as we suspected, Jerry was going to rely on Dak's season and elevation with McCarthy versus Kellen.
But not enough to just already also commit to, I'm going to pay to keep him here. So you're going to bank on that as you're like, here's the proof. Here's the reason why you should have optimism, but not nearly optimistic enough that I already have this contract done or will fully commit to having it done either.
Trucker.com text line real quick. I want Queen too, but 18 to 19 million a year as a projected salary. Is that the projected? That seems high.
Probably somewhere between, without having seen 20. It, somewhere between 15 and 20. But I mean, look, you gotta, good players get paid. I'm sorry, they cost money.
No, but I mean, can this team like?
And I'm not saying that to you. Yeah, I'm not saying that to you.
Afford it?
Yeah, you can make it work. If you want to, you can make it work.
You can make anything work,
but you lose a lot of depth.
Look, if I say all in, if that's what I'm telling you is I'm saying I'm going all in, then 18 to 19 million and the switches you have to flip and kicking the can down the road and the financial hurt you're going to take down the road. That's what I think all in means. Now, that probably doesn't mean that to Jerry, but I'm just saying that when I hear all in, I think of, I will do anything this year, regardless of financial impact into the future potentially hurting me, to make sure it happens now. That's what I think of when I hear that phrase.
And then for some reason, Jerry decided to really sound like he loved and thought about Bill Belichick. Jory Epstein from Yahoo pressed him, and he responded like this: I know him personally, and I like him. There's no doubt in my mind we could work together. None. I repeat, none. He's a friend, and I want to make it real clear. I wouldn't have any problem working with him. What do you think of your Mike McCarthy reading that?
Mike is fine from the standpoint that if he wins a playoff game or two, he knows he'll be back, and he knows if he doesn't, he'll be gone anyway. So I don't know that this changes his philosophy, his ability to his day-to-day operation, what he's going to do.
I think Mike McCarthy puts on a tougher...
And you know what Jerry's response could be? He'd be like, I don't care how mad you get. It's like when your kid does something.
Oh, I don't think it's what it could be. I think that's his response. I don't care if
you're
it makes
lucky
you
you're
mad.
here.
Mm-hmm.
You're lucky you're still here.
Honestly, I think that's what it is. So I think for the gruff exterior that Mike McCarthy puts out there, I think naturally this would bug him. Like, I mean, what are like?
We'll know if he calls into Rich Eisen.
Just like, for instance, think about like, for let's take our own jobs. If somebody were to, just talk about, like for instance, if Gavin Spittle were to give interviews to Barrett Sports Media and say, oh, I think I could definitely work with Randy Galloway in the morning. Like, yeah, I could do that.
Right.
What are you talking about? Like, I mean, you'd be like, what are you doing? What are you talking about right now? Why? Yeah. And not just once. If he just said it repeatedly about multiple different people, you'd be like, what's going on here? Yeah. What message are you sending to me here?
Right.
And Mike McCarthy, as a human, has to feel like, what are you sending? What message are you sending to me here? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to be here and be the guy to lead this team or not?
How bad is the Corey Seager injury news? We'll talk about it as we crosstalk with KMC on the home of the World Series champs next. But let me get you set.
to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece with that look from Kevin Hagelin.
Can you tell me how the chorus of this song goes?
Something, na 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 na.
Mama, ooh,
That's a very different
I don't
song.
want to die.
That's a very different song.
Is it Help Me?
Yeah, but what happens before that?
I don't know.
Or
I
after
want to.
that?
I don't know.
You like an animal.
What is
That's what it
do to you
is.
in an animal?
I don't know
way?
any words. I just know how it goes.
Okay.
Boy, I tell you, Sean in the car, it's great because we're sitting here listening to music and the song come on, he'll go.
And then you know what? He'll keep
Drives
doing
my wife
that.
crazy.
He'll keep doing that for the next 2 hours because then it gets stuck in his head, and so then he'll just be doing it continuously.
Did you have a reason for asking that, or are you just trying to get me in trouble saying it on the radio?
I just wanted to see if you knew and see how much of it you would say.
Okay. No, I don't know.
I don't even know the song.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
It's a good song.
What is it?
Okay.
No, I'm dead serious. What is it?
You're trying to get us to say, Bobby, you listen to more music than any of us, so shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Corey, what's coming up?
I don't think that I know the name of that song, and I know that song.
Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't even know.
Closer.
He's saying he doesn't even know the
9 Inch
song.
Nails?
No, I don't know that.
You know?
That's wild.
Dude,
That's a very well-known
No,
song.
alternative rock, like that whole thing. That's the biggest blind spot I have.
Okay.
In music.
Yeah, because you have an eclectic listening.
Like, I don't think I could tell you a Pearl Jam song that I've heard. I remember somebody made some reference to
Neither
Gavin.
can anybody else in the last 20 years.
Somebody made a reference to
I mean, they're from 40 years ago. So absolutely.
I was talking to a guy on Saturday who went to the Pearl Jam concert out at Dickies Arena the other night.
Wow.
And we were talking about our how I've never seen them and everything, and I was like, yeah, I got a weird connection to Pearl Jam, and he was like, yeah, what's that? And I was like, Jeremy lived 2 houses down.
Yeah.
And he was like, what? I was like, yeah, Jeremy lived. I knew him growing up. He was my best friend.
I do understand that, Joe.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird situation. Anyway,
Sean, do you know what Pearl Jam is?
Kevin, stop, dude.
Yeah, it's a musical group.
Look it up.
No, don't look it up.
Oh,
Don't.
is this like
what do you
negging?
I think it's begging.
Pearl Jam.
Yeah, really don't Google it.
Pearl Jam is an American rock band formed in Seattle.
You might not want to just read these out loud.
That they are.
What's that other website? Is this where
Urban Dictionary?
Urban
Yeah, is that what I
Dictionary.
need to do?
There you go.
Is he really doing this right now?
I just don't read immediately.
Make Peyton read it.
We had a very sports-heavy crosstalk yesterday.
A pearl-colored.
Yep, that's good.
The consistency of.
Oh my god!
I thought that was okay. I thought it was a form of jewelry.
No,
I mean, it could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean,
Corey,
Yep.
will you please tease?
Ross Tucker joins us at 11 o'clock today. Westwood One current CBS Sports and Westwood One NFL analyst will have him on at 11. And also, the one thing at noon, the one thing we can do in Vegas that players can't do. And so we'll dive in on a little bit of what we're hanging out and what we're going to be planning on doing in Vegas.
Not prostitution.
You
not
guys
legal
have to get
in
up
city
as
limits.
early as y'all do in Oxnard, right? Is it the same time?
same time. 2:30ish.
And go back for all the interviews.
See, in our when we're in Oxnard, we usually meet at like 7:15 and then head over to the place. We're gonna have
Be a
to be
little
up
bit
at
earlier.
6:45.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to be leaving at 6:45 to get.
I don't think you're going to get sympathy from them, right?
6:45. You understand what time that is, guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's an hour before our show ends.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's gonna be a blast. I'm looking forward to it and all that stuff.
All right.
I'm going to be a good boy in Vegas this year. I'm not going to have any
You talk
problems.
big. You're the biggest talker.
I just said I'm not going to have problems.
You'll go day on, day off, day on, day off. You say you're going to rage all the time. And
I
then
just said I'm not going
you'll
to do
be-
anything wrong.
Yeah. Well, you have your wife with you. So you're going to be on lock.
I'll be doing a lot of right. You know what I mean?
Oh, my God.
You're gonna go find a swingers club or anything?
Oh, my Lord.
Chop, you got any recommendations?
On a swingers club? No, I don't know anything about swingers clubs out there.
Mom, I'll see you soon.
Damn! Wow!
No,
I think you hit the wrong button. I think you hit the wrong button
It's
there.
not okay.
Did you guys have the discussions with your significant others over having them come on this trip?
No. Should I have? I don't
know.
We talked
My
about
wife
her
wanted to
coming
go.
out for spring training because it feels like a little bit more laid back.
Yeah.
I did not
I
ask
feel like
her.
Super Bowl week's intense.
Yeah.
There's there's so many interviews. I'm pretty exhausted by the time the show's done anyway. But like Oxnard, we were there
From that 6:45.
Yeah, from that 6:45 wake up. It's just insane.
Terrible, man. How do you do it?
When we're in Oxnard, it's kind of laid back. You get done, you can go hang out on the beach or whatever, and we had a lot of fun. Adrian had a blast when she came out there, but she was only there for a few days.
Yeah.
But
Well,
Vegas,
what's the difference?
Vegas is like it's intense. There's a lot going on.
When's the last time you've been?
To Vegas? I guess Mayweather Maidana 2 when Kevin and I
That was
went.
the only time I'd ever been.
Yeah,
It was
we
neat.
I was like, all right, let's just go do Vegas, Kevin. So we just walked around and did that the first night, and then we went to the fight the next night. It was awesome.
People ask you if you want to see naked people so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Like the second we stepped out of our hotel, they were like, "Come see strippers. We have a limo."
What is the answer? No, I don't want to see naked people. Like I generally
If it's
just
not
want to
free.
Did you hear Mike's story about being at a club and
Oh my gosh.
the dancer walked up to him and started talking to him? And
Mike went to a strip club?
Yeah, this is long ago. And she said, he said, "Where are you from?" And she said, "Panama." And he goes, "Oh, Rolando Blackman's from Panama." And he said, then she walked away.
He did.
Jerry West had his name on a board because that's what a real GM does. And I bet your manager has all the strippers' names on the board.
Yeah.
And he knows your pros and cons. And your
He
strengths
knows
and
the ones
weaknesses.
over at Cheetahs
Yeah.
and Sapphire.
Because just in case there's a
Jaguars.
transaction opportunity, he needs to know.
And the Spearmint Rhino, your GM has to know all the girls.
Yeah.
But they are going to fly him in. They're flying him in this week.
Oh yeah, and yes, and yeah,
This is
Thursday
18
night.
week, boys and girls.
The dresses are so small; it's tough to walk around. Yeah, it's tough to walk around.
Yeah, I don't know if your wife's listening. This is the
She knows.
discussion.
She knows what I've experienced in Vegas, and that I'm a loyal husband. So
Okay.
she knows that I'm not going to do anything stupid.
Last time we were in Vegas, I really liked when we were leaving on Sunday and you got to see all those people outside the hotel who regretted their decisions. And I was just like, it was time for us to go home from a work trip. And there were many people that I was like, oh no, you made some poor decisions.
Oh, you
last
want to
night,
people
didn't
watch. They said the strip at night. No. 9 o'clock the
In the
next
morning,
morning
yeah.
is on Sunday morning. That is the time to people watch.
It's like a WinStar when you wake up and you're supposed to be, right? You're going to the buffet for your breakfast before you leave. And then you're like, am I going to be this person to play this game right now? My last hurrah.
Yeah, the desperate attempt.
You're going to win all your money back
Yeah,
right there. Yeah.
I've done that.
Would you see somebody with their suitcase in hand and they drop $10 on 11 on roulette, just trying to hit one thing, so they could come back remotely solvent? That's where it's at.
After the $5 charge, you go and get that one last withdrawal. Not $5 charge.
It's 11 now.
Is it?
The average
Oh my
Vegas
gosh.
ATM fee is $11.
Take a shirt with 2 pockets in it. All right. In your right pocket is the money you leave your house with, and your left pocket is the money you win. Once the money in your right pocket is gone, stop gambling.
Is that a Dave Ramsey thing?
Come back with your left pocket. That's my grandpa told me a long time ago, and I've always come back either even or up. So I'm pretty
Were
good.
they pearl snap pockets?
I mean, buttons are fine.
That happens to be right. I
Zippers,
think
yeah, that's
pearl
fine.
snap's the way to go.
Will
jam
you
pockets?
gamble at all?
Sure.
Okay.
I like to gamble.
What's your
It's-
game?
It's fun to watch Kevin because he'll go stand at a table and watch people play, or stand at a computer and watch people play, and he'll go, "They're playing the game wrong."
Oh,
and then
they
he'll sit
were.
down after they get up and
All
win.
math.
Yeah.
So what's your game to play? Have you done the math on what has the best odds to win?
I like blackjack.
Okay.
You played
Ah,
Wheel
card
of
counter.
Fortune? Was it Wheel of Fortune you were playing? The big computer game? You
Yeah.
looked like you like that one
There's
too.
a big thing with slot machines that I don't think people take advantage of this deficiency enough is it will show you, like, if you're doing a wheel-based game, it'll show you how many spins it's been since the last like big hit for the wheel. People don't take advantage of
No,
that
they don't
enough.
take advantage of that. They don't take advantage of the blackjack rules of some casinos. Like some casinos have like really bad blackjack rules. They have no surrender, or there's a few of them. They're usually the high limit ones where the dealer has to stay on a soft 17. That's a good rule. But they have to hit soft 17. Terrible rule,
Advantage
right?
you.
Stay away from those. You want double decks instead of 6 stacks.
You want 3-2 blackjack instead of 6-5.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And most tables in Vegas right now are 6 to 5.
They're almost all 6 to 5. Unless you go high limit.
Yeah.
High limit, you could get you better rules, but you're going to have to pay for it.
You think it's better for you that you're not going, given this losing streak you've been on?
No, because I got to win eventually. I can't lose forever, right?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if that is the right.
I might go to Windsor
Famous last words, man.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
One day I'll tell you, maybe out there, my what's the game where is it roulette? What's the game with the spins?
Yeah, the roulette.
Yes. I'll tell you my strategy on that, and you will you'll judge me very
Oh,
poorly.
I like it.
You'll,
good strategy.
You'll laugh. Corey Seager underwent surgery to address a left sports hernia. You guys, off-season Ranger depressed, or are you putting that off to the side because you're still basking in the championship?
You know what made me feel oddly a little bit better about that is they're like, it happened during the playoffs.
And I think you saw it when it happened.
Yeah.
I think we all remember
He's
seeing him wince, and he played through it anyway.
But I'm still on that high. Like, I'm still pumped. We won the freaking World Series.
And you have a lot. I know.
But do you think we're holding Chris Young in the front office less accountable because of that?
Definitely.
Yes, and he gets a pass because he won the damn World Series. So like you get 5 years. I guess nowadays it's become an even shorter period for a lot of people. You get about 5 years when you win a championship to redo something and go after it. But the key for me that I keep looking back at is I know it seemed like a struggle to win the World Series, even though they did it pretty quickly.
Should have gone all in.
And I know that we haven't signed a bunch of people yet, but they just won the World Series with most of the team that's coming back. You have 4. You're adding an outfielder that you have from minor leagues that's probably going to be a stud this year. So you have that to go along with it. You're missing pitching, and that's pretty much it. And you invested in a lot of relief pitchers.
But
So
who was like the guy over the last 6 to 8 weeks of the season as a pitcher for them?
Jordan Montgomery.
Evaldi.
It was not Evaldi the last 6 to 8 weeks. It was Montgomery. It was Montgomery at the end of the season.
I want Jordan
And
Montgomery.
they are probably going to walk away from him.
Yeah.
And that is very, as we were talking about earlier, that's very Marlington Rangers behavior. That's what I'm calling them.
They have it seems like very strong opinions about what his future looks like.
But the other
that holds up
Mavs
this
did with
contract.
Jalen Brunson too.
But the other thing about that is he was a guy that you got at the middle of the season. You can still make a trade at mid-season if you think A, you're a contender, or B, you're that far away.
The Rangers have strong opinions on Jordan Montgomery?
Yes, they do.
Anti?
I mean, he's not signed, is he?
Well,
he's not signed because
are they handcuffed financially?
Is that
I don't
all
know.
there is to it?
Are you teasing a segment time? Or have you already talked about it?
Oh, we've talked about it in the past. I believe that the Rangers have concern. Not me. The Rangers have concerns about his body type and how it projects out for the next 5 years. Not me.
They are, though.
Yeah, it's look, he's never been loved in the sport based on his he doesn't strike enough guys out, or they don't think that his spin rates are going to be able to get enough guys out and miss enough bats. But sooner or later, the guy's going to wind up being in the league 10 years, and he's still going to have a mid-3 ERA or better.
And 30 games
and
a
30
year.
He starts 30 games a year. Sooner or later, you've got to just look at it and be like, yeah, this guy can just pitch.
But it's kind of the opposite of what Peyton just said, right? Is a lot of people are waiting. They're like, well,
Sooner
just
or later,
eventually he'll fail.
Yeah, when he's 38 years old,
Yeah.
his arm falls off. Oh, see, I told you.
he
I
wouldn't
told
make
you
it.
so.
All right, Bob, enjoy Mississippi.
Bye, Bob.
Can't wait. Also had a Brett Favre for y'all.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Bobby will be back on Monday. We're back tomorrow. It's the K and C Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, when did you realize there was no farm for your old dog? That's not where it was going at all. Your dog was no more among the living. All right, that's the question I have. We'll probably talk about other sportsy things in just 1 second as well. But 877-881-1053, that's one of the questions we're starting off with. We got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Alec Medford, as Mike has now taken his retaliatory day off.
Is that what
Because I took the day off yesterday. I do believe that's in his contract where nobody could ever have a day off if he does not.
Get one off very close to that time.
Yeah.
And that's why usually if he takes the week off before us, it's okay with him. He's like, oh, that's fine if y'all take the week off.
Exactly.
There was one day it was like, hey, I'm off tomorrow. Like, we were on air and he was like, hold on, what? And I was like, yeah, we've known about this for a while. And he was like, I didn't know about this.
I mean, I think part of the reason is sometimes Mike just takes days off and doesn't feel the need to share. Like, I think about years ago when he was still on the G-Bag Nation and they were asking, like, who's working on Christmas Eve and who's not. And he just looked at everyone. He's like, well, I'm not working. It's a holiday. And they were like, oh, okay. Did you tell everybody? No, it's a holiday. Why would I work? And we're like, this is an adult business.
You have to let people know.
You just need to let somebody know that you're not going to be there.
And yes, Kevin, he did not have a rehab day. There were people asking yesterday. Kevin, I'll be very honest.
Oh, no.
We didn't really acknowledge very often that you weren't with us yesterday. We did the show the way we do and then kept your drug addiction out of the whole conversation.
No, that is not. I just took a day off to spend with the wife and the kiddo because we're going to be out of town next week. Simple as that. All right. I do have a sports question here as well. Although, if you want to talk more about learning the cold, hard facts about your dog, that's fine as well. It could be for the better. It could be for the worse. Which Cowboys were you wrong about this season? 877-881-1053. Let us know about that. Or you can still talk about the dog thing.
No, not after that text. I don't think I was wrong about any of them. I was right about every single one of them this year.
You were right about Brandon Aubrey and Deron Bland.
Yeah, I saw Brandon Aubrey kick, and I was like, he'll be all right.
You saw that?
He'll be just fine.
And you're like, he's going to be just fine.
No, yeah. I mean, I was right about Brian Hanger.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I was wrong about Tony Pollard because it never developed. And what I mean here is, like, I figured early in the season, I felt he was coming back too early. I thought Terrence Steele was coming back too early, and that they still needed some time to work it out. That being said, at some point in the middle of the season, I was like, okay, there's Tony Pollard, and the run game still never got going, and I still have lots of problems with the offensive line. Hopefully we find a new center this offseason. And that's kind of where I feel about it. But Tony Pollard never turned back into the blow it away, run away from everybody running back that we'd seen in previous years.
All right. So you did much better than I did because I had a list of 9 Cowboys that I was wrong about. Some for the good, some for the bad. Do you want to know the ones that were better than I thought or the ones that were worse?
Let's go with the worst.
All right. You mentioned Tony Pollard. That for sure. I thought he was going to be like, hey, I got a franchise tag, but I still want to make all of the money on my long-term deal, so let's make this happen, and it didn't happen. So I was definitely wrong about Tony Pollard. He was worse than I thought. Same thing with Jalen Tolbert. All right. Last year, I didn't buy into it. I was like, yeah, we'll see. This year, I believed in the Jalen Tolbert fever and enthusiasm. Everyone's like, oh, they're using him more. The routes look better. The connection is there with Dak, and on and on and on. And then he caught 22 passes for 268 yards. And I kept waiting. I'm not saying he's a bad player. Like, you saw him in spots. You're like, oh, yeah, that was a good catch, or that was a good route, or whatever. But I thought he was going to be a bigger deal to make the decision to move on from Michael Gallup super easy. And you might think that decision's super easy to make anyway. But I was thinking like Jalen Tolbert would ascend to like what people hoped Michael Gallup would be able to do. He did not. So I was wrong about that. And then two more, Deuce Vaughn and Mozzie Smith. Deuce Vaughn was the Kevontae Turpin of the year before in terms of we got all these big plans and we're going to do all this and that. And then we actually used him very, very sparingly. And then Mozzie Smith, I was wrong just in terms of I thought, well, surely a first-round pick at a position you could use would be able to get off the bench.
Yeah. Let me hit Vaughn real quick. I didn't think you were going to get anything out of him this year, and you got an awesome touchdown run out of him in the preseason. So
yeah, you did.
I guess I was wrong about that. But no, you got exactly what I was expecting you to get out of Deuce Vaughn for the simple fact that he's a rookie, a low draft pick, and I felt it was gonna take time for the Cowboys to say, hey, this actually could be beneficial to us. He understands everything. Mozzie, I was definitely wrong about. And in terms of, I thought by the end of the season, he would add something to his plate. And that plate's still empty for me. So being able to control the middle of the offensive line, that's what I want to see from our two defensive tackles. And he didn't control it. And he was still slow to get off the snap. And he was still, a little behind on some of the physicality that I expected. He's strong. He should be able to handle grown men right now in that area. And it didn't work out the way that I thought it would.
From the 214-972, Tony Pollard, I thought he would blow up, and it didn't happen. From the 817, somebody was with me, Deuce. From the 682, now we go to the ones that were better than I thought. I was definitely wrong about Tyron Smith. I thought he'd never play as many games as he did this last year. Tyron Smith is at the top of my list of players that I was wrong about, and this one was for the better. Tyron Smith played more and played better than I would have anticipated. And you might think those things kind of go hand in hand, because it felt like a lot of times Tyron Smith was out there. You felt like, oh yeah, no, he's still good. But he played way more games than I conceivably imagined, and he was a steady presence out there, so I was wrong about him. I think Mike would take that loss as well.
Yeah, I guess he was as good as I expected him to be when he was playing. I think he played more games than I even anticipated he would play. So I'll take the hit on being wrong about how many games I expected him to play, because I expected him probably about 7. I was like, they'll have to baby it. They'll have to do a lot of different things. 7 games is what I expect. So he played more, but at the level, he still has the footwork to go along with it, and he still has the knowledge and the ability. It's just whether or not he can be on the field. Can I add 2 people that I was very right about? Can we do this, or are we not?
Man, that's the dichotomy of the show right here. Here are all the people I was wrong about. Corey's like, that's great. Here is who I was totally right about.
Yeah, because I think people are saying they were wrong about the safeties being good. And Jaron Kearse struggled this year. He was. There are plenty of times where you can go to some of the film and be like, what was he doing? And on the day when we played Seattle, Donovan Wilson, you were like, what was he doing on that DK Metcalf touchdown? What just happened? From the 940, I didn't see Ferguson balling this year like he did as a second-round pick. And everybody was very concerned about the offseason, Kevin, with Dalton Schultz. A lot of people were concerned about it. We were not. I don't think any of us really were. And I think, I'll credit Zach Wolchuk a lot more for that, too, because his rookie season, Zach Wolchuk was saying he's going to be a better pass catcher than people think. And so I just trusted that and trusted kind of what I'd seen of him throughout the year before.
You're smart to trust
Wolchuk. And he turned out to be better. But I think there were a lot of people that were like, you know what, I'm dead. I was dead on. But Malik Hooker, he didn't stand out to you this year, did he? I think everybody can take I was wrong on the safeties and just anticipating that they would be what they were. And because you know how, Kevin, you expect something to just always be there? Like, I think the Cowboys just expect that Zach Martin will always be there. And I think you can just expect and anticipate that when he's signed and contracted and ready to go, he's going to be consistently there and good. And I think we expected that out of the safeties, and it didn't happen this year.
This one is really interesting because this just shows the polarizing nature you have of the quarterback from the 214. I was right about Dak. I predicted an MVP season. And as we've discussed ad nauseum here, he'll probably finish second or third. But I also feel like the people who don't love Dak can be like, I was also right about Dak. And that's what leads to some of these maddening discussions.
How many people were wrong about Michael Gallup this year? Because you brought up Jalen Tolbert and the moving on process, and there were some people that were still fighting for Gallup, and the production just was non-existent.
And that's where I think that's where the factored into me being wrong about Jalen Tolbert is I did kind of anticipate this. And I know, and that's the tough thing about training camp. We've talked about some of the issues with training camp going forward with the struggles that the Cowboys have had is you heard, oh, Jalen Tolbert looks good. He's going to make more of an impact, blah, blah, blah. Didn't really happen. Oh, Michael Gallup looks back in terms of mentally and physically. He looks like he's ready to go and he has more confidence and everything like that. And it just didn't transpire that he ended up being an impact player. Now, I realize part of that is because CeeDee Lamb started to take over the world. But part of it is just, I think Michael Gallup has just slotted where he is, and that will probably lead to his departure, I would assume. And so when the question is, did Gallup disappear? He did. That's something I thought might happen. On the flip side, I did not see Oso Odighizuwa's continued ascendance. Like, he ascended more than I thought he would this year, especially in the earlier stages of the year, because Deron Bland and Brandon Aubrey, I think, are no-brainers for a lot of people. It's like, holy crap, they were better than I thought. But Oso Odighizuwa, I think, was better this season than I anticipated.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's a bonus right there, because, like, I'm not saying that he's John Randall, but like that's the kind of stuff from the interior that he's undersized in that area. He's like 280 pounds. And so you're expecting a faster, quicker guy that's going to be able to get, to the quarterback a lot. And for the most part, his season, how many sacks did he end up having? 3 sacks this year. I would like to see more than that for sure, especially if you're going to have that divisive of a running stop, a rush stop. So that was one of the things that I was kind of concerned about is, man, like I need more production there, but there are some big plays that he is involved in and helps create pushing the quarterback to somebody else because of the pressure he's getting as well.
We were so close, Corey. We were so close from the 817. Common ground found. We're all right about Dak. Within 5 seconds of the 214. Stick to the facts about Dak, and it's easy to say who's right. He didn't win big games in the regular season, and in most of them, he played bad. That's not MVP. All right. If you want me to stick to the facts about Dak, I definitely can. But one of the facts is he's going to finish second or third for MVP. Like, you don't have to like it. I don't know what to tell you about that, but that's where I think maybe common ground. Everyone can be right and everyone can be wrong about Dak all of the time. I'm not trying to change your opinion, but just when you defiantly say stick to the facts, he is going to finish second or third for MVP. Are you going to be like, wow, that's great? Probably not.
High five. Good job. It's a great, thing, but much like we talk about Troy Aikman, none of those things mattered to him except for championships. So now, we're at that point now.
Corey,
if you're about to name the name, I think you're about to name. I think everybody missed on this guy.
Ooh, from the 214. What do y'all think about Sam Williams' regression? He was trending up last year.
All of us. We all thought we were going to get a better, like they're going to use him more. He's going to get in. This dude could be Micah 2.0, just bigger. And you still had knucklehead plays where you're just like, what are you thinking, man? And I feel bad for him in that respect because maybe he just still doesn't know. And the aggressive part of him is like, but you cost your team a lot of penalty yards on plays or you didn't have to do stuff like that. But he still shows that he's one of the freakiest athletes out there, man.
Now, Corey, this is the tough part of the conversation. How much blame do we have to take for his lack of progression or regression? Because we had so much fun interviewing him, and apparently it disrupted the press conference, and we had people telling us to stop having so much fun on the radio. Do we take some blame for encouraging his nonsense and shenanigans?
Man, that's a tough question.
We
because
do?
the people that asked us to pipe down are just kind of, I disagree with them on some things.
Okay. What a diplomatic way to say
felt like
that.
in that instance he was being a little bit of a snowflake, but I understand that. But yeah, man. So I feel like we did have a little bit to do with it because he was like, those guys are fun, and I can have some fun being me, and he just wants to be him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Rangers fans. No need for panic, right? Plus, this Fox Sports writer is the hero that we all need. Let's talk about it next right here in The Fan.
be 21 plus.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Russ Tucker coming up at 11 o'clock, but right now, who's the defending World Series champion?
It's your Texas Rangers, ladies and gentlemen. They won the whole damn thing.
So let's keep that in mind. We don't need to panic, right, about Corey Seager. So the Rangers said yesterday that Corey Seager will miss most, if not all, of spring training after having to repair a left sports hernia. Now, a couple things here, and I didn't look it up. So if your answer is to Google it, that's fair, but I didn't do this. What's the difference between a regular hernia and a sports hernia? But also, are you concerned at all about this? Or are you like, no, dude, it's Corey Seager. He'll probably be ready. The hope is that he'll be ready for opening day. He'll be fine.
I got some concerns about it.
Oh, no.
So, it took this long for them. They said, we're going to let you rest it off, and hopefully it's just inflammation. Here's some Tylenol and Advil and Aleve. Maybe we can get the inflammation down, do some stretching, and we'll be back at it. This is where the abdominals and adductors attach to the pubic bone.
Oh my God.
Traditional hernias occur in the inguinal canal. So it's a different area.
Okay.
And so this area right here, though, for me is a bit of a concern because of the type of swinger he is. Kevin, don't do that.
I literally
We're trying to have
said
a real
nothing.
sports conversation. I can see your face. The way he rotates his hips, the way he rotates his foot, and how violent he swings, and how aggressive of a swinger he is. I don't know if feel like that's going to happen again. And so I think he needs to recover from the surgery as much as possible. We do not need to rush him back fast by any means.
Okay, which leads me to, I hate this text. I love everyone getting involved on the truckwreck.com text line, but I hate this text. He'll be locked in around July. All right, we have too many players already who are probably going to be ready around July. I don't need another one. And I don't believe that's the case because Chris Young said he's hopeful that Corey will be ready for opening day and expressed that his overall concern is very low. So I don't need more people locked in by July. That's probably when you'll get at least one of your pitchers back. We need more people ready to go earlier.
And yes, from the 972, Nuprin, little, yellow, different. That's a possibility as well. Like that could be something that he could take. But I don't even know if I expect him to be locked in by July. I expect this to be something that could be a problem for him all year. Now, does that mean he's going to miss 100 games? I don't think so. I mean, he fought, again, he battled through this and hit home runs in the World Series. It was sometime in the playoffs that it happened. I believe there was a time we saw him wince and we were like, "Oh crap!" So, like, I believe it was sometime late in the playoffs. And again, it goes to the violent swing and everything. I feel like it's going to nag him, but the biggest fear for me is re-aggravating it so much that it becomes something problematic that he's out for the season. So, just monitoring it and sticking around it. Rangers have a really good staff to take care of that.
So when my question was, no need to panic, right? You've decided to counterbalance the scale and
With
be
panic,
like,
yeah.
hey, you probably should panic at least a little bit, if not more.
Yes. Well, I mean, the Rangers will probably like subdue that a little at spring training, be like, look, everything's fine, but you just don't know. And somebody said he misses games anyway. He'll be fine. That is true. And Mike and I were kind of discussing, not this yesterday, but hey, if you're going to have let's say if you're going to have 4 outfielders, is Duran an option at DH? And I said, well, Duran is also one of your backup infielders too. So having his bat on plate is really important. Having him around is really important because Seager's going to miss time. So you have him as an option for that.
Plus, I'm probably about 2 to 3 minutes away from trading him.
Oh my god!
So we're gonna, and I mean that.
So we're
literally,
gonna have Josh Smith replace Seager for the entire season.
I mean that literally in real time. So just 1 second on that.
Oh my god!
From the 972, can I get one of these golfing? New fear unlocked. Thanks. All right, so that new fear is developed. We're gonna stop
Can I get one of
an
these
old fear right here from the 315. Are we getting Adolis Garcia signed? Okay, fear not. Adolis Garcia is not going anywhere. He's part of your team. They are just discussing, negotiating, if you will, the difference in the amount of money. He wants $6.9 million because that's a sexier number than $5 million, which is what the Rangers want to pay him. They may go to arbitration, but then again, I don't think the Rangers have gone to arbitration in like 18 years with a player. So they could still theoretically get it figured out. But Adolis Garcia is still under the control of the Rangers for the next 3 years, if that is what they want. And there's no part of me that believes that is not what they want. So that'll get worked out. Don't worry, Adolis Garcia is not going anywhere.
Can I add to that just a little bit? Because Kevin, I texted you something last night, and I wanted to kind of read my text a little bit, if that's okay.
Okay, sure.
Because I watched a highlight video of his 10 best home run moments from last year, and these were my thoughts. After watching these moments, I feel like the Rangers have to have him back. I was on the fence. I was like, you could trade him, you could move on. We have Wyatt Langford, you're fine there. But I feel like they have to have him back. The team is a bunch of really good players, like really good players. Corey Seager's MVP caliber player. While Evan Carter could be Rookie of the Year. Wyatt Langford could be Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
Really good players. But he is the sizzle. He's the attitude, and he can rile up opponents, and it allows everybody else on the team to fly under the emotional radar. And that's where I feel like the Rangers have to find that number to ensure that he's back. I was like, look, I don't need that, but he's the one guy. He's the one guy on the roster that can do that and backs it all up, while everybody else can just be even keel, whatever they are, and nobody gets upset, except for maybe with the Houston situation. Nobody gets too mad about his emotions within the game.
Now, I told you we're about 2 to 3 minutes away from this, and so here we go. Is this Fox Sports writer, Jordan Schusterman, the hero that we all need? Because he put out an article about 9 trades that would be win-win for Major League Baseball. And you look through it, and you scroll, and you scroll, and you scroll. The Texas Rangers acquire Manuel Clase from the Guardians for Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran. All right, I'm going to need everybody real quick to put aside the fact that you already had Emmanuel Clase and you traded him away. I hear you. That was a bad move. That did not work out for the Rangers at all. Try not to let that cloud your judgment on getting him back. What did I tell you before the show, Corey? I could not say yes fast enough to this deal. I would have to pretend like, oh, well, I will begrudgingly accept your offer. I would be all about this because of a variety of reasons. I understand why this would work for the Guardians. Leody Taveras has proven that he can be a quality player, a starter on a championship team. You just saw that. Ezekiel Duran can be a valuable piece, whether or not you think that's a starter as a super utility, whatever the case might be. That's the interest right there. But the Rangers have made some bullpen moves, and in Emmanuel Clase, you have what you hope is a world class A closer. And
no, you didn't. Alec, do we let him get away with that?
I didn't draw attention to it. I just moved on.
A world class A closer? Come on.
30 minutes into the show, man.
I thought that was not bad. All right. So he did not have, by his standards, his best season this last year. And we can dive into that in just 1 second.
Okay.
The 2 seasons before that, he looked absolutely dominant. And one of the things that is so appealing about Clase is you look at his salary the next 3 years. You would have him under your control for the next 3 years at about a total of $14.5 million, I believe. And you're like, great, we just paid somebody $10 to $11 million, per year that we're thinking in Robertson is probably more like an 8th inning guy or something like that. So if you could pick up Clase under team control for the next 3 years, and then you have a club option the 2 years after that, where you would theoretically hope maybe your closer spot is locked up for the next 5 years. Why did they trade him away to begin with? Well, that's a fair question, but I probably won't answer that right here.
Somebody from on the Twitch said, "Hey, Corey, looking cute today." I appreciate that.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you very much.
Read their username.
Nope.
Oh,
I don't think I can do that. I feel like I can't read that username.
Your anti-gardening tools?
And there's 55 of them.
I get it.
The Clase's 12 blown saves concern me.
Fair.
Because like that's kind of like, where was Will Smith at 17 last year? And
I don't know what the number was.
Okay.
It felt like 17.
And so we were concerned about
that.
The 44 saves is great.
Yeah.
The 42 the year before, fantastic. You gotta love seeing that as well. I have some concerns about the blown saves, and again, the depth and talent. Now you've made, and on the rest of your roster, you've made yourself less talented by taking Tavares out of your outfield and out of your options, and taking Duran, who we were discussing as a potentially all-star hitter last year going into the all-star game. Now, did it fall off in the back half of the season? Absolutely. He started chasing everything outside. He needs to become more like Evan Carter. If he's more like Evan Carter, he's going to be a very tradable commodity on his own, because the one thing that the rest of baseball knows is that he will chase outside. He will chase low and away, and you keep doing that, you're going to be it's a problem. But whenever he's locked in, he can hit. So I think he can be a tradable piece by himself. I think taking those two away, you limit yourself. Now, having a closer, having a bunch of different guys, Rangers proved last year that they can win a World Series with a bunch of dudes in the bullpen.
No, you're definitely right about that. And one of the other issues is your bullpen would remain really right-hand heavy, and that's definitely a concern. I would just love it if you didn't have to deal with the drama leading into the playoffs. You're right. I wouldn't trade last season for anything because you won the World Series. Your bullpen was even mediocre last year. You'd have won this division by 10 games. Now, does that mean they wouldn't have all,
Who cares about winning a division or being second place in the entire conference? It doesn't matter. All that matters is the postseason, Kevin.
That's a fair point. Now,
regular season doesn't matter.
Other people will tell you it's important to be around the basket, and I hear that. But I would just say, what if you could keep the same postseason awesomeness, but also just run away with the division? I'm super excited about that prospect. You're right. They won the World Series last year, so I'm not going to go back and say any of that was a mistake. But I also don't know if you can follow that exact template. I don't think most teams are going to be like, hey, let's play terrible at the end of the season. That'll spark our run.
And I totally get what you're doing. You want to be better in that area. I get it. I totally get that part. I don't love the idea of making yourself weaker in a certain area. But because Wyatt Langford, we expect it's going to be great. And I'm looking forward to saying hi to him on Saturday.
Are you going to be there?
That's my plan. You told me the other day, you're like, you have to be there. And I was like, all right, man, that's what I'll do. Because you got to get him out there. That's what I was told. But I still have a lot of questions about him making it through 162. I know you have Jankowski as an option as well. You have lots of different options. And maybe the Jankowski signing does work as an option for moving on from Tavares. But
you're saying no to this deal is what I'm hearing. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm saying Chris Young gets to decide. I'm presenting my side of before we move, let's make sure we're all okay with this first. So I'm going to let him make the decision on something like that, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh. The Orioles are what? Next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Bobby Belt. Now
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
I'm having a hard time with the Twitch now, trying to figure out if the cute thing is good or if there's something else. Because
why would that not be good?
Because then, okay, so 55 Hoes said I look cute. All right, and you guys are like, y'all should say the name out loud. And then somebody said, how much do you pay them to say that? And somebody said, Corey definitely looks way more butch than I imagined on the radio. What? And he's still my favorite personality on the show, but all of you are my family. Love it. And then Ollie Cowboy said he identifies as cute. And so
that's nice.
Is cute, is there something I'm missing here? Like I'm trying to, like, if my wife says I'm looking cute today, then I feel like that's compliment from her. But does cute, did I need to go look up Urban Dictionary cute?
I'm on it.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
I mean, crosstalk almost turned into something way different than it was supposed to be because of Urban Dictionary.
Appealing in a pretty or endearing way. Oh, this one is not as positive. Clever or cunning, especially in a self-seeking or superficial way. But the second one is positive as well.
All right. That being said, somebody asked who the backup shortstop is, and I really don't have an answer for you that right now other than Josh Smith. But And maybe if you need to do it for a while, move Simeon over there to shortstop and let Josh Smith take it. But again, that's where Ezekiel Duran comes into play.
Justin Foskey can.
So yeah, that was I love that thought, because you got to figure out what Justin Foskey is. Is he tradable? Does he have a position at all? He doesn't have a position with the Rangers. So does he have a real position other than DH? And he's so young, you don't want to just DH him.
Sure.
And quite honestly, his power numbers and the minors are not showing me anything that says I need him to come out here and be my power hitting DH. I would rather have somebody else in that spot. So it's kind of a different way that I'm looking at that. But there's lots of options with the Corey Seager injury. Chris Young, man, him and Boch, they'll make a very good decision. I
have
really
no
trust.
doubt about that either.
And that's something that we, good God, we haven't had that trust in baseball for a long time around here. The decision makers up top, and it feels so good.
Or football.
Oh man,
or basketball.
This is Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors, the original baseball segment on the Fan. And I saw this yesterday, Kevin. Potential surprise stars in every division. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I don't really care about all the other divisions that much, but if you want to hear a little bit, the AL
Focus
Central
on the AL West.
Riley Green.
You just told me you didn't care.
Good. All right. In the AL West, they have Evan Carter asking if he can make the leap to superstardom in 2024. And this is so insane to me because I think he can. We already saw stardom in the playoffs last year. Like he made his statement, I have arrived and I'm never going back to the minor leagues last year. It would take a collapse of epic proportion for him to fall. But it doesn't take that much more, in my mind, for him to jump to superstardom, because everybody already understands that this dude is he can hit at the pro level and he can field at the pro level. One of the things that he's got a mediocre arm. He's got, out of all the outfielders, he's got the lesser arm. Tavares has a great arm. Adolis has a phenomenal arm, and Wyatt Langford has a plus arm as well. Jankowski has a decent arm, but Evan Carter's arm is good. It's a good arm. But everything else about Evan Carter is really good. The one thing that I think can help him be there in that superstardom area, because there's jumping to Mike Trout kind of discussion. I know Mike Trout's numbers were insane, but jumping into those kind of categories, even a Corey Seager category, power is going to be a factor. That's going to be a question. Can he be a guy that hits for power? Can you hit both pitchers? That's another factor that we might or might not learn. One of the suggestions Mike had yesterday with Wyatt Langford was maybe Evan Carter never hits against lefties this year. Maybe Bochy just says, look, we'll develop that later on, but this year you're taking the day off every time it's time for lefty, and Wyatt Langford will hit against those guys, and we'll rotate all those out. And Kevin, we did look up too, in the 2010 season, San Francisco did have a 4-man outfield of players outfielders that played at least 96 games. So they were rotating all season long. Don't get too concerned about that in my mind, because Bochy isn't like, look, I'm locked into one thing. I got to get guys rest. I got to keep them confident. There's lots of things that we'll have to navigate through the season.
I got to tell you, I'm really intrigued to give Evan Carter his shot at left-handed pitching, because we had a lovely interview with him a couple weeks ago. But the one thing you could tell bothered him when we talked about his struggles against left-handers, he's like, a small sample size. But if you look down at the minors, there is a definitive split between how he hits versus right and left-handed pitching. So if that's such a big issue for him, I would love to see him get that shot and then go from there.
The power, I think, is a big factor for like the national stuff.
Sure.
But to be in that conversation at all, I think Evan Carter has to do one thing. Do exactly what he was doing last year. 3-2 counts. Work the pitcher's count, make it favorable to you. The thing that dude has over everybody is he understands how to force a pitcher to give him something he can hit or walk him. And him being on base is the most important part. Him being at first base and the ability to steal, the ability to use his speed, huge. So he understands, how am I going to get there? I need 3 balls to get there and then the fourth one to go through. If I have the 3-2 count situation, it's got to be a great pitch for me. And it's going to be, if it's a great pitch for me, I'm hitting the crap out of it. Otherwise, I'm on first base. But he did such a good job last year of forcing pitchers to his comfort zone.
Yeah.
And he never got out of it. Now, that's difficult in 162 to stay focused because he had a short stretch last year where he was like, all right, regular season focused, and then he gets to the playoffs and everything's heightened. But whenever you're at that point, Kevin, of I have 162 games, maybe 130, let's say it's 130 games, 120 games he plays this year. Every day I have to get up to the plate and be patient enough to make them pitch to me. Sometimes you get into a little slump where maybe you haven't hit for 2 days. And now you're like going out of your comfort zone. As long as he stays consistent in that area, his numbers will be up to a point where I think people are going to be like, oh my gosh, like this dude's just always on base. He's hitting doubles. He's hitting, hard singles. He's got a good number of maybe 15 home runs at that point. And that's going to be the thing that starts elevating. And look, he's only this, he's this young. He's still so young. He's going to jump into that superstardom. The other person that was on this list from the AL West, Kevin, Jeremy Pena from the Astros, George Kirby from the Mariners, Shea Langeliers from the A's, and Josh Young. And that's my question on Josh Young is, do you expect him to be a superstar? Like, do you ever expect superstardom from Josh Young? Because I feel like him getting into the 42 home run range is the thing that a third baseman like him would have to do.
Oh my gosh, then no, I do not see him getting to that level.
Okay. You can see him getting to 30-something home runs a year.
And I don't think 40 is necessary for superstardom, but if we're going off of that, then I do not think that he makes it there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're just saying, hey, he continues to get better defensively, he continues to potentially be in the middle of the lineup for a perpetually good team and hits 30 home runs in a year, I think he could be... Man, I don't know if that counts as superstar. A big deal.
From the 214, he took a lot of dumb strikes, though, don't you think? He doesn't think that. Every time, dude.
Right. I get what that person is saying.
I'm totally and I think a lot of the times Evan Carter is like, oh, hold on. Are they saying the dumb strike was that the umpire called it and it was dumb?
No, I think they were saying he should have swung at some things, but he determines, and he told us, he'll look back sometimes and be like, I had that one down and to the right, which I don't know if umpires appreciate that level of feedback. Maybe they love it.
I think it was, Kevin, you know how sometimes you make a face that makes people want to punch you?
Yes.
Okay. That's he does make that face. I think he needs to work on that just a little bit. Or maybe he is just dictating to the umpire, this is what it's going to be. Maybe that's just the way that it's going to work out. That being said, we're very fortunate that we have Evan Carter, we're feeling very comfortable. Josh Young in that conversation already. And I mean, Jonah Heim, underappreciated, obviously, at that position. And then also Wyatt Langford coming up. There's a lot of young talent on this team right now. That can't be said about the Mavericks for sure. All right. What is going out of my way to
you really did take on the Mike Bassick persona right there, where you're like, hey, we're going to be talking about baseball. We need to have a random drive-by against the Mavs.
Yeah, I mean, well, I want them to be better. I want them to be great.
Fair.
And they're just like, wow, we got a lot of young talent. And you're like, there's a lot of older players on this team. Something big happened yesterday too, Kevin. Orioles ownership is finally changing hands. And this was kind of a bombshell yesterday. Team chair and CEO John Angelos has agreed to sell the Orioles to private equity billionaire David Rubenstein in a deal valuing the club at $1.725 billion. And that the timetable is kind of unclear right now, but MLB owners are going to be debriefed on this next week in Orlando. And this is a Baltimore native. Estimated worth is like $4.6 billion right there.
That'll work.
And this is a guy, also a family in the Angeloses that hated Baltimore and hated the Baltimore Orioles, it felt like, the entire time.
Well, then they picked a different direction to go, because apparently also included in the ownership group is Cal Ripken Jr.
Bam!
Now, look.
That means they're going to be in, yes, I did see that part too. I think that's a huge move right there.
There's no better way to get the people of Baltimore on your side than to A, have Cal Ripken Jr., or B, talk about The Wire. All right? Those are the two ways to get it done. This feels like a more logical way to speak to everybody all at the same time because people will have different opinions about The Wire. So you're just like, hey, Cal Ripken Jr. is part of our group. And you're like, all right, you know what? I accept.
From the 214, Mason Rudolph, most punchable face right after Altuve. So those are two interesting punchable faces. I appreciate that content right there.
That feels like a future topic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Current CBS Sports and Westwood One NFL analyst and former Dallas Cowboy Ross Tucker. He's coming up next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign. 10 studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you former NFL offensive lineman. We always got to say former Cowboy, and current CBS and Westwood One NFL analyst. It is Ross Tucker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good. Still sad about football and the fact that our team flamed out again. That might not have been the answer you were looking for, but I wanted to be honest with you.
No, I can see that. You know what the reality is? There's a lot of sad fan bases right now. I mean, obviously, Eagles fans are still sort of shocked and dismayed at what happened there. I would imagine Cowboys fans, that was a stunner. But think about the Lions fans right now, man. I mean, the poor Lions fans up by 17 at halftime to go to the first Super Bowl ever. Or even the Ravens, who, by the way, I thought were the best team in the NFL this year. They had their first home conference championship game since 1971. It was all lined up perfect, and they couldn't get it done. The reality is, I mean, I guess Niners fans will be happy that they made it to the Super Bowl, but there's really only one team that's really happy at the end. I guess Houston Texans fans are kind of happy, and maybe Green Bay Packers fans. The teams that, like, exceed expectations, I guess those fans are happy, but all of the legit contenders, like the Cowboys, Eagles, teams like that, Buffalo Bills, there's only misery at this time of year.
Yeah, I think you're right, because us as Rangers fans, we are still celebrating the Rangers World Series right now.
We did it.
That's definitely a factor in your happiness level at the end of it. And we would be very sad if we hadn't accomplished that feat. I will say this about Detroit, though, and maybe you have a little more finger on the pulse there. I just got done watching the Bye Bye Barry documentary, which I thought was fantastic. If you haven't seen it yet, I mean, we've had Barry Sanders on. He's a phenomenal person to talk to. And it just seems like that success this year can be something they feel they can build on. And I do love Dan Campbell's approach afterwards of how, look, guys, it's going to be tougher. You're going to have to get up and work harder next year because now everybody's out to get you. They know what you're all about.
I think you're right. I have not seen Bye Bye Barry, by the way. I finally just watched the Jason Kelsey one, but I'll get to Bye Bye Barry because I want to check that one out for sure. You're right about Lions fans being happy about the season. And Dan and I were teammates briefly in Dallas, actually, until Parcells got rid of me. But, you know, the thing I would say about Dan and his comments and Lions fans building on something, that's what everybody says. You know what I mean? Like, Cowboys fans think they'll be better next year. Like, Eagles fans, oh, we need new coordinators. Lions fans, we'll be back. Ravens, Lamar Jackson says we'll be back. Most of the time, or at least a lot of the times, they're not. You know, and I think, you know, for the Lions to be able to have home playoff games against the Rams and the Bucks, it's probably not going to be any easier than that the next couple of years. So you really have to make the most of the opportunities when you have them. It's why I thought it was so critical that the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, because I knew they were going to lose a bunch of dudes, right? And the Ravens this year, you know, Justin Madubuike is a free agent. Patrick Queen's a free agent. I don't think they're going to be as good next year. They'll probably lose their D coordinator, Mike McDonald. You must capitalize and cash in when you have these chances. And it's kind of hard to do against the Chiefs. I mean, 2 years in a row, they beat, in my opinion, the best team in the NFL. Last year, Philadelphia. This year, Baltimore. They're just that good when the games matter the most.
When you talk about the Lions, one thing that I have no doubt has them excited for the future is the return of Ben Johnson. Were you surprised that he didn't end up taking? It sounds like the commander's job was there for him if he wanted. Are you surprised he didn't take a job there?
Very. Yep, very surprised. I understand a guy like Bobby Slowick wanting to go back to Houston for a second year to build on what he did with C.J. Stroud, who was a rookie, and believing he'll go into next year as the hot candidate and maybe have his choice of several jobs, that makes sense to me. And he got an upgraded contract. The Ben Johnson one is a head scratcher because as hot as he is right now, he's not going to get hotter than that. Like, it's hard to be hotter than Ben Johnson is right now. You have a chance at a 5-year deal with $10 million a year, life-altering money for your family forever. I don't know how you don't take that. You know, they get an injury next year or people have a little bit better read on what they're doing. There's a lot of guys out there. I mean, listen, your guy Kellen Moore 2 or 3 years ago was out there interviewing for head coaching jobs. Now he's been fired 2 years in a row, or they've been let go 2 years in a row, and nobody's talking about Kellen Moore as a head coach right now. He's going to try to build it back up in Philly. So I just think, man, from a financial security standpoint, from an opportunity at a lifelong dream standpoint, you gotta cash in while you can. I'm very surprised. I would love to hear sort of what went on behind the scenes. You know, sometimes when guys say they're going to stay, it's because they find out they're not going to get the job. But I don't think that's the case because evidently the Commanders were on a plane on their way to Detroit when he said he wanted to stay. So I don't think that was – I think they wanted him. I think they thought they were going to get him. I think they thought it was all lined up. I've heard some reports that his price tag scared some teams off. That would tend to surprise me if that was the case with Washington. I'm a little stunned by that one.
When you hear Jerry Jones say we're going all in. Now, the other day I did give them permission. I did say on air that look, we give you permission to go for it. When you hear Jerry Jones say we're going all in, is that song and dance to appease fans? And is it, hey, we're going to go sign a couple names? Or do you think there's more behind that in that they're going to probably sign the extension with Dak and then they're going to have that money to go play with?
You know, I hate to hedge on this stuff, but to me, it's kind of a combination of both. I mean, what about them was not all in this year?
Yep.
I thought the trades for Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore this year were genius, and I loved them. I thought they were great moves, and I thought on some level the Cowboys were all in this year. So I don't really know what's different next year other than Jerry vocalizing that they're all in. You know, I'm sure he's going to try to get things done with Dak and Micah. He's been pretty outspoken about Micah. And so I think he'll probably try to get those two deals done. But I guess I would need to know, you know, I think it's song and dance until I see what's different between this year and other years. Because I don't often criticize them for not being all in. My criticism would be that I feel like they could make some of the contracts that they've done, they could do those earlier. I think they just cost themselves money a lot of times for some unknown reason.
Yeah, that is something that Kevin gets after
the time.
too.
I so agree with you there.
I will say the mindset of all in, though, I did agree. I mean, I told them last year before the season, I said, be better at your jobs. And then they went out there and get Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore. And we were pretty pleased with what we got production-wise out of those guys this season. But then during the regular season, you're still limited interior defensive line, and you're just like, we're just going to have to deal with it. You're using safeties as linebackers, and they're just like, well, Dan Quinn will come up. He'll coach them up. Everything's going to be fine. And I felt like that's where you went all in the offseason, I guess, or you put a bunch of eggs in the basket in the offseason, and then throughout the season, you just let it slip away. And that was something that I thought plagued them for the rest of the year.
I don't think they let anything slip away. They had a terrible game plan against a hot young team, and they got smoked. But it was only a one-game thing. I mean, I you guys know I do a lot of stuff for the Eagles in Philadelphia. They should feel a lot worse. That was like a 2-month collapse. For the Cowboys, it was a one-game thing. I thought Dan Quinn had a bad plan in terms of playing zone instead of man, going away from what he had done. Now, maybe, you know, his guys, Gilmore and Bland, weren't going to be able to cover those guys man-to-man. I don't know, but they went away from what they'd had success with all year. And then offensively, unfortunately, Dak and the team did not have their best game. Those, like a one-game scenario, I can deal with. I didn't feel like that's the nature of the NFL playoffs, right? It's not a best of 3, 5, 7. I didn't feel like I saw the Cowboys tailing off at the end. And I agree with you about the interior D-line, but there's not a team out there that you feel like they have great players at every position. I mean, the Chiefs don't like their receivers. You know, they overcome it with coaching and elite play elsewhere, primarily Mahomes and Kelsey. Nobody looks at their roster and is like, the best roster I've seen in a while was the Eagles last year in 2022. But everybody has, like the Niners, they got some spots on their O-line that aren't great. And with the injuries, they're not great at safety or on the back end. That's why they're not great in the third round. Also why they had to trade for Chase Young, who, by the way, hasn't really panned out. So I don't have a problem with the Cowboys roster. I don't think that they had a late season swoon. I think they had a terrible, terrible game plan, and they came out and they got smoked. And I think they were caught off guard and surprised by how well the Packers came out and played in that game.
But are we to the point, as you understand as Cowboys fandom, is it feels like it's a different excuse every single year for what the inevitable outcome is. Like, I hear what you're saying about a bad game plan, but at least the Eagles can look back and be like, well, last year in the Super Bowl, a few years before that, we won the Super Bowl. For the Cowboys, sometimes it was injury. Then it was the Zeke suspension, or Patrick Creighton didn't catch the ball in the end zone, or whatever the case might be. Is it feels like there's a different excuse to the same outcome every year.
Totally get it. And there are other teams that reminds me of, the Buffalo Bills being one of them.
I could see that.
Now, the Bills maybe have won a couple more playoff games than the Cowboys, but same thing. They've only been to one conference championship game. Back-to-back years, they lose home playoff games in the divisional round. And, you know, they have a quarterback that they think is even better than Dak and an elite guy, and they haven't been able to get it done. You know, the reality is it's hard. I mean, it's really hard. It's why what the Chiefs are doing is so crazy impressive. And on some level, the Niners, to be honest with you, I mean, especially the Niners, I would say, in the sense that I didn't think they were the better team in either one of those games. In either one of those games, I didn't think they were the better team against the Packers or the Lions, and they still won.
They're still close enough, yeah, at the end of it to make the play happen. Are you in Vegas next week?
I am.
Nice.
I am.
Nice.
Just to gamble and stuff, or because of the Super Bowl?
Yeah, we're gonna be there.
Super Bowl. I don't gamble. I invest. I'm not a gambler. I invest in great businesses like myfrontpagestory.com, which is by far the best Valentine's Day gift ever. I know the way you guys, Corey, you probably got like a gift card maybe to Chipotle.
That's what he does for me too. That you're right.
Yeah, I mean, give me a break. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You literally talk to one of their writers for 10 minutes while you're driving to Chipotle. Tell them how great your significant other is. Dude, they write the most unbelievable story ever. It looks like it's on the cover of the Dallas Morning News. Looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. It is phenomenal. And just to be able to say, hey, hon, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you. It's incredible. Myfrontpagestory.com, myfrontpagestory. For once, change it up, Corey. Do something unique and cool for once. Myfrontpagestory.com.
Yeah, the best way is not through her stomach. It is through her heart. That's the way.
Don't be like the Cowboys. Try something different, and maybe you'll succeed. Thank you.
I like that. I like that.
Thank you very much, Ross.
Right,
we'll see you in Vegas.
Next one's calling you.
All right, man.
Yeah, sounds great. See you, dudes. All right.
There you go. Ross Tucker, CBS Sports Westwood One, also the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which makes sense. Because if you hosted the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, I'd be like, what is happening? Doing? I feel like we need to rename this, get a different host, something.
He's also a beer guy. So if you see him around, check out, if you want some new interesting beers, you can check those out on his Twitter as well. I like to see some of those options out there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this may or may not be inspired by my computer bag. Do you use items till the bitter end or get a new one at the first sign of an issue? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
And Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We already got some responses, and I hope this is the direction it goes from the 817. I'm a bitter ender here, and I think that's where I fall. That is definitely where I fall. Do you use items till the bitter end or get a new one at the first sign of an issue? Now, my wife has encouraged me to get a new computer bag. You can zip from either side on two different compartments. One of the little straps to zip it came off. We figured out a way to make it work. A little tie on there. It's fine. The other side, the zipper doesn't totally work, so you can only zip it from one end, but it still works fine. Why do I need a new computer bag when that one still works?
I get it. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And right now, Kevin, my backpack. Let me grab my backpack here. As you can see, there is a hole in the bottom of the backpack. But I don't put anything in that hole area that is going to like fall out of the backpack. Does that make sense? Like nothing's going in this section where the hole is, where anything can poke through this hole. That's where my laptop goes. So just the corner of it gets stuck in there, and it's not that much of a problem. So it looks gross. When I take this to Vegas with us, they're going to be like, meh, it's going to make it though. It's a tough backpack. I've had it for almost 8 years now. It's great. I love it. I'm not a bitter ender all the time, though.
Okay, what are you not a bitter ender about? Because from the 682, I'm a bitter ender unless we're talking about cell phones. If my screen breaks, I have to get it fixed as soon as possible or replace the phone entirely. I've been lucky. I've never actually broken the screen on my phone.
That's nice.
But I can see how that does feel like something you need to immediately at least get fixed, if not get a new phone altogether.
On my phone, as you can see this picture of my son Carter right there.
Wearing a KNC hat.
Yeah, wearing the KNC Masterpiece hat from our good friend Aaron Malloy. I put a Zag screen on it. All right, Zag screen, you buy it for like $22 when you get the phone, and then it is there. It's unlimited warranty for the rest of the life of it. So,
what do you think I'm going to say next?
It's an iPhone, and hey, iPhone break. Yeah.
Incorrect. I was going to say I have a Zig screen.
Alec, we have problems today, man. Like,
got a lot.
I
have a lot of pent up sarcasm.
One day off does that for you?
Yeah, dude. Is it just because Mike's not here and you're like, oh, my turn? Is that what's going on here?
Man,
you're trying to have
that is an interesting point.
Trying to have all the fun that Mike has while Mike's out.
That actually does make a lot of sense.
But as you can see, there's a little bubble right here on the side where something got underneath the screen when I put it on. I need to replace this now. Like, that irritates me so much that I have to replace it right now. I can't wait. And it's not even broken. But it irritates me so much looking at it and seeing it. No, it feels like I'm dying. But it irritates me to see that right there and know that exists.
From the 682, until the wheels fall off, the front screen on my iPhone broke, then the back screen broke, then eventually got water damage and killed it.
Oh, my God.
And then, look. But that person
that thing's been through a lot with you.
No, I'm going to keep using this. And then somebody, obviously, I feel this person right here from the 469. I don't even buy new shoes, even though they got holes in it, just like Kevin. Look, it depends on how big that hole in your shoe is, but you can just put something into the shoe, like add some cushion there. And
what?
Yeah. Like, that's what those things are for, right?
I have a pair of Chucks that I've had for 13 years now. And they are just now, like the sole is starting to separate from the outer layer that keeps it together or whatnot. And so when I walk in water does get into my shoe. And I don't walk in water all that often, but if I do, it does. So there's some aeration going on with those shoes, but I still wear them. I love them. Those are fantastic shoes. I'll keep wearing them. And you know what? Sometimes I struggle with this. If I have a pair of shorts that have a ripped hole in them, I'm like, now those are garden shorts. I don't have a garden, but just in case I ever want to garden, I have a pair of shorts that I can garden in.
How many shorts would need to have that hole to inspire you to create a garden? You're like, now I figured out chapter. I got 6 pairs of holy shorts.
I don't know. I feel like I have to be older to garden. Like that's what I'm going to do with my time.
Okay.
Grow lots of tomatoes.
From the 214, my truck has 300,000 miles on it. It's a 2002 Dodge. All right. I think I'm similar with cars because there used to be this G-Bag commercial where they would go, have you ever actually seen a title? Of course not. And I thought every single time I heard that, I was like, yes, all the time. I keep my car like way past the time that I've paid it off. Now, luckily with Platinum Chevrolet, you can afford
every new car you want.
Rampantly get new cars like my family. But I would always like ride that thing out to the bitter end and be like, hey, it's a check engine light. It's fine. There's probably a lot of things that we can do to fix this. Don't worry about it. And so I used to always think about the commercial. I got their point, but I thought, this commercial is not for me.
Somebody said from the 254, who are you, Jesus? Walking on water? Walking in water.
Alec, what did I say on the talk back? Just to not interrupt your flow. I was like Jesus.
Oh my God.
You're transcendent, Corey.
Can you confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm.
Wow. He is full of them today. I guess Avery, my oldest son, is a bitter ender. Here's why. The other day, he opened the microwave and the door handle fell off. Now, the door handle is also, as you know, the door handle is the mechanism that makes the door open, right? It latches and unlatches.
That makes sense.
Now, you can stick your finger into the hole, all right? And then once you get your finger in the hole, you don't even have to get a latch, and it pulls open. I will shoot a video if I have to prove to you. Once you get your finger in there, you pull, and then it opens, and you can have yummy, yummy foods that you can heat up in your microwave.
Are you doing a bit right now?
I told Adrian was like, we need to get a new microwave. It's one of those that's like installed into the ceiling of the ventilator or whatever. And so like, I'm going to have to do work to do this. And I'm like, all right, I guess we'll get a new microwave. I tell Avery, let's get a new microwave. And he's like, Dad, I think we can just glue it. I think we can he's trying to bitter in this sucker.
Hell yeah.
He doesn't want to have to spend money on a new microwave.
It's smart. You're getting ahead of the game. First of all, you're working on your cleverness skills. And then also you're working on your budget and money management skills. That makes sense to me from the 254 to the bitter end. And that's after I try to fix it by all means available. One specific area where I've seen that maybe people do not follow this. I've seen multiple people go, except for the new iPhone. I have to get the new iPhone. And so we probably all have a weakness in that area. And maybe that's the next evolution of this topic. You're a bitter ender except for what? Now, Alec, I want to go to you real quick. Are you a bitter ender or not?
It depends, man, because like shoes, all kind of like Corey said, his gardening shorts that don't actually exist because he doesn't have a garden. Like I will just turn shoes into like either running shoes or like yard work shoes, or I'll wear them to the gym because I don't care what I look like in the gym. I'm trying to work out, so I'll do that. Clothes, I try to, because clothes can get expensive really fast. But yeah, technology, I don't play with. Like, had a pair of AirPods that started rattling a little bit. As soon as that happened, literally next day after work, went to Best Buy, got a new pair. Like, I do not play with technology.
Colby was interesting with his clothes because he would come in with jeans that didn't just have a hole. There was like a whole section of the jean missing. And he's like, what? I'm going to church. These are my holy jeans. And so I knew that was his philosophy. But so the carve out there is
socks.
Oh,
I'm not a bitter ender with socks.
That feels fair.
And this is because of my father-in-law and Adrian. I guess he instituted that into her, and she, as soon as she sees a hole in a sock, she's like, don't put your toe in that hole. You get that sock and you throw it away and go get new socks. So holes in socks, gone.
And that makes sense to me because hopefully not the most expensive project in the world, depending on what kind of socks you're getting, to get new socks that you can afford to do that.
His laptop? I will use this laptop until it will no longer work.
Yeah.
As long as whatever. The last laptop I had for 16 years. And then finally it was just so slow and so far behind that I was like, I can't even upgrade it.
I did have an issue with the laptop I have now, and it became unsustainable before I had to get it fixed, is the port that, not the plug side, but the port you use to charge it, I had broken off kind of like the connector thing. And so whenever you put it in there, it was a gamble. Like you had to balance the cord just right.
Yeah.
And when we were on remotes, you would see if I like had to move my computer, I was like, well, F this day. My computer's screwed now.
So you bitter ended that?
Yes. And that's why still to this day, I use the wrestling chair behind me to plug in my computer, is because that used to be like the perfect spot for the cord. But I got it fixed. It was like $100.
But you still do it anyway.
Yeah, but just out of habit, I'm like, just in case we ever run into a problem there.
From the 720 Xbox controllers, I will tear that thing apart 4 times until it's physically impossible to play with before buying a new one. And yeah, I'm the same way. I have done that. I've cleaned everything out on the inside and gone back to playing and hoped that it would work for a while. Yeah, try to use those. Those things are expensive. It's like $70 for a PlayStation controller.
And how many of those things go back to just the basic cost of it? As if it's the old like Nintendo controller, maybe you could replace it for $10 or $15, but then again, that was a lot more money back then.
Yeah, back in the day.
Is you'd be like, that's fine. But when you look at it and you're like, $70? Nah, I can MacGyver this thing and still keep going. Is a lot of people are like that. This person, we need to fix something up. Although, if you're looking for a car commercial, it sounds like the Nissan Titan's got it going on. From the 469, I got 250,000 miles on my Nissan Titan. Different text from the 812. My Titan has 250,000 miles on it. But then they also said the oil is original too. Your car
can't do that.
I'm surprised.
There's no way it's the same oil.
Not burst into flames. If that is the case, you need to get it changed immediately.
You got a chunk of oil in there somewhere.
Take
like
it to a place
chunks.
where they're going to be like, hold on, look at it like a fossil. Be like, how long has it been since you changed this oil?
It looks like Guinness in here.
Yes, I'm with you on that.
Somebody says they have an entire section of their closet dedicated to holes in shirts with holes in them. So they have a whole section where they're just like, oh yeah, these are the hole shirts. I'm going to go do something physical today.
See, maybe you are, but realistically, let's talk about what you're really doing. You're really wishing for a world in which you can combine these things. You're like, I got 5 usable shirts with all small holes. If I could sacrifice one shirt to make the other 4 whole, I would do that. Just admit that's what you're really doing. You can say it's for your garden or whatever, but what you're really thinking is, this is a quality shirt, except for that little hole. And I got several like that.
Yeah.
And somehow it's going to work out.
And the amount of skin you can see through the hole, right? Like that's a big factor too. Like I have one of these fan shirts. I love this fan shirt. I wish the company would deliver a billion more of these. I would wear them every day, everywhere I go.
Yeah, what's the story? We just quit doing that.
It's a super soft shirt, and it's soft not just because I've worn it so much, but I got another one that I wore yesterday, and it has a hole in the back of the arm. I don't care if anybody sees the back of my armpit. Like, that's no big problem. But there's other parts of our bodies that if it's showing through a hole in your shirt, maybe people don't need to see that, right? And I'm not going to say it because I've said too much about holes in clothes and stuff today, so I'm done with that.
Don't forget, Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30 on Friday. Hell, we might have enough for a mini Masterpiece of the Week today. I don't know. We'll see how all that goes. Coming up next, though, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. The Cowboys say they're going all in, but are you okay with still letting these 3 players go? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Mike Bassick with 105.
Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
Oh, dang it.
Mike's not even here.
Exactly. Had to fill a void.
This is the one time, Alec,
this is why
that I disagree with you. All these other times we troll Kevin, it's fun, but this is me you're hurting now.
Is this why I'm not on the show tomorrow?
Or the
Hope so.
Ouch.
It is. Now, I know the Cowboys are like, yeah, we're going all in because we need a new thing to sell. But would you be, we're going to get to that at 12:20. And that's what I think they're actually doing. Would you be okay if these 3 Cowboys moved on down the road? CBS ran through some of the top free agents. I believe there's 20 of them. And there are 3 Cowboys on the list. And all of them, CBS projects to go away. I wanted to make sure you'd be okay with each one of these. Let's start with Tony Pollard. Statistically, Pollard remained a passable starter for Dallas in 2023, but his efficiency has decreased. He's only 26. It wouldn't be a shock to finally see the Cowboys pivot to cheaper. Agreed. Projected team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I think there are some interesting names in the draft. The Cowboys probably will go cheap at that position for a while, but it does sound like Jerry is, if he's all in, Kevin, then Derrick Henry, who told everybody goodbye, is on the way.
Maybe so.
Okay.
And you know what? At 12:20, I have created plenty of cap space for them to do.
Oh,
such
okay.
a
All
thing.
right. Gotcha.
I have
again
all the cap space created for the Cowboys if you want them to do that.
I want cap space, man.
More than $50 million. Tyron Smith. After 13 years as a Dallas cornerstone, Smith could be primed to hang up the cleats or seek a ring elsewhere. With Tyler Smith potentially in tow at left tackle, maybe the Cowboys could move on from Tyron. Projected team, the Dolphins. How would you feel about Tyron Smith moving on down the road? I have to admit, I don't like that as much.
He still plays at a high level, and I don't know how much he can command, like financially.
Just make sure you give him a pay or play deal again.
Do you think he's going to do that?
Pay for play.
You think he would do it? That he'd be like, you know what? This is a great deal for everybody.
Depending on what the rest of the market looks like, not necessarily. That makes me a little nervous as well.
I have a hard time letting go of Tyron Smith when I don't have the future left tackle blindside guy there. So I got to, and I just don't believe
it's Tyler.
I don't believe they want to do that.
Okay.
I believe they want to keep the interior of the offensive line at its best. And I think they feel like Tyler Smith there is a good fit for the future. Him and Zach Martin, and if they can get a good center, they feel a lot better there. But so I have a hard time letting go of Tyron until I'm ready there to move on.
So you want to keep
I
him.
want to try and keep him if possible. But, if he wants to go to Miami, I don't know if he works in that offensive line.
You say, I guess they'd be looking to replace Armstead.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But no, I want to keep him.
Stephon Gilmore, longtime cover man, returned to Pro Bowl form in 2023 sometimes. But with Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland in tow, Dallas may prefer allocating top dollars to other spots. Look, if Stephon Gilmore is commanding anywhere near top dollar, I'm definitely out. Says he will end up with the Lions.
Okay, and which seems like a great place because they have to fix that problem. Their secondary was the difficult part, and they couldn't tackle in the second half of that game too. But here's so you're assuming, Kevin, that your 2 corners are going to be those 2 guys.
Yes.
2 risk takers in Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland on the outside.
Although I would argue, didn't Diggs look like he became less risk-takey the last season?
Takery.
That's what I'm sticking with.
All right.
The last season we saw him healthy.
Maybe so. He became more of an overall cornerback rather than just I'm just going to get a football out of your hands. But okay, so are you bringing back Jordan Lewis then? Because that was a conversation we had a while back.
I think so, just because you could get him for, I think, way cheaper, and I feel okay with him in that position.
It's time to invest. It's already. Kelvin Joseph's going to a Super Bowl, and so is Randy Gregory. Isn't that weird? What? Kelvin Joseph's with Kansas City, and Randy Gregory's with San Francisco. But you're going to have to reinvest in the draft or somewhere, I think, in cornerback, because unless you believe that Nashawn Wright's the dude, and he's ready for it. I know. I
would like to know more about the people who believe that.
There are some other guys on this roster too that deserve some chances. Eric Scott probably is a future guy that you would consider. He can play the nickel spot, but I agree with you. Let's move on from Stephon Gilmore. It was a hell of a try. They went after it. And then this year, instead of it being, we have 3 dominant cornerbacks. We had in a nickel cornerback. We had Diggs was out, and we had to settle for what we had. We were happy. We were lucky though that we had him this year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, that was a lucky move.
Now, Corey, I believe this is in response directly to a segment that y'all did yesterday. The NFL will not confirm this, but this is my belief. Did you guys do a segment talking about when you believe sports were fixed?
Okay.
When did that happen?
It was during the 2006 Mavericks championship.
When did the segment take place?
Yesterday at 1:20.
Yesterday! Also yesterday.
All my troubles seem so far away.
Perhaps in response to your segment, the NFL conducted a video conference call to, quote, discuss legalized sports betting, its leadership position to support responsible gambling, and the league's return to Las Vegas. But they also said, we need to discuss some things to make sure the public does not think that means any of these games are rigged or anything like that.
Oh my God.
So they are directly responding to y'all's segment. Now, probably there's other reasons that brought this up, but I believe it was mostly in response to your segment yesterday. Corey,
you're welcome.
How do you feel about holding the NFL's feet to the fire?
It's something we've always done on this show, and pretty proud of it. Let's go ahead and hang that Marconi up on the wall.
I think you should. I absolutely think you should. Let's go from that to, now we talked about it a little bit earlier with Ross Tucker, is Bobby Slowick staying with the Texans, and we went through Ben Johnson, but now Slowick as well staying. These are 2 marquee coordinators that you would have thought would move on down the road.
I like Slowick a lot, and I think he sees, look at this quarterback I got. And I also think that he's like looking at the Seattle job, and Washington jobs, and he's probably thinking to himself, gross, do I want to work for Washington? And this quarterback situation in Seattle is kind of questionable at the moment. I also think there are other owners, GMs out there that kind of believe like me. Okay, this dude is a really good offensive coordinator. What do we know about his ability to coach as a head coach yet? What's his vision? What's that going to look like? And this, I always find it weird, Kevin. Yesterday when the Ben Johnson news came out, everybody was like, oh my gosh, Ben Johnson turned it down.
I have to admit I was surprised.
And then Schefter was like, look, he wasn't as much of a lock as everybody thinks. And I was like, there's GMs right there talking to Adam Schefter going, yeah, don't get this all tangled up. Not that he didn't pick us, we didn't pick him. So I think that's also,
to be fair, Schefter has taken advice from the Commanders in the past about how to word things, has he not?
True.
So maybe they were like, hey, tell everybody he wasn't necessarily our pick.
Yeah, no, I really do believe that. So with Slowick too, I think there is a little bit of him kind of saying, I want to be here. I believe coaching CJ Stroud's got to be a blast. Coaching that offense, the way that they ran this year's got to be a lot of fun. But I also believe that, he has some more to put under his onto his resume.
Why do websites and why does CBS continue to do this to us is they put out an article, the 12 losing teams' chances of reaching the Super Bowl next season. And this is for teams that have already lost in the playoffs. Number 5 on the list is the Cowboys.
Yes.
No!
What? They're top 5.
Because it goes Ravens, Bills, Eagles, Lions, and then Cowboys, which means worst case scenario, the two teams in the Super Bowl, then you drop to number 7. Why must they perpetuate this? This is how we get let down every single year.
Kevin, if you're top, I've been told if you're top 5, that means that you're going to be well taken
conversation.
care of. You're going to be well taken care of. So if that's the case, Cowboys are top 5, man. Just re-believe. Just start re-believing right now, Cowboys fans. I know that's got to be frustrating because I do have that question of like when I'm going to start re-believing and re-feeling that way. Because right now I'm still hurt. I'm still hurt by it all. But they do this because the Cowboys are a good team. They are. Jerry's not wrong when he says they're hanging around the rim. Their ability to dunk is the problem.
One more question that may or may not be gridiron related. Should we be concerned that somebody is in our prep room measuring things out?
I'm concerned.
Does that mean our prep table and ancillary table below the TV are being confiscated? Is this some sort of blowback from the settlement that was reached with the bankers a few weeks ago? These are the questions.
Are we selling our table?
I don't know.
Are we selling our? Are we replacing the table?
And
with
are they
new
just trying
stuff?
to figure out how they're going to get it out of that room?
And they're like, let's get them a bigger TV in here.
I do not believe that is the case. But yeah, so somebody was just in there measuring things, I assume, to determine if they can take them out of the room or not. And I am a little bit concerned about that.
How'd they get that table into that room? It doesn't really fit through the door.
Take the legs off. That's always the answer. Take the legs off. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the one thing we can do in Vegas that players can't. And help us out, Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers. What's the best thing to do in Vegas? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and IJ, the KNC Master. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm very superstitious about this.
The thing that we can do in Vegas that players can't, and also what's the best thing to do in Vegas? Now, the very first answer I saw, Vegas, ? To be quote unquote escorted around your hotel room. Best thing ever. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of answers like that. Also want to hear from the Twitch and the YouTube. But real quick, Corey has another personal life thing I believe he wants to bring to the table, if I'm not mistaken about this.
I always text Adrian before we take off on flights. Whenever we leave to Vegas and whenever we fly back, I always text Adrian and say, tell my boys I love them. They're the most important thing in the world. Tell Lucy I love her and give them all a hug for me. And I love you to the moon and back. I don't know why I have always done this, because if you love somebody to the moon, they can always defeat you with I love you to the moon and back, right? Like, I love you as tall as this tree. Well, I love you as tall as the tree and as deep as the roots. Ha, gotcha beat. So
Infinity plus one.
Yeah, exactly. Or infinity times infinity. So I always, you don't have a thing, you don't do anything like that where before you fly. I just want to know, what if something happens on the flight, Kevin? What if a big rainstorm grabs the airplane and spins it in a circle and we fly all over the place and then I don't make it back? And they're like, he didn't even tell us he loved him. He loved us. I always do that.
Okay, now I feel kind of bad because I only reach out if there's like a delay or something's wrong. So, but look, that shouldn't surprise you. That's how I am as a human. I don't need status updates. If somebody tells me their plane is going to land at 12:15, I don't need to hear from them at 10 o'clock and be like, get ready to take off. That's just not me as a human. That's not who I am. And so because of that, I don't do that for people in my life. Maybe I need to ask them if they would like that. And maybe Jess would be like, yes, I only tell her if there's a delay, if it will change the time that I will text her when we land.
Alec, do you have somebody that you're like, I got to let them know that I love them before I go on this airplane?
My dad would probably kill me if I didn't do it.
There.
So that one feels forced. I'm just chilling. I'm like, I've done this before. I'm going to be, in Orlando in 2.5 hours. I'll be okay.
Wow.
Like, I don't really think about it like that.
Okay. And see, I'm just terrified that that's going to be my last words. If I didn't, Kevin, when we leave here on Monday, we're heading to the airport. I haven't seen the family since early that morning. They need to know I love them. They need to know again before I take off on an airplane.
See, yeah, I'll tell them in the car, but I get what you're saying. I'll ask Jess how she feels about that, and she might be like, that's all I've ever wanted out of this marriage. And I'll be like, oh, dip. But I'll ask her for sure.
From the 214, no, because we haven't been back to the moon since the 60s, so saying I love you to the moon is good enough.
See, okay, look, I don't want this to devolve into a different thing, but that just describes me as a person. Whenever somebody's like, I'm going to give it 110%, I'm like, that's stupid. The scale is to 100%. Or somebody's like, how do you feel at a 1 out of 10? I'm an 11. And I'm like, great. I'm a 642. That's stupid. The scale is capped at 10.
But what do you think? Hold on. But what do you think about 200%?
No, that's dumb.
You can see a 200% increase.
Okay.
In something.
Yeah. In economics and mathematical changes.
And love.
I agree. Okay. But you would describe it as such. You wouldn't say on a scale of 1 to 100, we increased 200%. That makes no sense. That scale is infinite, how much you can increase.
From the 214, but what's in infinity times infinity, but what's the point? You're far more likely to die every time you get in a car than on a plane. And so you're right. Now, every time I get in the car, I need to text my family a text, something along the lines of, I love you guys so much. I'm about to drive in DFW.
No, that is inaccurate.
No one's dying.
No, that is inaccurate.
People die.
The phrasing goes, you're more likely to die in a car accident than you are a plane accident. because of the frequency of which you're driving. It's not a 1-versus-1 comparison. It's not like you're like, I fly in a plane as often as I drive in a car. That is untrue. If you take the totality of it, yes, but no. The odds are not, I do not believe that that is correct.
From the 214, Kevin is the scale Catboy. They're saying that.
No, yeah. On a scale of me to Catboy, what percentage do I think we're really going to go all in? We'll get into that in a little bit, but guess what? It's not very high. But I'm not going to tell you on a scale of 1 to 100, it's a -4. That makes no sense.
Okay.
Just say a 1.
Or 100.
Now.
And 10.
The players can't gamble in Vegas. I don't remember the question. The point of this was going to be that the players can't gamble in Vegas. Now, somebody asked this question in the last segment. Do I think it's odd, if not hypocritical, that the NFL can create all kinds of gambling agreements and sponsorships while the players can't gamble or else they'll get suspended? Yes. Yes, I do. Unfortunately, that is the way not just the NFL, but corporate America works. But you're right. That is very shady.
And Kevin, I know they can't gamble. They can't even go into the sports book, can
Correct.
they? Like, they can't even step foot into a sports book. So walking around, you've been to the MGM Grand.
Correct.
Remember when we were there, and like, it's an area. I wonder what the line is of like, I have to go past this pillar and now I'm in the sports book or Caesars or whatever. Like, it's just an area sometimes. Not all of them are completely blocked off that way. So it is a wild thing that they can't even go into the sports book, let alone gamble.
I will tell you, I guess I don't know this for a fact, but I hope there's not somebody with a walkie-talkie standing out like what the theoretical border is, and they're like, Odell Beckham has entered the sports book. Like, I hope that's not the case. They would have to like actually sit down, look like they're considering a wager, and not that they just walked in there for a second. It was like, whoop. I'm not supposed to be here. I would hope. But then again, it's the NFL. Who the hell knows?
And you know, we have been also forewarned to, if you're going to get a phone call while you're in the sports book, get out of there. You know, just walk out of the sports book and take your phone call elsewhere, because they keep eyes on stuff like that too. So it is good to know those kinds of things so that we're not just sitting there on the phone with our wives, you know, and then they're like, the pit boss comes over and is like, you got to go. And then my kneecaps are gone because Dan Campbell bit them off.
Oh my gosh, from the 214, are you saying you're going to make bets for players? No. Ooh. Well, you know what? Actually, that's not true.
Hold on.
No, that's not true at all. Are you a member of the Philadelphia Eagles? Are you a member of the Houston Astros? Yes. Contact me. I will gladly make a bet on your behalf. Because
I don't know,
guess
man.
what? I ain't violating any rules, but you're going to get in trouble. Yes.
Will you turn them in?
Hell yeah, I will.
You won't get in any trouble for placing the bet.
That's right.
Right?
I'm not employed by the NFL. I can do whatever the hell I want.
And that's legal, right?
Yes.
To place a bet for
Yes.
somebody else? Interesting.
Yes, you can. Look, I am not governed by the rules of the NFL. However, the Eagles players are. Or you can go on down the line. If you're a Vegas Golden Knight player and you want to reach out to me to help you place a bet at the casino in the city where you mostly live, okay, I will look into that. Absolutely. The Nuggets, the Timberwolves, like whatever. Opposing maybe not the Spurs this year, but yes, I would gladly help. But then I'm going to turn you in.
But they can engage in legal gambling on personal time while traveling for league or club events, but they can't place bets like on their sport.
Okay.
Not on NFL football.
And even that I dispute. And I think the NFL describes that in a somewhat murky way. In your personal time, as long as you're not involved in something that is run by the league. So let's say you just hang out at the team facility because your house is getting remodeled or something. I don't know.
It caught on fire and now, yeah.
Well, yes, Tyreek, that could happen. Let's just say, so you're going to just be all day at the team facility, but the season's over or you're not doing anything team related that day. That's your free time. You cannot gamble at the team facility. That is a violation. You cannot call somebody and have them gamble on your behalf. That is a violation, which has you potentially getting suspended. That's why Eagles players, give me a call. I'll help facilitate that for you. So yeah, even on your free time, you can't be at the team facility or else suspension.
And I did reread.
Potentially.
You can step into a sports book as a player as long as it's to get to another part of the place.
Okay, so if you have
can
to travel through, off,
yeah. And sometimes that is the case. You have to walk through one to get somewhere or something like that.
That would be a very oddly arbitrary rules. Like, well, guess we have to leave and go the entire other way just to get to the spot that's 15 feet away.
Accidentally walked into there. You're out of the NFL for the next year.
That feels like that's too much.
I was kind of talking. I was talking a little bit with Mike yesterday about that because my interest whenever I was younger and like in my 20s and I went to Vegas, I had interests of, all right, I want to experience Vegas in this way,
right?
You know, and I'm taking this much money. I'm willing to lose this much money, and let's have some fun while we're at it. And I experienced the highs and lows of it, and we partied all night and went all night. But Kevin, we do have to get up at 6:45, at least earlier than 6:45 in the morning. And I know Sean and RJ,
bad.
like that's a struggle for them.
You'll probably still be on Central Time in your mind.
But so I'm not really gonna. I don't know if I can go hard like I did even last year. I went a little harder in Arizona last year than I think I'm going to go this year. But I do want to experience some things. I will walk around Vegas, see the sights, see what's new, and I'm probably interested in going to a sports book. Mike was like, yeah, get a few $20 parlays and just kind of see how that plays out for you. And, you know, maybe you win, maybe you hit, maybe it's fun. I asked Broadus, I was like, what's your plan? And he was like, I might, do I might watch some horse betting, some stuff like that. And he loves horse betting. Like it's something he enjoys studying. And so I was kind of curious, like, are you planning on hitting the blackjack table? Is that a plan of yours?
Man, I really, because it's only the second time I've ever been to Vegas, I really enjoyed hanging out with the sportsbook because of all the specialized bets you can make. You know how we'll do like theoretical prop bets that usually you can only engage in at the Super Bowl level. Well, not in Vegas.
Yeah.
If you want to bet on what you think the first quarter spread will be or what the over-under will be for a half, you can absolutely get in on that for whatever game is going. And they have enough TVs that they're like, hey, don't just think about your traditional North American sports. We got sports from everywhere. And so they
do have sports from everywhere.
That was super, super fun for me.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I kind of see my day kind of landing. I have been very lucky that a number of Tolos have already messaged me on Twitter with like links to their favorite places. Like they've even pinned some of the places that they like to go to, or restaurants, bars, little dives to go hang out at. So I have a lot of, I don't know if I can see all of them, but I don't have my kids and family with me. So I do have time after the show to go do some things and experience some things.
We might have a big implication for the Cowboys. And we talked with Ross Tucker earlier. He said Mike McDonald probably out the door. He is, in fact, going to the Seahawks. So that was a spot that...
The guy who wrote You Have a Friend in Me?
I don't...
As their head coach, and that would be Dan Quinn would only have the Commander's job as his option then if Mike McDonald's going to be in Seattle.
And they are meeting with him, or he did meet with him again, but that's another one. And remember, right after the season ended, we had the discussion about Dan Quinn would be back, or at least that is the information we were given as the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator if nothing changed. Well, Mike McDonald going to the Seahawks, who for a while, Dan Quinn had been the betting favorite to take that job, even in the offseason after the playoff debacle.
Because of familiarity with them and the team, and he built the Legion of Boom while he was there and put them on the map there.
And now that leaves just the Commanders. And so that puts even more emphasis on Ben Johnson piecing out on them, because maybe that clears more space for Dan Quinn to be a realistic candidate. Because look, I know first interview, second interview, that's great. It feels like everybody knew that the Commanders wanted Ben Johnson, or he was like their favorite by a pretty wide margin. Well, now that's changed, and that's the only job left. And it looks like you're moving closer and closer to Dan Quinn coming back to be the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, which used to be a slam dunk. We were all pumped. I do not know if it feels that way anymore.
Wow. Yeah, man. This is very, and I do wonder what the what is the holdup from these other teams on Dan Quinn? If that's the case, is it
Like
because
if he doesn't get a job
Is
again?
it because of the Green Bay game? Is it because of what happened there? Is the asking price too much? But listen, I'm a fan of continuity. I'm also a fan of adding talent. So if I'm Dan Quinn, look, let's retool this. Let's make sure we have the talent on the defensive side. I'll call the plays and maybe don't go away from something that you're really good at. Just, maybe you can stick with what you're good at. I don't know, but make sure you have the talent if he's going to be back. We'll have to keep an eye on what happens with this Commander's job. Do you want to face him twice a year? I think it's a cool storyline.
Yes.
It is a cool storyline.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk more about that, but also the Cowboys say they're going all in. What does that really look like, and how to create more than $50 million of salary cap space? Yes, it can be done. I did it. So we'll talk about that next right here in The Fan. 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed the news, Mike McDonald is going to be leaving the Ravens and take over as the Seahawks head coach. So lock it in, which leaves only the Commanders as the open head coaching position out there on the market, which obviously dwindles the opportunities for Dan Quinn, or as somebody texted in, wait, hold on. Does that mean Bill Belichick is really not going to coach this year? Yes, it does.
Well, and I think one of Bill Belichick's main approaches is the organization first, like how it works and everything, which isn't that kind of part of the discussion of he loves the New York Giants, right? That documentary, The Two Bills,
that is a good one.
He just looked like he just was like, I don't know why I ever left this place. But right now, the organization's in disarray. And he would probably look at that and be like, do I really want to be there? Am I going to be the factor? I don't think he would look at Washington and say that's a place for him. So, yeah, it would end up that he would have to probably sit out the season and then see how free agency goes next year. Or maybe midway through a season, take over a team.
Man, who
hasn't responded to their coach after 3-12-5 seasons.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say that would be odd, but now that you have a very specific target in mind, well, you know what? Let's go to Jerry Jones, because he does not think it's a big deal that they lost in the playoffs early 3 straight years. Or at least the one part about this I'm concerned about is what it makes it sound like. Cut 3, please.
What I would say is, I hope it's not different going into the first playoff game where we got the second seed. I hope it's not different at all where we got the second seed. Now let's talk about how we might make it different against when we play in that game and get a win. Okay, we need to stop the run better. And we need to be more physical, and we need to run better. Be specific. We need to do those kinds of things. And so my point is, I look at that, and I look at. I thought we made a pretty good move 4 years ago when we hired Mike McCarthy, and he's had some great in-season success. Now he's come up short 3 times. 3 times and advanced us in the playoff. Okay? But I like the fact that he's hanging around the rim. And I like what the team has done to hang around the rim.
I'll be honest, he didn't say anything there that I disagreed with.
Oh, I have a huge issue with the last part.
Okay. And I understand that. I also understand Jerry is coming from a place where he's had on his own fault coaches that couldn't even get across the court, and he's like, look, we went through seasons where we would be there, and then the next year we're 8-8, and then we would be there, and then 2 years in a row we're 8-8. 3 years in a row, this guy has gotten us to a place where only it feels like 15 teams, but only 7 teams get opportunities to play for the playoffs each year in the NFC.
In the NFC, yeah.
And so he's like, we're there. We got to get to that next place. And it sounds like he doesn't believe that changing the head coach is the way to do that. And now I agree with the first part of what he said. I agree with him, what he said about being in that game and how they need to be more physical, better at stopping the run, and better at running. And I also agree with wanting more success. I agree with those 3 things.
I guess the issue that I have is, and everybody probably interprets it their own way, so I'm not saying like you didn't understand the point of that at all. I'm just telling you my interpretation of it is the Cowboys have a longer losing streak in the divisional round than any team in the history of football. And it is currently ongoing. And I don't care about being near the rim anymore if you're going to miss or it's going to be rejected. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're not slamming this thing home, I don't give a crap if we're close to the rim. But plenty of people, I'm sure, feel differently.
And again, my feeling is being near the rim gives you a better opportunity. It gives you more chances to do it. Whereas it sounds like you're like, no, I'd rather be a 1-win team and maybe
1,000,000%,
maybe get back to it in the next 10 years
1,000,000%
with one run.
Because I know this strategy doesn't work. because, or at least for this specific team, it works for other teams, interestingly enough. But for this organization, being close to the rim, it doesn't work for them. It just doesn't. And so, but that's irrelevant because the Cowboys aren't doing that, right? Like, my thoughts about tear it down, start over, irrelevant because that's not what the Cowboys are doing. So I decided to go down the path of what they said they are going to do, right?
Yep.
All right, so let's go to cut number 4. And this is Jerry. There's more to it, but this is Jerry talking about, hey, we're going to go all in. And we'll focus on that on the other side of this cut.
I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we'll be all in. I would anticipate we'll be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, I think we'll we'll push the hell out of it.
Can you replay that one more time for me? Because I need to rehear the first part of that.
I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts that we'd like to address, we'll be all in. I would anticipate we'll be all in at the end of this year. So when you say, is there any thought, I think we'll we'll push the hell out of it.
Strainar is where he stops.
That's right.
But what he's talking about is we're going all in on the contracts for Dak, Micah, and CeeDee Lamb. Now, I do believe in the Micah conversation. That's another conversation where they can push that off and push it off.
Yes, they can.
But he wasn't saying we're going all in and getting all the free agents. We're going all in and we're gonna make all the trade moves to get us better draft situation. We're gonna be at the top of the draft rotation rather than bottom. Well, that's not what I heard there.
That's because I think they don't know how to do it. So I decided to help out with that. All right, because he did say
key.
No, that's true. But he did also say we're not going to be looking as much down the road at the future.
Okay.
All right, when we plan ahead. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what's in front of you. Is the Cowboys are about 19.7. Let's just say I'll round some of these numbers. Cowboys are about $20 million over the salary cap. That's not good. $20 million. Now, the easiest thing to do if you want to create money is, of course, re-sign Dak Prescott, because then you can lower that number. But let's say you're not going to re-sign Dak Prescott, as we brought this up, and thank you very much to Michael Gelkin for backing us up. You can add voidable years to Dak's deal and save about $18.5 million. All right? I'm still above the salary cap, but I'm getting closer.
So about $2 million over the salary cap is at
1.5.
One and a half.
Yep.
All right.
Next, we'll talk with Zach Martin. Make sure he's going to keep playing. Now, this is a big assumption here, but assuming that Zach Martin is going to keep playing, you go to him and Trayvon Diggs, or actually you don't even really need to go to them. You flip the switches on their contracts and save about $20 million. So now you have about $18.5 to $19 million of salary cap room.
All right.
I think the consensus is we want to extend CeeDee Lamb. Do you think that's a fair?
I do.
Okay.
And that's the one player that I like out of all. Let's keep that guy and do our thing.
And this is an issue that I've always had with the way that Jerry talks about things. You don't need that $19 or $20 million or $19 million to extend CeeDee Lamb. Believe it or not, if you extend CeeDee Lamb, you save another about $11 million because you can way lower that first year number. So you could save money by re-signing Dak, re-signing CD, but for the purposes of this, we kept Dak, added voidable years, and re-signed CD Lamb.
Okay.
Now you have about
29.5.
That's right.
Look at me mathing over here.
I'm impressed. Post June 1st cut of Michael Gallup. Now, I've seen differing numbers on here between $7.5 and $9.5 million. But
let's go 8.
Sure. So how much do we have now, Corey?
$37.5 million.
$37.5 million. Next up, Terrence Steele, DeMarcus Lawrence restructure. That'll get you $9.5 million. So what are we at now?
$46.5 million.
Okay.
Or 47.
47.
Yeah.
And
I forgot to add the half.
Then you go to Brandon Cooks and Donovan Wilson. same restructuring deal, you can save about $7.5 million. What does that give us?
Hey, Kevin, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
Steele and who else was the other one on that?
DeMarcus Lawrence.
And you said with Cooks and Wilson, it's how much? 7.5?
7.5.
That will give you $54 million.
$54 million in salary cap space.
And you need at least $14 million for the offseason, like during training camp.
We're going to change that philosophy as well that Stephen Jones told us. We're going to change that philosophy if we can convince them.
All right.
My point is this, you can do all of these things, but just know there's going to be repercussions to it. If Zach Martin retires, there could be huge repercussions to that. If you decide you're not going to keep Dak after this year, huge repercussions to that. Same thing with Terrence Steele, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brandon Cooks, Donovan Wilson. Like there is going to be hell to pay on some of these.
All this, it sounds like we're pushing money down the road.
We're pushing all of the money down the road. But that's just all we went through was Dak. He doesn't get a new contract. Zach Martin, Trayvon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Terrence Steele, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brandon Cooks, and Donovan Wilson. You've now got $54 million in salary cap space, give or take. And I took you from a minus 20 to a plus 54. Now, I realize some of that money will still be allocated for draft picks and everything like that. But my point is this. You have all of the money available if you really go all in and you really want to go get those big name free agents.
Derrick Henry.
You can do that in a heartbeat if you want.
Derrick Henry's contract last year, Kevin, had him cap hit wise. This year it would have been $4 million is voidable and $2 million. Last year his cap hit was $16 million.
And maybe he wants, I don't know.
Salary was 10, so probably he wants 12 a year? Yeah,
maybe.
3
years. He might. I think he would do 3 for 30.
Okay, all right.
I could be off about that. Or if you want to go Saquon or you want to go grab Mike Evans, there are any number of directions that you could go. Do I think? Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
I gotta get better defense.
Okay. So we can talk about that as well. I'm not saying that going out and signing all the free agents will just fix what ails the Cowboys. But my point is, if you really wanted to go all in, the money's there. It took, 3 minutes to explain how you can go from $20 million in the hole in the cap to $54 million plus. And then if you want to just give Dak a contract extension, whoo, lordy, I can add another $10 million on the top of that pile.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, if you went all in and didn't worry about rollover salary cap, the repercussions in 2025, 26, and beyond, you have all of the money if that's what you think you need.
Okay.
If you're willing to sacrifice more future things, pick up a pick now.
Yeah.
If there's somebody in the first or second round, hell, even the third round, you're like, that guy can play on our defense now. Sacrifice a pick and maybe somebody from the year after.
You're looking at guys like Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard. He's high paid. Saquon Barkley. They're sitting there on the market, right? And
yes.
While Derrick Henry is 30, and we were told Cowboys don't like 30-year-old running backs, there's some other guys.
You draft a running back. That's fine.
You like you were saying, like he said, we're not worried about the future so much down the road. So I don't know if it's short-term, high-end money deals that you rock out there and say that's the thing that we're going to nick. So we need to be more physical running the football.
Okay.
Those 3 names right there
that'll
are
get the
running
job,
physical.
That'll get the job done.
Running backs, if that's something that you're interested in.
And maybe you're like, hey, I need to make sure that Tyron Smith is coming back. Or maybe you're like, hey, I would be interested in going back and grabbing Connor Williams back. You can do that. Maybe you want Justin Matabuke. If you want to make that happen, you absolutely can. If your concern is it's a contract year wonder, you'll end up regretting that. I hear all of that logic. But if you just want to do it totally different than the way the Cowboys really have, you can do all of those things. That's why I just don't love the phrasing, because I don't believe that. I don't believe that they will do those things.
This is interesting because I see some people that are like, look, I'd rather go all in, real all in, and get rid and forget the salary cap. And Kevin, I think the other day whenever I said that, I was like, you have permission. I was like, you have permission. If that's what you need from the fan base, That's what we desire.
Yes.
And I think Jerry's kind of in that. When you're dealing with Steven, he just doesn't want to mess this thing up, right? He's trying to make sure the balance sheet stays good. And hey, look, we got our powder dry later down the road, and I just don't want anything to fall apart as we're moving along here. It might take Jerry Jones to step in and say, "Go for it, go for it. We do whatever it is. Flip all the triggers. Let's see if we can get this thing done this way." I mean, again, I think he sounds like. He feels like he has a stable football program with Coach Mike McCarthy as his head coach. That's what I feel is we actually have a football program under McCarthy. But does he have we said we're giving him every tool? We gave him a lot of tools last year. A lot of tools. Did we give him enough? And it sounds like in my feeling, they want to try that approach, but I don't know if it's for sure or not.
This question is really interesting. Sorry, I'm very fascinated by the finances of sports, and then with the Cowboys is, if you didn't extend Dak, would he request a trade? I don't believe that would be the case at all. First of all, he has a no trade clause, but he would be a true free agent at a time where it feels like quarterback salaries just keep going up and up and up. So I don't think that would be the case whatsoever. And from the 214,
Chris Jones is out there.
Well, okay, I got more names for it if you want defensively. The Cowboys will never go all in or jeopardize the future. Don't take the bait. But that's the thing. I'm not taking this bait at all. I'm just telling you, if that was serious and you wanted to, you can go get Justin Matabuke, Sheldon Rankins, and Patrick Queen. You want to add them all to your defense? You can do that, no problem. But you have to put in all of the legwork and not worry about the future. And you're right. If 2024 doesn't work, are you looking at potential shambles with your salary cap going forward? Yes. But hopefully you're able to work your way out of that, knowing that maybe you have a different quarterback that doesn't cost as much money. Just something to think about and look at.
There are a lot of linebacker names out there. I mean,
Devin White,
a ton of linebacker names that if you want to add. I know, like I'm a Josie Jewell fan. I was a Josie Jewell fan back in the day. They'll look at that as in Denver. There's a lot of names that could be available that you could spend there. A few names that I see at defensive tackle that are interesting there. And this also is: am I shopping at the designer bin at Goodwill, or am I just shopping at the premium Lamborghini spot? Am I shopping at Platinum Chevrolet? Am I getting the best? And that's kind of where I'm looking at these guys that are available in free agency in 2024 and seeing they were paid a lot of money, and not all of their teams are sitting there on Championship Sunday right now.
Yeah, and to people who are like, free agency doesn't always solve what ails you, that's totally fair. And my point of all this is,
you can make the money happen.
Yes, but I don't think the Cowboys will.
The other side of that, Kevin. Yesterday, we looked at San Francisco's roster. That roster is not, hey, we drafted our entire team.
Sure.
That roster has, we traded.
Christian McCaffrey is a standout example.
Free agents.
Yeah.
Draft. You have three kind of main ways of doing that. And I guess waiver would be a way, and guys out of XFL or the UFL.
Which we do seem to do pretty well with that part.
But like using all three of those at your disposal. And not saying, hey, you know what? We're going to try and pinch a penny. They don't seem to do that with the draft as much, but they do try to pinch a penny in free agency. And that's where it's like, well, hold on. Why don't you spend premium in free agency to get premium in return? That's where
they were burned in the past.
And that doesn't, but I agree. And I understand that. It's just like in fantasy football. You probably won't draft this guy because he didn't do well last year, and then he breaks off a 1,300-yard season on you.
And there has to be some talent out there that you think can make a difference. If you don't think it's in free agency, that's where the draft comes into play. You go all in by sacrificing next year's number one pick.
Mm-hmm.
You could make something happen with that, and hopefully you see people that can make a difference. Hopefully DeMarvion Overshown comes back and makes you feel a hell of a lot better about the linebacker position. I just wanted to lay that out there because there are absolutely options. I think my definition of all in and Jerry's definition of all in are vastly different, and I think that's how you will see the next 12 months play out.
So your definition of all in would be to buy it all. Is that a real all in?
Buy or draft it all.
Okay.
I guess I would say it like this. Use every asset you have and use it now.
And you think the Cowboys' MO on that is just good enough?
I think their version of all in is going to be, hey, we tried to get the Micah deal done. We got the CeeDee Lamb extension done. We traded for a 4th-round pick. I think that's going to be their version of all in. They're like, look at all the things we
kept
did.
our guys.
Which
every team typically does anyway. A lot of times teams keep their guys.
And one of the examples of that is last year. Drove me crazy at the time. And we asked a follow-up question about this. When we got up to the trade deadline, and Steven and Jerry both like, we already made our big trades in Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks. No, you didn't. Those were your off-season trades. You're still allowed to do something else. And maybe that's going all in. Like maybe if, let's just say this past season, like Chris Jones is like, oh, hey, Kansas City Chiefs aren't going anywhere. Well, that didn't work out. And he was disgruntled. Well, then you can swoop in and make that deal.
Yeah, you can be
at
that
the
team.
trade deadline.
Because you have the money at your disposal.
Exactly. And I'm not saying it has to be these specific players. I just think we have very different definitions of all in. And I think this is the new sales tactic, because take a look at what just happened with Seattle. They have a coach and ain't Dan Quinn. So what's probably going to happen? Your defensive coordinator is going to be back. Your de facto offensive coordinator and head coach, Mike McCarthy, are going to be back. Your quarterback is going to be back. You're selling the same product, so you need flashy new language to go with it. And that flashy new language here is all in.
It sounds like they live a modest lifestyle so that they can also go stay at a 3-star hotel.
Which is crazy.
Instead of saying, you know what, we're living a modest lifestyle so that at some point we can go get the 5-star hotel and
that's me.
Be escorted all around.
Okay, not that last part, but I am cheap about so many things for when the right opportunity comes along. It feels like the Cowboys' right opportunity is, that's sexy 2025 cap space.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not going all in.
More savings.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's say we move to an entirely different sport and an entirely different topic. Are you good with that?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
All right. The Pacific Junior Hockey League. Now, don't change the station yet, because this has us wondering, what is the worst teammate behavior you've ever displayed? Corey, can you walk us through this story? Because you directed me to this video, and it is astonishing how much this goalie's teammates do not care about him.
Kevin, I absolutely can do something to try and find that story in my list.
You need.
I do need a little bit of help on this.
All right. So Ethan Grisham choked a goalie essentially unconscious. I don't think they were just selling it when they fell down to the ice. In the midst of this video from British Columbia, nobody really helps the goalie. One of his teammates skates by and pretends to throw like the soft ass punch, but otherwise everybody just hangs out and lets it happen. Even when Grisham goes full Nate Diaz and flexes with his other arm while he's choking this dude out, nobody comes to help.
Is that a guillotine? Is that what you call it? The guillotine chokehold?
It does look like that.
Okay.
And it was very effective. At first I thought the goalie just like lowered his center of gravity so it wouldn't maybe be as bad, but it looks like he got straight up choked out.
Yes.
And nobody did anything to help him out. So, a couple of questions. First of all, how much do people hate this one guy?
They must hate that goalie.
But also,
that's got to be the reason.
Have you ever had terrible teammate behavior? So it's a multi-tiered question right here. For Mike, we know it's when he was in 3rd grade and told the rest of the team they were fart heads and to catch the ball. That's a fact.
He bullied all his teammates when he was playing baseball because he was like, I have a pro baseball dad.
True.
All right, first off, I think they probably hate the goalie because otherwise you're stepping in for somebody you care about. You're stepping in for one of your teammates. If one of your teammates is getting bodied by somebody, you're not just going to stand there and watch it happen. Now, you might get pulled aside from other guy and have to fight a little bit, or maybe you just get thrown to the side. That's fine, but you at least attempt. You at least attempt to try and go help the guy out unless you hate them. If you hate them, then you're just like, man, he deserves it. He shouldn't have said what he said today. That's on him right there. The other part, though, Kevin, is worst teammate situations.
Yeah.
When somebody else has some success and that person and the other teammate is out there trying to show how much success they have too.
Okay.
You know what? Like I did something good. Hey guys, don't forget about what I just did. We've worked with people, Kevin, that just couldn't stand that attention was being directed at other people and did more to push you down than help prop you up in those situations.
Very
so
true.
like that's like whenever you have success, prop up other people's successes too. That's an awesome teammate right there. Everybody, when you're happy for somebody else, look at Alec, man. Alec goes out there and does an awesome show on the weekends or at nights, whenever he does it. And what do? We come in here and we're like, ugh, don't listen to that show. Or talk about how our show is.
Not on air.
Yeah, but we try to prop him up because I want what's best for Alec, man.
Same thing with Reggie.
Yeah. You like that, Alec?
Get Right, 7 to 11 right here in the
So
fan.
kind of you.
And same thing with Reggie. Reggie has spent so much time with us. And the first thing I retweet it and like that post every single night, if I can, to make sure that people are listening to the night show. Because we've had a long history of having great nighttime radio here at 105.3 The Fan, live and local all the time. I love it.
Right.
So like that's one of those features is prop up other teammates. Don't just try to highlight yourself when other people are doing good things out there.
And maybe that's what led to him getting choked out. I don't know the inner workings of the Pacific Junior Hockey League in British Columbia, but maybe that's what this goalie did. So when that happened, all the teammates skated around. They're like, hey, let it go. Or like, let it go for just a second. Man, that ref, I had to watch a video a couple of times to determine if that ref was just not really caring whatsoever. But he got caught up breaking up other parts of, he got caught breaking up other parts of the fight. And then I thought he was like kind of trying to break up the hockey fight. But in reality, I watched him. He's just smaller. He was trying to pry away the chokehold.
Now let's bring on the Hockey Hawk himself, as we've experienced that he's a big-time Whalers fan. We know that for
fan
sure.
too.
And Nordiques. What are your thoughts on this chokehold, and did they hate their teammate goalie?
Stick Tap boys, thanks for letting me on. So a lot of their team was tied up with other fights, but at the same time, I mean, you have to go for a couple of reasons. One, this is a very low junior league. This is not like the Ontario League. This is not like the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. The prospects are not coming out of here. So this is basically, not the best league, let's just say.
It was like in Letterkenny, anybody out there that watches that show.
Yeah, there you go. So it was one of those things where you have to protect your goalie at all costs, and the goalie was not protected, and that's really bad. That's a bad room. That's not right. I mean, the coach should discipline. As far as the player choking, out of the league forever.
Oh, wow.
He's already been suspended twice this year.
Yeah, you can't.
He only get 13 games, that we said?
It's to the point where there is at the beginning where the player's over to the side, but as soon as that referee comes in, you have to release. He did not release. Not only that, he boasted about it.
Because that ref is trying to break it up.
Trying to break it up. We have to understand, refs can only do so much. And there is an understood rule in hockey that when the refs get involved, you have to break free. There's also a common courtesy involved in a fight when the other player is basically acknowledging that it's done, you have to let go. Those things never happen. Gone.
I do have a question about goalies.
Yeah.
How often do they need to get involved? Because one time I was watching, this was when Andy Moog was the Stars goalie. There's a huge fight going on. I believe Darian Hatcher, middle ice, right there in the midst of it on the ground or on the ice. They're all still going at it. Both goalies go in, and I see Andy Moog take the puck and throw it into his webbing of his glove and smack a guy across the head. Should goalies do that all the time?
Yeah, goalies probably should not do that.
Right.
I would say that.
I like that move, though.
Yeah. But goalies can fight goalies.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I did remember when I was covering the Texas tornado, Ben Bishop actually was with the tornado and dropped the mitts against a player, and I was shocked.
That's awesome.
I mean, that should be a rarity. Goalies can start the fight, but then someone has to come in, grab the player, and say, pick me. So that is the role of the player. So goalies should not be, they don't have the mobility. Yes, they have padding, but we have to understand it's the face that you're protecting.
All right, there you go. That's right there.
Excellent on the spot insight.
Hockey talk and everything. He killed it today.
I missed the number, but the one guy who goes over there and just half-assedly kind of throws a punch, a push, and then another guy skates up to him in slow motion, and they just kind of stand there and look like, hey, I'm not going to do anything. The other guy's like, me neither. And their goalie, 2 feet away, if even, is getting choked out.
The whole brawl should have shifted to the right to protect the goalie.
There you go.
And it didn't. I mean, I would leave the bench even for suspend. I mean, you have to understand, if you want to make another league or if you want to move up, that's actually, people will look at that. And that's something about hockey that you have to understand. Like, your job is also to protect your teammates, and there is something of merit when you go in and you're protecting your teammates. People want that in the room.
Speaking of protecting teammates, Kevin has to get us to break. Otherwise, our boss is going to be really mad at us.
That's a good point. Can I get a quick plug in?
Just don't come back in here when you see the top of the hour.
I know. Spits and Suds and Director of Player Personnel, Rich Peverly, joined us the other day for the Dallas Stars.
Nice.
Gave us a really, really cool update on the players currently on the ice. Some of the guys in the minors, gives his opinion and stuff like that. So just wanted to get that plug in for Spits and Suds.
There you go.
Thanks, boys.
Listen, coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh. I want to dive in on this conversation about Tom Brady and entertainment next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where at least 2 of those minutes are on you, boss. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I saw was the hockey hawk. So they're 2 different people, Kevin. Yes, you do. When he puts his glasses on, he's boss. Whenever they're off, he's hockey hawk.
Okay, that's fine. Then they can talk to one another in some of these instances.
All right, Kevin. So this is wild. Tom Brady
Gross.
won 7 Super Bowls, right?
Kind of.
He hoisted the trophy. All right, he won.
Well, I said kind
You
of.
can't just give the kicker the credit on those.
No, I was going to say all the times he cheated, too.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
I
okay,
get what
gotcha.
you're saying.
I got you.
He probably has like 2.
That are
legitimate
his.
ones.
Okay. Even still, that's a lot more than some quarterbacks.
That's true.
Who've never been to the Super Bowl or an NFC championship game.
Face, Josh Allen.
Despite their 12-5 seasons, 3 straight years in a row.
Josh Allen. He's never been to the NFC championship game.
10-year, $375 million contract to take over as analyst for Fox.
That's a lot.
Alongside Kevin Burkhardt. That is a lot of money. That is a ton of money. And how do you feel about Greg Olsen?
I like Greg Olsen. I heard there's plenty of people who do not like Greg Olsen, but I like him fine. But then again, I might be the wrong person to ask. Alec, I don't know if you want to get in on this. To me, I don't care really who's broadcasting the game going in. Like, I don't ever think, oh, yeah, it's this game, or oh, no, it's this game. I'm like, I'm here to watch the game, so who broadcast it is irrelevant to me, but I might be in the minority on that.
It's weird. I don't care either, but I do think a good commentary duo absolutely makes the broadcast a lot more enjoyable, because I think a guy like Greg Olsen does his homework, unlike a lot of guys that kind of just... It feels like now a lot of analysts say, you know, I'm either analytics guy or anti-analytics, and I'm going to stand on that hill and die on it. Greg Olsen likes to kind of lean into both, and I'm here for it.
Which makes sense. You can weave both together.
Yeah, I think he does a good job of being like, this is something I talked about with them this week, and look, this is what they like to do here. There are a lot of things that I do walk away from, and Kevin, I agree with you on, for the most part, it doesn't matter to me. I love hearing Eric Nadel. All right. I love hearing Babe and Brad do their thing. It's really like I think they're good at what they do. And so I will turn on a radio to listen to Eric Nadel or listen to Jared.
And I think that's a difference with radio. Radio does make a difference. I'm saying for TV.
You saw it yourself?
But radio, I get your point.
I bet in my mind, I think I'm very interested in what Bally's approach is going to be to replace CJ Nitkowski, because that's a good opportunity to really put a good, knowledgeable baseball person in that place.
Mike Bassett.
And that's what I'm still rooting for and hoping for at some point. But like I think that's a good opportunity there, because I do think Dave Raymond does a pretty good job of setting it up. But I want somebody next to Dave Raymond that I think gives me some baseball information.
Yeah.
You know, that I can really, not just numbers, but like Alec was just saying, but something that's real that I can be like, man, that was a meaty topic right there. I think Greg Olsen does a good job of it. And I do think, Kevin, there are times in games where I'll be watching and Greg Olsen will say something, or one of the analysts will say something, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about it that way. Or it piqued my interest, and now I want to do some more research on that, on why, what the trend is and whatnot. This is Tom Brady with your friend Pat McAfee talking about
Monday Night Raw commentator.
Talking about replacing Greg Olsen.
I've been out to Fox Studios a few times and done some really dry runs with Kevin, who is tremendous at what he does. I'm super excited to join an amazing team. Rich Russo and Richie Zions. You know, we've talked a lot about football. We've talked a lot about how I see the game. And I think Greg's done an incredible job. I have so much respect for him, how he approaches his job. He's super prepared in what he does. I think he does an incredible job every time he's on. I love listening to him. And I'm just going to go in there and do the best I can do with my own perspective.
I think Tom Brady is going to be fantastic. And the reason I think this is because this dude's understanding of situational football is off the charts. When it comes to, we talked about the details with Bill Belichick, the details of the game were there, and Tom Brady knew them just as well. We saw it whenever he was with Tampa. Like all the stuff that he'd learned to be a championship level quarterback, he took it to Tampa and wins a championship, and then tries to do it again. And so like I do have a very big belief that he's going to be really good at whenever the minutes are crunching down. You might look at the game a totally different way. When you listen to Tony Romo, a lot of times he'll be like, look, in this situation, you want to do this or this. I wonder if Tom Brady's like, I never would have done it that way. Here's actually what you would have done. And you're really listening to that guy? Like you're really going to listen to what Tom Brady is telling you, because you think, man, he obviously knows for some reason. But I also love the idea.
We know the reason.
Because he already saw somebody's
the
film.
Plan and the audio. And I got you.
And the other thing, too, though, is I do like this because I think the entertainment value of depth for Fox is better now. Now, I'm not saying that, hey, I wish that Greg Olsen would be a 3-man booth with those guys. But now the B-level games are gonna will be really good. And I think that's important in this world where it is sports and entertainment combined at the same time, because there are some games where I'm just like, man, this is bad. I'm just going to put it on mute and watch this football game. And I don't want that. I do like the idea of having somebody good there, but I also think it stinks for Greg Olsen that this is happening. Like it really does stink for him. Because he's really good, but he'll also have an opportunity at some point to check out some other places.
Does it stink more from the notoriety or the compensation point of view? Because he's in line, and I think
they kind of both go hand in hand.
Okay, because I know he can renegotiate, but still, he's going to take like a $7 million pay cut.
Yeah, I mean that is a huge factor for sure. The notoriety part of it, John Madden was bigger than life.
Yeah,
and still is to even now. I think his legend kind of grows even more.
I could see that
because he's not on there doing anything that's going to make him sound worse. So everything we have is all of his highlights and all the stuff from the game that we just remember for so long. But he became notoriety. I mean, he had the bus, the turducken, all those things they built around him because of his personality and how his personality rocked with it. And so with Greg Olsen, I think you can build around his personality. It's kind of there. I get it. Somebody just said the way he says things. He says important, and that's weird to me. Like, it is weird the way he says that word. And I'm always like, just finish that up. But I think he has a lot of energy for the moment. And whenever I did take Hank Dickinson's class, I went to go study under Bill Mercer at UNT, and he retired the year before I got there. But I had Hank Dickinson, and he was fantastic. And that was the one thing that I learned the most about calling games. And I think Jared, Nadell, they can all tell you those things. Late in the game is when you have to have the most energy. And you have to be able to understand that delivery of that energy late in the game. But you also kind of have to have similar energy early in the game. But you can't be like, oh, late in the game, and it's just, you know what? And there it is. There's another touchdown. Especially if it's a 17-16 game. That's got to exist. So I think it stinks, but I'm also excited that we have top tier. There are good people. Could be a very bad group of people that they're throwing out there.
That is very true.
Kevin,
you get Jason Witten back.
And somebody did text in and they said, I don't notice a good one, but a bad announcer makes me want to punch the TV.
Oh my gosh.
And they said Olsen is good, but sounds too California. And look, man, where you are from is going to definitely dictate the way you say things and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
And if you're broadcasting nationally, I guess
I hear what you're saying.
Can you imagine if all announcers sounded like Colin Cowherd though? All radio sounded like Colin Cowherd, and there's just this all the time. And look how pompous I am.
Trust me. There are some executives that want that to happen.
And yeah, because they have a certain style that they are in charge of, and they feel like that's the style that works. This story popped up too, and it's weird, and I hope it happens because I love chaos, Kevin. Whenever we get presented these like things that could shake up stuff, I'm like, I want that to happen. College football, for example.
Right.
Hey, I want all the chaos because if the system's already busted up, then I want the system to be changed at some point, and chaos could be the only thing that could change it. Doc Rivers was hired. Is it Are we already midway through the season now?
Yes.
Whew. And he might end up. There's a possibility that he could end up coaching the NBA All-Star game on the East side, because the rule is coaches are not voted into the NBA All-Star game, but rather given as an honor to the team with the best record in each conference. And there are teams, these are typically based on the standings 2 weeks before the actual event. So how far away are we from the NBA All-Star game? I'm going to check then see what the number is on that.
We're getting close to that threshold.
Okay, here it is. All-star coaching staffs are decided by this weekend. It is whoever clinches the top record in conference by February 4th. So this weekend, Kevin, is when this is going to be coming down, that Doc Rivers, who has not coached for a week?
Yeah, not very long.
Might be the NBA All-Star coach, and that is hilarious to me and also ridiculous at the same time. I feel like they should just say, Adrian Griffin, you can do it in that instance instead.
Do you feel like he would be vindicated then as like, hey, I know we fired you, but you can go ahead and come on back for that? Probably not, right?
And he's like, but what logo do I wear? And we're like, look, have you ever seen that time that Rob Lowe showed up at a football game and had an NFL hat on? We're going to give you an NBA
one of the weirdest
pullover.
things. It's like when Marv Albert, was on Larry King's show. That'd be way cooler. It was the Larry Allen talk show. Is with just a black nondescript ball cap. It had nothing on it. And I was like, hold on. What is the meaning of this? And I always wondered, like, was it a hair transplant thing? Was it a toupee thing? Like, what was happening there that prevented you from having no hat on? Or did nobody go pick a normal hat?
And he's like, no, I love the NFL. I love it so much. And then lastly, Kevin, I know I told you the other day that in the previous game, Taylor Swift was shown for 25 seconds. And I think it
doesn't feel very long.
It is so wild that that this is actually, like, people are tracking this. She was shown for 44 seconds during the AFC Championship game. On a 3-hour and 9-minute game, she was shown 0.39% of the time, receiving roughly the same screen time as people making, serving, and eating crab cakes. So, like, that's where it stands on the Taylor Swift thing. And I'm not telling people, look, if y'all want to hate her, go ahead and hate her. If y'all want to love her, go ahead and love her. I'm not telling you what to do either side here. I really don't care, honestly. I'm just giving you the funny updates because I think it's hilarious that people are tracking how much time she is on TV because they're either fighting for her or hating against her.
Do you think, though, seriously, serious question, do you think she stays out too late? Because that's what people say. Coming up next.
Kevin, the Celtics are up 4.5 games, so it's probably going to be difficult in the next 3 days for Doc Rivers to do it. My apologies.
But you like the potential for chaos.
I love the potential for chaos.
Coming up next.
Change the rules.
The best QBs to never win the Super Bowl. Did they receive more or less criticism than they deserved? And we'll probably compare some of them to Dak. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053. This is going to be a multi-tiered segment right here. The best quarterbacks to never win the Super Bowl. First. Second, did they receive more or less criticism than their accolades deserved? And third, are any of them criticized as much as Dak?
Oh, wow.
Now, so a lot happening in this segment. Feel free to answer whichever one of those questions that you want. Also, let me know if you've ever been to the Zach Baggins Haunted Museum, because somebody suggested that for Las Vegas, and I looked on TripAdvisor, and the reviews are super high, and it looks like something that I would totally want to do.
How do you spell Zach?
Z-A-K.
Z-A-K.
B-A-G-A-N-S. All right.
Haunted Museum?
That's right. So CBS has the top 10 quarterbacks who never won a Super Bowl. They put Matt Ryan at number 9, which I know has to be concerning for RJ Choppy, since Choppy said that Matt Ryan was the top 10 quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
And if he's only number 9 on the list of players who never won a Super Bowl, that's going to hurt his argument.
Yeah,
really
I definitely would say number 9. And you didn't say Boomer? Did you say Boomer?
Boomer's number 10.
Well, but you didn't say it for a reason. Being number 10, kind of like not even existing at all.
I do not ascribe to that theory that
Top
you and
9.
Mike have gone on about. Is if you're top 10, especially of all time, it still feels like being 10th is pretty important or like pretty impressive. I know Katie
It's
doesn't
single
think
digit.
that, but
Be a single digit or be nothing.
okay. So, wow. All right. Fair enough. All right. So that's why we skip over them. Matt Ryan. I think he definitely went under the radar because he had one amazing season. I mean, he was a good quarterback. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, he was very good.
He was a good quarterback.
And he had to play in Atlanta.
He had a really good season where he won MVP and they went to the Super Bowl and then they beefed it, and Tom Brady should have one less Super Bowl. It's amazing that Tom Brady benefited from the worst play call in the history of football and then also the worst half of play calling in the history of football to win 2 of those Super Bowls. All right.
He also let's not forget either. He had Roddy White and Julio Jones in his career. Like he had 2 premier wide receivers.
How much credit do you give him for Roddy White? Like Julio Jones, I get it. I
feel like Roddy White was still doing what he was doing with like Matt Schaub.
Okay. Well, then that will work against.
I'll have to go back and look at that.
Dan Fouts. Dan Fouts did not get a lot of criticism because he's in the Hall of Fame, but he was the epitome of, I'm never going to be on a team that's really, really good.
Is that his fault?
Well, kinda, because in the playoffs, he was 3-4 with 12 touchdowns and 16 interceptions.
Okay.
Now, I realized that like the game was different and you didn't have to have the exact same touchdown to interception ratio, but that's not good. But he led the league in passing yards 6 times. So I feel like now people are like, that's why he's in the Hall of Fame. But if you wanted to win, maybe that's not the dude.
Why have the Chargers always kind of been mediocre? Like just about above mediocre and then just about below mediocre and around mediocre.
I think that's the issue, is they're too good to sit in mediocre. Like they'll have their 14-2 season on you, but still make sure to lose in the divisional round.
Yeah.
Now, one of the answers to your questions, Corey, is coming in at number 4 on this list, and we'll go back, is Romo West.
Okay.
And that's Phillip Rivers. All right. We adopted the nickname Romo West for Phillip Rivers because it seemed like they did a whole lot of things that were similar, and they did a whole lot of not winning at the same time. So he is number 4 on this list.
Yeah, man, and he was there for what felt like an eternity. And there were a lot of 9-7 seasons with Phillip Rivers too. A lot of
them were just good enough to get in the playoffs, and sometimes, but not good enough to ever do anything with it. Now we get to a couple of really interesting names. Steve McNair and Donovan McNabb.
Steve McNair was so close.
Okay. But also,
so close.
They're from the same era. I realize they were drafted, I think, 4 years apart. I feel like Donovan McNabb got crushed by the media time and time and time again. Steve McNair, I didn't necessarily feel that way, although maybe it was similar to Lamar Jackson style of, is that kind of quarterback ever going to win a Super Bowl? It's like, oh, he's a running quarterback. You can't win with that. And so he did get some of that criticism. But I feel like Donovan McNabb, who didn't win a Super Bowl, 9-7 in the postseason, made 5 NFC Championship games, including 4 straight, which normally you'd be like, that's pretty impressive. But they only made it to the Super Bowl 1 time. Now, obviously, T.O. wasn't a big fan of him, like several other people. I feel like Donovan McNabb did get Romo or Dak levels of criticism.
Yeah, that probably became that era where there were a lot more voices to be heard for sure too, like to be really heard. And they were, under Andy Reid, they were a very successful team, and everything around it was really good, and nobody could decide whether it was Andy or Donovan's fault. Now, Andy not being on the field gets the benefit of, hey, I may have made some very stupid clock management decisions in that time, but I can be 70-something years old and recover from that with Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes has probably covered up some of the warts that Andy Reid may have had.
No kidding. It is interesting how having Patrick Mahomes has eliminated a lot of his clock issues.
And what's the first discussion? Well, they were in the NFC Championship 4 straight years. And people will bring that up, and you're like, yeah, but still, they didn't do these things because of that.
I'm telling you, the Cowboys have so warped my idea of what success is in the NFL, because to me, I'm like, you need to put Donovan McNabb in the Hall of Fame tomorrow. 4 straight NFC Championship games? My God, what could be better than that? But then you're like, hey, but he only made 1 Super Bowl and he didn't win it. The Cowboys have warped my sense of what counts as success and what doesn't.
I'm sorry for you, bro.
The NFC Championship game is our Super Bowl championship.
Okay.
And when we make it to the wild card and divisional round, that's our NFC Championship.
So what happens when they make it to the Super Bowl? That's like
never.
If they ever make it to the Super Bowl.
That's the thing.
You've already won your championship game at that point by just getting to the NFC Championship game.
In my mind, yes. Hopefully that is not the way the team looks at it. All right. Warren Moon.
Loved him.
But he never even played in a Super Bowl, let alone won a Super Bowl. This might be because of my age. I don't remember him getting bashed all the time. Maybe people who are just a little bit older than us are like, oh my God, he got crushed all the time. It's like, hey, he could throw a lot of touchdown passes and a lot of yards, but you can't throw a lot of W's out there. I don't know.
102 and 101 was his career record.
Oh, wow.
So, he was a Jeff Fisher of quarterbacks.
Okay.
Essentially, he was about 500.
Which,
I mean, 102 wins sounds like a lot because...
But he made the Pro Bowl 60 million times.
Yeah, and he was famous, dude. I will say that I really hate that Warren Moon did not get that ultimate opportunity. That's one of those guys that I'll put him on my list. People can say they can rank by talent or where they are, but on my list, he's probably number 2 for me.
All right, so there's 3 higher up on the list. One of them is Fran Tarkenton. All right. Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar with media criticism.
I wasn't alive.
Of the era.
I wasn't alive. I wasn't even born when he retired. I don't know much.
The other 2, though, I absolutely think they got crushed by the media. Number 3 is Jim Kelly, and number 1 is Dan Marino.
Jim Kelly got crushed by the media?
I think so, because I think once you got past 2. That first Super Bowl loss to the Cowboys, that leading into that, I think the fun of that story was gone. Have you ever seen
the Jim Kelly story, the Bills story?
Just the Bills in general. Have you ever seen the 4 Falls of Buffalo?
No, where is it?
It's a 30 for 30. It's awesome.
All right.
That run to the rematch for the Cowboys in the Super Bowl is so depressing. They made it to the Super Bowl,
but they didn't.
But you can hear person after person after person, whether it's people in management, people on the team, or fans. They're all like, hey, great. Who are we going to lose to this time? And they're going to the Super Bowl. So I think Jim Kelly got crushed for that, as usually the quarterback does. Because I'm not saying Andre Reed or Thurman Thomas never took any heat or anything like that. But Jim Kelly as the figurehead, I do feel like he got crushed for that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, that level... And I guess losing 2 already at that point becomes the crushing part of it. So after losing the second one was whenever the media kind of started turning their ire against him.
Because they lost pretty emphatically. I still to this day wonder how, that game against Washington might have played out if Norwood would have made the field goal. You go back to, I think it's 20-19. They lost that game. 22-19 They lost that Super Bowl. Norwood misses the field goal. If they win and they go in against Washington the next year, this is an all-time great Washington team. Does Buffalo have that little something extra as we're the defending champions? And if that's the case, what does that mean for that game against the Cowboys? Will they still got run off the field? I have no idea. I have always wondered, if that field goal goes in, how does that change the 91, 92, and 93 seasons and Super Bowls for the Bills?
Were people opining at the time for Frank Reich to continue after he had his playoff, it was against Warren Moon, right?
Yeah.
But after he had that, were people like, oh, it's time for the Frank Reich era?
I don't think so. I think they were like, Jim Kelly, you're the dude. Now why can't you effing win? And that's number one on the list. Undoubtedly gets the highest levels of criticism.
He's the most famous too,
and that
by all means the most famous.
Dan Marino is the most well-known non-Super Bowl winner there is. If you want to say like Jim Brown and people like that, at least they won championships. I'm saying in the Super Bowl era, everybody knows that Dan Marino was awesome, but they also know that A, he was in Ace Ventura, and B, that he never won a Super Bowl. Everybody knows that. And so I do think he's still to this day, he gets crushed. He gets taken out of all-time great conversations. He held every passing record when he retired, both career and seasonally. And he's still top 10 in both categories, despite of touchdown passes and yards, despite how much the game has changed. People don't put him in the all-time great conversation, or at least not in the top 5 because he didn't win.
I'm trying to compare right now what Mahomes is doing. Was that what Marino was doing? And I'm not talking about awards wise and all that.
Except without the win.
Passing wise, he was doing all those things ahead of his time.
The league had never seen anything like it. When he won MVP in '84, when they went to the Super Bowl, I believe his second year, more than 5,000 yards passing and 48 touchdowns. Just think about this, Corey. How the game has changed remarkably in the past almost 40 years now to make it more passer friendly, right? If you had a quarterback who threw for 5,000 yards and 48 touchdowns this season, don't you think you'd be like, holy crap, that's amazing?
Yeah.
He did it 40 years ago.
How much did Ace Ventura help him?
I think it helped people like him more.
No,
that and the isotoner
commercial. So
sure.
I did watch the Miami Hard Knocks.
The in-season.
He's around all the time. And at Christmas time, he's in the quarterback room because he kind of hangs out in the quarterback room all the time. I don't know if it was for show or if he really is, but it seemed like it because Tua's calling him Uncle Dan, and they're so excited. They all gave each other presents. So Tua gives all the quarterbacks presents, and everybody's doing it. Uncle Dan gave everybody isotoner gloves. He's like, I got a lifetime supply, guys. Don't worry about it.
And I see it from the 214, from the 682. It's a good question about why wins are assigned to the quarterbacks like they aren't necessarily in hockey and definitely baseball as much. Because I feel like to a certain extent, the wins and losses do get assigned to you in the NBA because you have a huge part of the game that you can impact. You also see it in the quarterback.
They're not getting assigned to Dwight Powell, though, are they?
No, for the star players.
Gotcha, okay.
But baseball, Mike Trout, all-time great. He hasn't won anything. Yogi Berra has
nobody
won,
holds it against him.
Yes, Yogi Berra has won all the World Series. When's the last time you heard somebody say Yogi Berra is the best baseball player? Probably not very often.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's a fair question. I don't know why football quarterbacks particularly get assigned the credit or blame when maybe it's not all on them because people are like, hey, Dan Marino's defenses weren't that good. That is a very fair critique.
Yeah, it is.
But is that what people say to this day? You will find some, but most of them will be like, never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Tua's corny. Everybody, look, when there's never mind. That's a different take I don't want to have. I don't want to fight about it right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Phenomenal, Heggie. Thank you so much for asking. How are you?
Outstanding. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Do you have any interest in the Mavericks game tonight, knowing that Luka, Kyrie, and Derek Lively are all out?
Ouch. Man, of course I've got interest, but I'm wondering exactly who's going to be scoring the points. I guess it's going to be a big Jaden Hardy game.
Hardy party.
Dante Exum and Derek Jones are also listed as doubtful, so you might be without your entire starting.
Hardy and THJ go off.
Man, what do you think would happen if before the game?
What's the line on the game?
14.5 was the last I saw. How many shots would THJ take if they said, "You got a green light tonight, brother"?
All of them.
Just
140.
As many shots as you want.
He might break Luka's record.
He'll get 105 on 108 shots.
Yeah.
It'll be inbounds, dribble, dribble, shoot. Inbounds, dribble, dribble, shoot. That's what we need.
Sometimes not even dribble.
Maybe
Sometimes
no
just
dribble.
inbound shoot. Yeah.
It's like, all right, Hardy, pass it to me. Boop, shoot.
Yeah.
Pass. Shoot.
Old school Loyola Marymount stuff going on out there.
I wonder what the record is, though, for most field goal attempts by any one player in a game, because I do think he would be out to break that record.
That's a great.
It's got to be a Wilt Chamberlain record.
Look into that.
Could this be a bit game then? You thinking about like NBA?
This is definitely a get yours game. Like if you're Jaden Hardy, you're like, I gotta go.
A bit. Like he took 75 shots.
Yes.
Yeah, like
yeah.
A bit,
Okay.
Yeah, like it's, yeah.
So according to StatMuse, Wilt Chamberlain has the most shot attempts.
Wait,
in
let me
the game.
guess. Let me guess.
69.
Ooh,
It's
that's
a good
what I was
guess.
gonna say.
Nice.
I'll say 68.
75.
75, 68.
I already gave you my answer.
63 is the answer.
Oh, okay.
63.
He can break that record.
Yeah, I think THJ can put up 65.
In the first half, I think he could break that record.
Now,
but if he's cold, you got to take him out of the game, right? Like you
don't have any other guys. You just
don't have
play with
options.
4 guys. I mean, there are some times, I'm not going to lie, Corey, there are times where I watch THJ play basketball, and I think, would we be better off with just 4 guys?
Let me do that.
But I think tonight we need them.
Okay. Just because
A man broke his nose,
he
huh?
might have 6 bodies.
Derek Jones and Dante Exum, game time decisions now. So
Look at that.
we're moving in the right direction. The line's down to 12.5.
Oh, hell yeah. Mavs are covering that. Let's go.
Feeling good about this.
I think Hardy puts up 50 brisket.
Interesting transpirings on the head coaching front today as Seattle fills the void. Now only the Commanders are left, and you're looking more and more. I know Dan Quinn's like, I would take that job, but it's looking more and more like he's going to end up coming back. Do you agree with that assessment, and how do we feel about that?
No, okay with Dan coming back. If offered the job, he's gone.
Yep.
I personally feel like I might be way wrong about this, and I haven't talked to anybody. I kind of feel like that Aaron Glenn would be good for that job from the Detroit Lions, the defensive coordinator. And so, I mean, with people kind of, I think that this would be, Aaron hadn't had an opportunity to be a head coach. And I kind of feel like, though, that he's got the kind of personality and respect and knows players that maybe that he would be. If I was a Cowboy fan, I'd kind of fear him getting that job. But I think I don't know if Dan's going to get that one. I really, really don't.
All right, so Dan Quinn comes back. What adjustments on personnel?
They got to get linebackers. They got to get linebackers, and they got to figure out what's going on at defensive tackle too. They got to figure out what's up with Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
And they've got to figure out why in second half of the season did Osa Odigizua kind of fall by the wayside. And then, what's the deal with Jonathan Hankins being unrestricted? They've got to, if there's there's some simple fixes. Offensive simple fix, get a center. Defensive fix, get some linebackers. This team's got personnel.
Yeah.
They just need just a couple of spots. Now, the problem is, and Zach, help me with this, because you've looked at a lot of these linebackers. There's a lot of good college linebackers in this draft. They're all hurt.
Yes.
They're banged up. There's guys, the best one is a kid, Wilson from North Carolina State, that's got multiple surgeries. He's one of the best linebackers in the country.
Makes every play when you watch him.
Every tackle, but he's hurt.
Or they're short.
This is where I think that maybe Jerry Jones might be talking about going all in. Go and spending money on a linebacker. That's where they might go and find something to help them.
Like it's a good free agent class right now.
Levante David, Patrick Queen,
See, here's
Devin
the thing.
White.
Yeah, we brought up Queen earlier.
Queen. The issue with Patrick Queen is
he needs somebody next to him helping him.
He's got to have some. Like I think that would help Damone Clark. I don't think Damone Clark's a guy that can wear the green dot and call the defense. That's what Overshown's responsibility would have been. Patrick Queen became a much better player when Roquan Smith got there, and he was able to alleviate that pressure off of Queen. So if you sign Patrick Queen, I think he's a really good player.
You might not want two LSU guys playing next to each other.
Maybe not, but who's going to be the guy that's actually the general?
Is that just a football IQ thing there?
might be a little bit of like you need a Roquan Smith.
What if you just go all three? Devin White as well. Add another LSU kid.
Yeah.
You could. We created the money.
I do feel like
you did a great job with that.
I do feel like this all in. I think there's a couple ways you go with the Jerry Jones all in statements, and we were talking about it today on Cowboys Break, and I brought this up. Could the all-in be that I'm pushing the chips to the middle of the table on letting Dan ride and letting Dak ride?
And that's what I'm afraid is the answer.
And if you let them ride and then all of a sudden it works out great, then you're going to have to pay.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, then you've got the clean slate and you move on from there. So I don't know if letting it ride is I'm going to let Dak's contract and I'm going to let Mike's contract ride here. And see what happens.
The part, on the, I never have really understood the lame duck situation because if you care about Coach, you want to play for him,
right?
And it feels like Jerry thinks, well, if they care about him, they'll play for him, they'll fight for him.
Right.
So if I leave him on this 1 year, he's not a lame duck. He's an opportunity to go be. You talk about he likes this discomfort.
Yeah,
that feels like that would be the thing. But
no, he doesn't want anybody comfortable. That's for sure.
But
except for them when they're doing things the same way.
Damn right.
But no, the thing that I think that with McCarthy, I think this too about there's people that believe, and I've heard Bobby Belt talk about this, and he even talked about it on the Love of the Star podcast. That if Dak
Odyssey podcast,
if Dak were to play really, really well on his final year, Bobby thinks he would go. I don't know if he would. I don't think he would. I think Dak's got roots here. I think Dak, he's going to start a family here.
Yeah.
He's got a home here. I don't see Dak Prescott picking up his life and going to Nashville, Tennessee, or New Orleans, or any place else.
Just by choice.
Yeah, I think this is where he, and yeah, is it going to be? That's where I think Jerry's he's banking on that if Mike and Dak do work out, I'm going to have to pay. I know I'm going to have to pay.
Well, and if it works out and you win a Super Bowl, nobody's going to have an issue with that.
Exactly.
It's like, all right, pay them whatever they need.
Right.
So for me, I would love to see an all-in mentality when it comes to specifically the draft, whether that means sacrificing because you want to pick up an extra first or second, or and I'm not saying this is the player you need, but you think back about A.J. Brown cost a first and a fourth.
Yeah.
That feels like a game-changing type of player. I realize that's maybe not where you look, but I would love to see them use draft capital either that way or say, hey, there are two players we can get now.
I have no problem ever using, say, the 26th pick to go get an established NFL player.
Or a one for next year type of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's a story out now that the Broncos really want to move up in this draft and go get maybe a Caleb Williams or a Drake May or one of the top quarterbacks. And to do that, they're going to possibly have to part with Patrick Surtain, their outstanding corner. And I wonder if that's something where, the Cowboys could say, hey, you want a first-round pick? I'll give you a first-round pick maybe for next year. I'll take your corner. Now you've got draft ammunition to move up in the draft if you want it. Well, if a team doesn't want to just take Surtain plus whatever package you're offering them to move up.
Yeah, I asked Dane Burglar this question the other day, and I go, how many first-round grades you got? He said 25.
Oh, wow.
So this thing's going a little
This one's
bit,
a deeper.
This one's going a little deeper than where you need to be. I mean, so, yeah, I think that part of it is exciting. But yeah, I could see, maybe that you do get a Surtain and then they take that 26 and package theirs. Denver packages theirs and gets the 26 and goes. Tries to get up there. Offer 2 first-round picks this year.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thank you so much for asking, Hagee. We've got Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider at 3 o'clock, and then of course Brian Baldinger, our NFL Odyssey insider at 4.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
But I don't put anything in that hole.
DFW's number one. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation, while Brian Broaddus tries to figure out how to work these TVs and get it on the Senior Bowl practices. What a great day it is here on a hump day. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, the great Lucius Alexander. We got Carter Freeman running your video here on Twitch and on YouTube. The General Gavin Dawson on assignment, family duty here for the next couple of days. But gentlemen, the coaching carousel continues to move on, and we've got Mike Macdonald, a guy that we've kind of been campaigning for to land one of these jobs, former Ravens defensive coordinator. He is going to get the job in Seattle, where we thought maybe, just maybe, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn could be a slight favorite for. That ain't happening. DQ did interview yesterday with Washington. The Commanders now the only vacant coaching position. And I did see earlier today David Moore from the Morning News saying that if indeed Dan Quinn did not land one of these jobs, he is expected to come back and he would happily welcome a return to the Dallas Cowboys. And it seems like we're trending in that direction right now.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. It's just down to the Commanders. Do the Commanders want them some DQ? But otherwise, yeah. And I wonder where the Commanders go. If they weren't going to be in on Mike Macdonald, and you have Slowick from the Texans saying he's staying, Ben Johnson obviously doing what he's doing, I wonder, would they go? I haven't heard anything about like a Vrabel or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe it's Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator for the Lions.
Yeah,
but
could be.
Yeah, ultimately, emotions were high after they got crushed by the Packers in the playoff game, and I was ready to see everybody go. But if everything else is going to remain pretty status quo in terms of the coaching staff, if Dan Quinn's back, it is certainly not the worst thing in the world.
Brian, are you surprised at all? We had the link of Belichick to the Falcons. I think the Falcons have done a pretty darn good job with how they've put their staff together. They loved Raheem Morris. They hired him. They brought in Jimmy Lake. Now they've got Zach Robinson, who's an up-and-coming offensive mind as their coordinator. That could work out for them. But the Commanders are also a team that really needs to change and overhaul their organization. And if that's kind of what a Bill Belichick is looking to do, and that was a big reason why the Falcons decided, hey, let's be comfortable, we don't want to do and mess with that. Are you not surprised that Washington hasn't looked into Bill Belichick at all?
No, not at all. And because they went out and they got the general manager that they wanted from the 49ers.
Adam Peters, I believe.
Peters, yeah. And they got, so they're, if you look at where the Commanders have a history, and I go back to when I was in the league, there was Bobby Beathard, a Hall of Famer. They had at one time it was separate, and then you started to see, like in 1999, when Marty Schottenheimer was there, it started to be more kind of a coach-driven personnel department. Joe Gibbs, if you remember, really heavy personnel guy with, as a coach, kind of the general manager. Charlie Casterly was an entitled, but really it was, Joe Gibbs was running the show. I don't think, and Ron Rivera, but the last 4 years, Ron Rivera has been really the general manager with Martin Mayhew in title. So I think that the Commanders were really not interested in having a very heavy coach-driven personnel department, that they wanted the two separate. They did the right thing. The Chargers, on the other hand, they did the opposite. They went and got Harbaugh first, and then what did they do? They asked Harbaugh who would you like your general manager to be?
Right.
And then, then he went and got a guy that, was working with the Ravens. So now that the Chargers are immediately coach-driven personnel department. So if you're ever going to deal with the Chargers,
you're dealing with Harbaugh.
You're dealing with Harbaugh. And on the Commanders, so no, I think that I do believe that Rich McKay, the president of the Atlanta Falcons, I mean, everybody says he had a relationship with Belichick and all that. It might be the case, but I believe he was also protecting his turf. I believe
that is what it sounded like from the reports.
Rich McKay was a longtime general manager at Tampa. Then he was a general manager in Atlanta, and then he kind of got kicked up, became president of the team. He's Arthur Blank trusts him for some ungodly reason. I don't know. But here we are, and I just don't think that he was interested in Bill Belichick coming in there in Atlanta. And I think that, but Washington, to me, they clearly wanted a general manager, and they didn't want the head coach being the general manager of the team. So, no, it doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, and I'm seeing Anthony Weaver is another name. He's the Baltimore Ravens defensive line coach.
Ooh, okay.
He's another guy that they are interviewing and impressed with, and so it seems like maybe it's down to Anthony Weaver of the Ravens or Dan Quinn. So defensive, either way.
You know what's pretty cool is and our buddy Clarence Hill, who was on the show with us yesterday, Fort Worth Star Telegram put it out there too. But former North Texas Mean Green legend DeSoto Eagle Zachary Orr, who is the Ravens linebacker coach, played with Baltimore before he had to retire early, had a really good rookie season.
Yep.
But he could be in line to get the defensive coordinator job now.
For the Ravens?
For the Ravens.
Oh, yeah, because now their spot's opened up.
That would be incredible for Zachary Orr.
Yes.
Go Mean Green, baby.
We were there when he was there.
We were.
He was a stud.
He was.
Gosh, he was a stud. I can't remember what the injury was that forced him out, but there was some type of medical issue.
There was.
After a really awesome rookie season, but that would be...
Orr family, man, that's a DFW icon right there when it comes to football families.
So what do we need to see? If Dan Quinn is back, what does he need to change? Because
for me, don't you guys think that the main thing, and I know that we were just talking about that with Hagee and some of the personnel, but the one thing that is, even when you had linebackers that you felt good about, even the 1 year, with Leighton Vander Esch was healthy a year ago for the majority of the season until he got hurt in the Jacksonville game. But he's got to go into the lab and figure out, what do I need to do? Look at what Baltimore did. Look at what Kansas City's had success with. But how do I adjust to some of these motion offenses? Because it's not as easy and simplistic as that. That's way easier said than done.
Sure.
But you look at that entire tree of coaches, and motion isn't going anywhere at all in the NFL.
Yeah.
Whether it's a Kyle Shanahan, LaFleur, a McVay, Bobby Slowick, all of these guys, they're going to present those problems, and you're playing a bunch of these teams coming up this year. You've got Houston on your schedule that you're going to have to play against. So he's got to figure out defensively, how can I counteract? You had the article last week from The Ringer talking about some of the things the coaches are doing.
What does motion do to you guys? What does motion do to a defense?
It confuses them, and it puts them
hesitation,
at a disadvantage when it comes to leverage on the guys and on the football.
Is that on the coach, or is that on the players for not communicating?
Both, but I feel like when you have communication issues, it might be because you don't have proper understanding of the roles for the players on the field, and I do think that responsibility, to an extent, is definitely on the players, but it's also on the teaching of the coach.
There's also, if you get a team that plays a lot of motion, they're trying to confuse you. They're trying to make sure that you're, if you play a ton of, and it should be pretty easy for the Cowboys, as much man coverage as they play, to be able to handle, but when you get in certain formations, bunch formations and stuff, maybe that causes you a little bit more issues. I think Dallas needs to look at defensive players that are football intelligence.
100%.
And people are out there driving around.
Somebody said don't draft any linebacker from LSU.
Yeah, very well could.
I mean, we've seen plenty of really good linebackers.
Brady James here wasn't bad.
Yeah, he was really good.
Wasn't bad. I mean, but there've been some good ones though too. I'll say this though, with Dan, maybe it is about when they're starting to evaluate players, especially players in the secondary, especially linebacker players. Where's the football IQ?
Yeah.
And when you say football IQ and players, I'm not talking about dumb players. Just talking about though, when you study, when you prepare, that could be some of that too.
You can see it on tape too. You can see a player's ability to read, diagnose, but also natural instincts or something as well that you can't teach.
You cannot teach that. But when you see these players, and we mentioned the Wilson kid from North Carolina State, there's a player with instincts right there.
Well, and you love Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Clemson.
There's another one.
My guy Cedric Gray from North Carolina, I think, is a player with that.
There's another one. To me, I'm now looking at my defense, and I'm going, I can't play with players that can't adjust.
Yeah.
If we're just going to be one-trick ponies on defense, we're going to get gashed. You got to be able to move, you got to be able to adjust, you got to be able to switch assignments and not affect you. If I'm Dan Quinn, I'm looking at my team and I'm going, some of the biggest plays I gave up this year were communication busts.
Yes.
And is that on me? Yeah. Is it on my players? Yeah. Do we need to get smarter players? Yeah. Those are the kinds of things you have to look at as you're on your defense. Are we a team that is talented, but we can't make adjustments on the fly?
Yeah. No, that's huge. And you see teams like Baltimore's a great example where they have two super high IQ football players and their defense got so much better with Roquan Smith, the quarterback of their defense, and Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame, who's turned out to be just a stud Swiss Army knife kind of dude, super versatile, can do a bunch of different things. But yes, it's collective. It's got to be the entire unit, and especially in the back end. I think even with Spagnuolo and the Chiefs defense right now, their safety, Eric Reed, that dude knows where to be, when to be there.
Who was a free agent.
Yes.
He was out there for anybody to sign.
He was there for the taking, and that's a dude that understands things. So I think especially at your second and third levels of your defense, you got to have high IQ players, because I think a lot of when it comes to slowing down these motion teams is being able to, be kind of a movement defense as well pre-snap. You're not super static before the snap, and especially post-snap. Being able to disguise things and confuse these quarterbacks, being able to blitz at a high level. You're seeing the best defenses right now are defense that are blitzing you and defensive coordinators that are dialing it up in a huge way. Baltimore, Kansas City, both of those teams. And then the other one that I saw too, like in the Packers game, so frustrating, where it's 3rd and 4 and Deron Bland's 8 yards off the boundary receiver, who in that case was a tight end that was terrible. That made no sense whatsoever.
Question. I'm with you on that a lot. Yes,
you've got to have your outside corners need to be press coverage corners.
But I think you got two guys that are suited to do it, right? With Bland, and hopefully Diggs comes back healthy, and we'll see what they want to do, if they want to bring back Stephon Gilmore or not. And I get the running stuff, but you've got two guys there in Bland and Diggs that can run.
Yes, so I think the physicality from the corners in the run game, but also press coverage, and the Chiefs were number one in the sport at being most often having both their outside corners in press coverage. The Ravens were 4th. The Lions were 5th. The Bills were 3rd. So, you have these defenses that were pretty good this year.
It's impressive what Buffalo did with all those injuries, too, defensively.
Absolutely.
It's a hell of a job.
Yeah, they did a great job figuring that thing out as the season went on. But I think all of those things need to happen. And then, of course, personnel-wise, you got to get bigger and beefier.
Yeah.
On the interior of the defensive line, the linebackers, to an extent, also need to bring a little bit more size there. But yeah, I think those are some of the things that Dan Quinn needs to be able to get a feel for and hopefully get a grasp on these offenses, because not only are you going to see them in the regular season, but more importantly, if you want to do any damage in the postseason, you're going to end up going up against one of these kinds of offenses.
100%.
It doesn't matter. It's just going to happen. Maybe it's round 1 like it was this year with LaFleur, and your guys are lost and wide receivers are scoring touchdowns where you don't even know who was the nearest defender because they're all miles away from them. So it doesn't matter. If you're going to do any type of substantial winning in the postseason, you've got to figure out how to stop these types of offense.
And a lot of the text, 877-881-1053, is saying, well, you got one of those linebackers on your team in Micah Parsons, but you're playing him at edge. And
see, this is what's so funny about the fan base now. To me, Micah Parsons is a much better edge than he is a linebacker.
Without question.
I'm sorry. I agree
with you.
He's, you look at Micah Parsons. I think Micah Parsons the first play, the 20-yard play that the Packers made in the middle of the field where they had the Dobbs had the route inside, and they took 3 guys, went with Watson. Micah Parsons was in a drop situation there. Micah Parsons got caught between knowing where to be and where to be on as far as depth and where the safeties were.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons playing as a linebacker, to me, is I don't see it anymore. I just don't.
And I don't even want to just say edge either. He is a line of scrimmage player.
He is a move around and
makes him special.
Shop.
Yeah, because that's why when he was drafted at Penn State and we had watched him, good player, but they're drafting another off-ball linebacker. What has set him apart as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate is his pass rushing ability, which is maybe the best in all of the NFL. Now, it's not to say he can't play linebacker. I get some of this, but there's a reason why. You need to have those disruptors. Those
Yes.
are rare players,
Yeah.
and he is one of the few rarities in the league that can do that.
Go draft linebackers now. You have a guy that is one of the rarest players in the National Football League. And listen, there's been some questions of, does Micah Parsons really want to prepare? Does he have to watch tape? Is he going to be willing to do the things to have to play line? No, he's a much better pass rusher because that's his natural ability to do that. And you can move him around and make him have success that way. At linebacker, you have to play with the instincts. You have to study. You have to prepare.
It's Bobby Wagner time.
And maybe this is the year that they finally do that.
I think this is
because a
the year
lot of the
they do that.
linebackers we're mentioning, they still need that field general type player. I mean, we talked about that yesterday with the draft show. You need somebody that is
But you need
mentally
a
process.
veteran. You need a veteran player that's not broken down.
Is Wagner?
Well, I mean, broken down in the way of age and miles on him and stuff like that. I think if you watch Bobby Wagner right now and watch Bobby Wagner 2 years ago, you would say, man, he looks a little bit slower there.
Which makes
Doesn't look
sense
as
why
little
this
quick.
would be the year the Cowboys would do that, right?
For sure.
It's a Cowboy thing to do.
We've
talked about it for 3 years, and now this will be the year they do it, and maybe he finally ends up being the Keith Brookings, Zach Thomas route where he can't play anymore.
I need to sit down and watch Bobby Wagner. Maybe I'm speaking out of my rear right now. But I
do tend to do that a little bit.
But to me, if Jerry's talking about an all-in move, it could be from these veteran linebackers, because we're going to talk about these rookie linebackers a lot. We're going to talk about these college kids. They've all got something that kind of scares you a little bit. They all do. But they're all really good players.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they're too short or too banged up or whatever.
I'm with you, though. You got to have an adult in the room. So whoever that is, you got to get a veteran in there that understands things, and then you got some young studs behind him. Hopefully, Overshown comes back like a beast.
Micah Parsons talking for the first time since the Packers loss. I'll tell you a quote from him from The Edge via Bleacher Report. And how about some all-time facts and stats? How well do you know your Super Bowl history? And then we got G-Bag of the Day at 2:30 next on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner.
All right, let's get you to the G-Bag of the day as quickly as possible here in the G-Bag Nation. Segment brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. G-Bag of the day in 6 minutes. Here's the Wooly Bully with some sports and football.
Yeah, we'll get to some how well do you know your Super Bowl history here in just a moment with a couple of football guys.
Wait, are we determining football guy of the day based on this?
We sure are. This will be football guy of the day.
That's pretty early in the program to just go ahead and crown somebody like that.
If we're going to crown them, crown their ass, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But we have Micah Parsons talking on his podcast, The Edge, on Bleacher Report. Our buddy John Machota doing this, and Micah said, quote, "I'm completely embarrassed, and the loss was unacceptable. It took me a while to even show my face in public." On the Cowboys all-in offseason, he said, quote, "I hope that we go out and get the players we're missing because we didn't do that this year. I hope that we challenge ourselves, become better, and become greater."
Man, you got to think, though, with the way like the world is conducive these days for the guy who doesn't want to show his face. You can just... your DoorDash and your food, your groceries you can get delivered. He's probably, if he really wanted to, he could have the workout situation, the weights set up right there in his garage or wherever he could have a workout room. Like, in theory, this is probably the best time ever to be the guy that doesn't want to show his face. You don't have to. You don't have to get out of your house to go get those groceries. I don't know. I think this is actually probably the best opportunity for a guy like that.
Yeah.
No problem.
I mean, hey, we asked Dak about that. Like, when's the last time you went to the grocery store? And he said, man, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Other than my local CVS around the corner, maybe by the house, but he's getting that stuff delivered. So maybe Micah has been able to just take some time. It's been, a month almost since the game?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is the first time he's talking.
This is his first episode of his podcast?
This is it.
Okay. Well, because he didn't even meet with the media in the post game, right?
No, he didn't.
He ditched the locker room situation.
He did.
So he knew
that's confirmed
immediately.
100%.
Yeah.
I bet he knew at halftime he was going to be in a not show my face situation. He probably knew it around halftime.
It wasn't good. All right, let's get to some facts here, gentlemen. I'll give you guys an easy one to start off when it comes to the Super Bowl. You can play along with us wherever you might be as well. 877-881-1053 before we get into the G-Bag of the day with Lucius. Most games played in Super Bowl history. Who's the one player that's played the most?
I mean, it's Tom.
Is it Tom?
It's got to be the Bradyman.
You think it's Tom?
It's got to be.
Got to be. Final answer.
No, there's the most rings is Tom.
Most rings is definitely Tom with 7.
I mean, and he played in even more than that.
With 10, Eric Chiafalo is right. Tommy Brady.
I'm on the board.
All right, this one might be a little bit
I'm
tougher,
going to let you win
boys.
today.
No, dude, there's no free lunches around.
This
I'm
is
not
one that I
trying.
think you're going to have to get here, Brian.
I'm not going to really try.
This one's going to be tough. Most losses by a head coach in Super Bowl history.
Marv Levy?
Marv Levy is in a tie.
With Bud Grant.
Bud Grant.
I get 2 points for that there, Bo.
Hey,
so.
I don't think so. I think that was a combo.
We got 2 more points on the table for this one, boys. We got a 4-way tie for most losses by a coach. All of them have 4 losses.
Oh.
So you got Marv Levy and Bud Grant. There's 2 more. One of them has a Cowboy tie.
Oh, my gosh. One of them has a Cowboy tie?
One of them has a Cowboy tie.
Not Tom Landry.
Not Tom.
No.
It's not Lando.
Dan
might have been
Reeves.
on Dan Reeves. Yes, sir. That's 3 points there for Brian.
Good
and one
call.
more. This is one you should get here, Mr. South Beach. Shula.
I got one.
You guys nailed that. All right, how about let's go single game record, shall we?
By the way, Bud Grant, he's most famous for not even being a coach, but for being the ultimate garage sailor.
Yeah, I heard
of
about
his time.
all his gear.
Yeah.
I should have done that in my day.
He did a year till the day he went down, which was recently.
How cool would that be to get Bud Grant's old spot built coaching shoes?
That'd be
the black
badass.
waffle bottom coaching. Look it up, man. When you're looking at me like you don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just shaking my head.
I know you are. You look like a
sure.
bobblehead
Sound
doll
like
over
great
there.
shoes.
Yeah, spot built coaching shoes. Look them up. You'd be impressed.
Do you guess that Bud Grant was a haggler?
You think
was
so?
he a negotiator?
Oh, he was a haggler. Bud Grant was he was.
He had a steadfast rule.
No haggling?
No haggling. The price is the price, and all he would say simply take a walk.
Take a walk.
If you want something, it's $5, but you want it for $3 at his garage sale.
Get
Bud
out
will
of
tell
here.
you, take a walk. Sorry, Wolchuk, continue with the
I bet
trivia.
you Bud Grant had some really cool old gray Minnesota Vikings sweatshirts.
Some purple people.
I
eating.
agree.
No, because he was known for not wearing jackets.
Oh, he was a jacket off guy.
He was a jacket.
Some of us
he
are,
need to
dude.
wear the jacket.
Sometimes you're just like you're a warm-blooded guy.
Yeah. Do you see it's a little
You
too
know I'm a
hot?
jacket on guy
Yeah, it's a little too
based
stuffy.
on our opportunities there, freezing face
Why did I almost
in the pregame
why
in the
did I
Miller Lite West
almost-
Plaza.
You almost fell right into
I almost
that.
went right into the door on that one.
All right, how about
I don't know what you're talking about.
How about this?
I know. You know what I'm
Let's go running backs. How do you know your Super Bowl running backs?
Timmy
Terrell
Smith.
Davis.
Timmy Smith.
Timmy Smith does have most rushing yards. Who has the most rushing touchdowns in Super Bowl history?
Emmett.
Emmitt Smith.
It is Emmett.
Deuce.
It is indeed.
Now, am I benefiting from the Catch-22 Emmett Smith poster that is directly behind the right shoulder of Zach Wolchuk right now?
All right,
sure,
maybe. Last one. Most sacks, and this is a tie between two players. One of them has happened within the last 10 years. The other one within the last 30.
Von Miller.
Von Miller is one of them with 4.5.
Local legend.
So the other one is 30.
The other one's happened
Lawrence
within the
Taylor.
last 30 years.
Lawrence Taylor.
Not Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor. I won. This is good.
Charles Haley.
It's Charles Haley. Football guys. I think you both did a great job with this so far.
Who won?
I
think
won.
I had.
I think I think. Well, man,
I won.
it might
I think I
have been
had the
a tie.
most.
Because we got 4.
You better get to
5.
Lucius before something bad happens.
We're gonna tally these votes. We'll go to Lucius here though for G back in the day, shall we?
Boom.
Slip slide.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where you going to? Do you know?
Is that a TV show theme song?
Diana Ross?
Oh, no.
I got it from Diana Ross. Now, it could be TV. I don't know. I definitely got that from Diana
The
Ross.
Facts of Life or something like that show.
Yeah, that's something my mom would play when it was time to clean up in the house.
Oh.
Eventually that'll come on while you're scrubbing the toilet. You end up knowing all the words. All right, our G-Bag of the Day winner is Hall of Fame broadcaster Chris Russo. Goes off on Big Dan Campbell's 4th down decisions right there. Check them out.
If you are a Lions fan, you tell me right now, for the next month, when they get this game played and everything else, the month of February, what are you going to be thinking about? Beating Baker Mayfield or the fact that the Niners did the right? My God almighty! Pay attention, Campbell! Jesus, I mean, this is ridiculous. And I know we like you, Dan. You're a nice guy. You represent the city of Detroit. Blue collar. Tough. Oh, we get all the nonsense. But manage the game properly. You have a chair. I understand it's a long field goal, 2 40-yarders, but your kicker's good. You have you got a chance to go back up by 3 scores, and you go for it on 4th down, and then all the dopes on Twitter are backing you up. The data freaks who wouldn't know Lombardi for Paul Brown. Never heard of Otto Graham. Kenny Stabler. Madden. Wouldn't know him if they fell on him. They do football via math. That's not how you do football.
I think we all know. If John
That's not
Madden,
how you do it.
If John Madden falls on us, I think we know.
We're hurt.
I think we know.
Boom! That's gonna hurt. Get my vibes right. Let's see what else we got here. How about another broadcaster? Colin Cowherd. Is he a Hall of Famer yet?
No.
No? Damn, bro, this is quick with that one. No Google or nothing.
I'm a voter.
I've been keeping up with Colin. He ain't made it yet.
I'm a voter.
Cowherd.
I hear you, bro. He is also a Taylor Swift Avenger.
Oh.
He has his cape on right here.
He's a Hall of Famer in my book.
Yeah, a lot of people sent this to me, and I think a lot of people are going to get mad that I'm going to play this.
Oh, no.
He's out there. It's kind of uncomfortable for you sad guys that 50% of men never have real intimacy with a woman. Ouch. That means the other 50% have multiple intimate relationships with women.
How about it?
And those ones that don't are angry and sad and lonely, and they are often misogynistic and resent women who didn't give them the time they think they deserve. We celebrate all these goofballs jumping on tables in Buffalo and cheese hats and men and Matthew McConaughey and Drake and Jack Nicholson, men and Eminem, and it's cool, and can I get a selfie, and I can't believe I saw. and a young, attractive, beautiful, talented woman comes on for 25 seconds, and you're bothered. This says nothing about Taylor Swift. It says everything about the men bothered by it.
Wow.
All right, Colin, don't make it so personal.
Brad, what do you think, Brad?
He put his cape out, right?
He did put his cape out.
Yeah, he's like, Taylor, look at me. I hope I'll go viral so you see me, man.
Would you come on my show while I'm there in Vegas, please?
He put his cape out.
Honestly, this is smart because now the Swifties are cowherd guys and gals.
Oh, look, he's trying to get some of that. Some of that residue on him. Give me some of that residue on me, man.
You know,
Y'all come check me out. Run my numbers up real quick.
I love
so I can run back to the boss. Be look at this.
Yeah, look at this.
More that check.
More Taylor.
All right, how about this one? Little girl caught grandma lying. Grandma said Chuck E. Cheese wasn't open. Grandma was playing right in this little girl's face. Don't play in my face like this. These kids got technology nowadays.
Cheese is open.
You said what?
Chuck E. Cheese is open.
How did you get that on there?
I pressed this little circle right here. Is Chuck E. Cheese opened?
Chuck E. Cheese is open today from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Damn.
Here are the hours for the rest of the week.
Damn.
Oh, no.
Siri's supposed to be on my side.
Yeah.
If it's my phone, Siri's supposed to be on my side.
Yeah. It's past 6 o'clock anyway. This ain't your screen time. What happened to your screen time?
Yeah, it's not your screen time.
That's one of two things I'm not looking forward to with my kids because I can still get them with that. So-and-so's is closed right now. Sorry. We can't get donuts. It's closed.
Playing right in their face.
You know what I'm saying? And the other one...
Start looking it up. No, it's not, Dad.
Yeah, when they get 12. You're like, why don't you trust me? Well, you don't remember all those times you lied to me, Pops?
Yes. And the Dollar General, I can still get by getting sweet gifts. Game-changing gifts for under $5.
Yeah.
I can still get away with it.
Nah, I know all about that. One of my first Christmases, boy, that Dollar Tree stuff was all over the floor. Kid was like, oh my God. I was like, yeah.
Hey, you're the quantity king that day.
I got 15 gifts.
I crushed, dude. I cleaned up.
All right, last one. Pat McAfee show. Travis Kelce was on there. Now, I wouldn't play Pat McAfee back-to-back like that because I played him yesterday. But this is pretty good. Travis Kelce was on there, and Patty Mahomes just just jumped in the screen.
And then both the football people. Hey, how are you? Hey, Justin Tucker was going to beat your ass, dude. He was going to beat your ass. You know that? Hey, Pat, he's going to beat your ass.
I'll tell you, Pat, me and Patrick were on the sideline in the fourth quarter when Tucker had that chance to cut the lead to one score. If he would have missed that field goal, we were 100% getting a 15-yard flag.
But of course he made it, of course. He can't let us have any fun.
Yeah, and of course.
I was 1,000% getting flagged for that one.
Could you imagine you two sprinting on the field?
Yeah.
Just running right in his face, laughing.
Oh, that would have
Gosh, it would have been great.
That's good right
What's
there.
Patrick Mahomes' dad's name?
Isn't it also Pat?
It's also Pat.
It's Pat,
I think
too?
he's senior.
Yeah, he's senior.
Patrick Mahomes Sr. Smoking on that Joe Burrow. He said, we're smoking on that special blend. I got that special blend right here. Talking about Ravens quarterback. What's his name?
Lamar.
Oh, there we go.
That's weed. That's weed.
Yeah. All right.
Fantastic. All right, thank you, Lucius. Here we go. Is it the one-time champ? Is it Mad Dog and his epic rant there? Is it Cowherd the Swiftie, the lying grandma, or is it the Mahomes cameo there on the McAfee show? I just love Mahomes' voice so much that I feel like anytime his voice makes an appearance anywhere,
So
that is my vote. Lucius, what say you?
That's what my point was. You got Patrick Mahomes, you got his brother's kind of weird, and then you got Dad. It's just so damn cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Pop's got to go for one more.
we need more Dad.
One more. Let me see what I'm riding with. Chris Russo again. How about that?
Okay, tied at 1. Well, Chuck.
I think I'm going to go with Mad Dog as well.
Okay, 2-1. Broadus, it's on you, sir.
Man, I'm going to vote for the kid.
For the lying grandma?
The lying
and the
grandma.
kid?
Yeah,
All right, 2-1. Your one-time champ is now twice over. Mad Dog Russo and the epic rant, and that is your G-Bag of the day. Coming up next, Krusty's Corner.
I'll tell you what, I've got some really odd Super Bowl facts. We'll do those next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Lake, Texas love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We've got our ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks joining us at the top of the hour. Talk all things Mavericks. What are some realistic options the Mavs could do as they've got a game against Minnesota tonight, in which they're going to be very, very shorthanded. No Luka, no Lively, no Kyrie. But right now it is time for Krusty's Corner. And here he is. King of the Krusties brought us.
Thank you very much there, Wooly Bully. Appreciate that. Man, I've been enjoying this Senior Bowl coverage. By the way, it's gone off the air, but circle back on that after work tonight. Look forward to checking out this practice. NFL Network's doing a really good job of showing all the feel. I know I talked about that yesterday.
All the right angles.
Yeah, I found another word that, another British English word.
Yes.
The word is, the English word is, they call this, what's in America we call, what's on the end of a pencil?
Eraser?
Eraser. Would you like to guess what they call it in England?
No.
No? No.
a rub off.
Rubber back.
A rubber.
Okay.
It's actually called a rubber.
We were on the right track there.
You were.
How about that?
I think
Yeah.
you that was on you, Walchuk.
Yeah.
Good call.
That was
Just trying to think of what does
an
this
eraser
thing look like?
Yeah, yesterday we played a game where we had British words and American words that mean same thing but different pronunciations, right, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. I was telling my wife about the ice lolly.
Ice lolly.
The ice lolly is fun. We should just call that popsicles ice lollies now.
Ice lolly.
I agree.
It's fun to say.
Yeah, that's a rubber. That's what's known on the end of a pencil.
Okay.
In the UK, called a rubber. Okay, here we go.
That, man. So the word rubber just gets tossed around in elementary school classes
Just
there
doesn't
all
matter.
over the place.
Hey, I need a new rubber.
My
I need a
rubber
new rubber. Yeah, got to be careful when you're talking about that.
Yeah.
All right, these are some things that the Super Bowls have brought us in the past. We'll kind of walk you through some of these things. Maybe you go, yeah, brought us. All right, yeah, I didn't know that. Well, here we go. Super Bowl 8. This is the first time that if you go back to previous box scores of Super Bowls before Super Bowl 8, there were you saw field goals that were made of 10 yards or less in those Super Bowls. You want to guess why?
Because the goalpost was at the goal line, right?
That's right.
That to me is still
weird.
I mean, that is
Super Bowl 8 was the first time that the goalposts were moved from the goal line to the back line.
I can't. They went 7 Super Bowls before that changed.
Well, if you're a defensive coach, I guess I don't know if you
use it as an offensive pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's run.
It could be a benefit.
Yeah.
It could be a benefit to, I guess, either side, but the smarter offenses would take advantage of that.
But as a quarterback, I could see being kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to throw around this thing.
Yeah.
It really is just an unnecessary obstacle
Just
for
right
everyone
there,
involved.
just like the 12th defender down there.
We need to figure out.
So weird.
But like you said, it could also be the 12th offensive player, and the receiver runs the man covering
right through it.
Yeah,
right through it.
We got to figure out who is the guy who stepped up and said, "Okay, enough is enough here."
Maybe somebody ran into
We got to
it.
figure that
We'll
out.
do some research on that. How about this in Super Bowl 10? This is the first time that the play clock was visible to teams. Clock
with an L.
I said that, almost said it incorrectly. Play clock.
Fixed it.
God, I fixed it.
With an L.
Quick. That's almost embarrassing. Oh, Jane Slater, I know what you're feeling right now.
G-bag of the day for tomorrow.
Maybe. This is the first time that it was visible to teams and spectators. Super Bowl 10.
Really?
Yeah.
So what were they doing before? Were they just doing a countdown?
They weren't showing the play clock. They weren't actually. They didn't have the numbers.
So it could have been, hey, they're going over.
Super
We
Bowl
would have
10.
no idea.
First time that the actual with a visible play clock was mandatory.
You're struggling here,
man. I think
can't say the word clock.
Play clock.
I said clock.
You're doing a bit.
Maybe.
Say play clock 5 times fast.
No, I'm not.
Play clock.
Super Bowl.
Dude, impressive.
Thank
Now
you.
do toy boats.
Super Bowl 16. This is the first time that we'd seen the telestrator.
Oh, was it
the telestrator?
Yeah.
Was
that a Madden thing?
Yeah, it was a Madden thing.
Let's go.
The telestrator made its national debut. I'm having trouble with these L words. It's Super Bowl 16. And of course, John Madden was there to ring it in. John Madden, Super Bowl 16.
An alley here and an alley there, and boom.
Boom. Telestrator.
That's beautiful.
Super Bowl 16.
That's how it was meant to be.
It is.
I would have been bothered if you were like somebody else came up with it and then Madden just like made it cool.
Are they still using them? I don't see on the broadcast the telestrator being used much.
Well, now they have a little bit of the. That's a good question.
Herb Street's big on that. He's got a clicker. He's got a clicker these, and then Herb Street I think is big because he always holds the pen. You know when they have the pregame show that he's like holding that kind of that pen so he can.
Oh, and then he's got in his other hand he's got his the leash to his dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
you're so into the dog.
No, he is.
He does love his dog, but
and he thinks we should all be as well.
Super Bowl 20.
I mean, who gets to just show up to work with their dog every day?
No, it's definitely unfair.
Don't go there.
My dog would love it, bro.
Yeah.
She hates when I walk out the house.
Yeah.
I feel so bad. She would love it. You guys would love Cleo.
I'd love to meet Cleo.
You would love Cleo. Oh, my God.
Have you potty trained
She doesn't
that
know
thing
she's
yet?
a pit bull. She lets a little other dog punk her.
Really?
Like, you're a pit bull. You don't know what these people say about you out here.
Cleo.
One of these
Act like it.
One of
we
these
need you to be
days,
vicious. Cleo, I'm going to rename you.
It's gonna click. It's gonna click one of these days.
I hope I'm not there for it.
Yeah, no, you
No,
don't wanna be
yeah,
for
that's
that.
a terrible idea.
It'll be Sean.
Yeah.
Responsibility.
What'd you do to her, Sean?
1985.
Bears.
This was the rap song came out, the Super Bowl Shuffle. You guys remember? You ever heard the Super Bowl Shuffle song?
Absolutely. Well, I've definitely heard it, but I couldn't.
Sure, we've heard it. I couldn't
recite
do
it.
for ya.
Did you know that the Super Bowl Shuffle sold 500,000 copies and got all the way to number 41 on the Billboard Top 100?
That's pretty impressive.
That is. So here we go.
Yeah, this is.
I'm a Punky
I can
3B.
get why this made the Billboard Top 100. This has some vibes to it.
This is
Number 41. It is a banger.
Was it all 11 of the defense that was doing this, or
Jim McMahon was part of it.
They're all in their 20s. Why they look so damn old back then?
It was an old team.
grown-ass man.
It was an old team. They lived hard. That was an old team.
Oh, I get it.
Super Bowl 21. This is the first time we saw the Gatorade shower.
Ooh.
Bill Parcells. After routing the Broncos, the national audience bore witness to the spectacle. Any coaches who hate having to clean themselves up off the involuntary bath have the G-men to thank. Super Bowl 21.
and what year was that?
What was that?
86?
86. Okay.
85 was Super Bowl 20.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this one? Super Bowl 31.
So wait, but as an old school football player, you didn't grow up doing that to your coach?
No.
Okay.
No. That
But then
was-
once you
the
saw
Giants,
it happen, everyone was doing
the Giants were like you're like, whoa.
That's pretty
So maybe by the
badass.
time you were at LSU, perhaps you were
I
doing
don't
Gatorade
think I don't
baths?
think I ever saw one of our coaches at LSU get a Gatorade bath.
Wow.
And we won some big games, but
Heck
never.
yeah,
Gatorade
you
bath.
did, because you guys had one of the best long snappers in the history of the program.
Never punted.
Never
had to punt.
Never had to punt.
Super Bowl 31. This is when we get the Fox box.
Ooh, that's a top 5 box.
Yeah, that's the
Fox box is
score-
top 5 box, Chuck.
Score, time remaining, down, and distance, always on the screen. We didn't have that one. That's my Super Bowl. Super Bowl 31. They had 30 Super Bowls before that with no way of keeping up with the score,
Yes.
the time, down and distance, and all
So
that.
we can thank Fox for that.
Yeah,
When you
that's
go
called the
back,
Fox box.
And like, because I rewatched.
What's it called?
The Fox box. I rewatched the Cowboys Super Bowls. You don't have that there. Like every once in a while, it'll just like pop up with the time left and
Yeah.
the score.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just not on the screen.
Wow, that was huge.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do the top 10 boxes one of these
Top
days.
10
Walt
boxes.
Chuck.
That'd be a good one.
Good box.
Super Bowl 33. You guys remember Eugene Robinson?
Ooh, it is. No,
33.
I don't.
Super Bowl 33.
Is that a Raider?
I know Eugene.
Eugene was
Oregon.
with us in Green Bay. He won a Super Bowl with us in Green Bay. But he was busted for soliciting a prostitute the night before the game.
That's right.
Really?
Yes.
He was a Falcon?
Yeah, he just won
That's
NFL Man of the Year, by the way, too.
That's right. Okay. I knew there was a Falcons player of that story, but I didn't know who it was.
Because I wasn't sure if this was the Raiders guy before the Bucs game. This was Falcons.
When he got
and Broncos.
busted, it wasn't a surprise.
Oh,
not to anybody that been with Eugene and Green Bay.
Oh, no.
Oh, he was that guy.
That's kind of his way of getting ready for the game.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But nobody covered for him this time.
Nobody covered for him this time.
He was giving back to the community, though. I see how he was Walton Payton Man of the Year. I see that.
He was
giving back to the community.
He's one of the league's good guys.
Man.
Deion's motto was look good, feel good, play good. I think Eugene had a bit of a different one.
He did a different one. And my final one here is Super Bowl 37. You guys remember Barrett Robbins?
Ooh, no.
This could be Raider guy.
This is Raider guy. Pro Bowler, All Pro in 2002. He was a center for the Raiders offensive line. He went missing for most of the day before the game after not taking his depression medication. When he finally showed up at the team hotel that evening, he was disoriented, and Bill Callahan left him off the Raider roster. Turned out that Robbins had been partying in Tijuana, Mexico, thinking, according to his wife, that the Raiders had already won the game. Needless to say, they didn't.
Oh, my God.
And they wouldn't go on to either.
And they wouldn't go on.
That must have been a hell of a night, though, in Tijuana. Like, you're partying like a Super Bowl champion. The game hasn't even happened yet.
We've won.
Wow.
We got
everyone in Tijuana is thinking, hell yeah, you won.
We gotta get some footage, bro.
Jeez.
Oh,
Gentlemen, those are some
epic,
facts.
dude.
Thank you very
Super
much,
Bowls
Brian.
gone by.
Krusty's Corner every day, 2:45-ish here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll get more into the NFL news of the day at 3:20, but let's talk some hoops, shall we? Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, joins us next in the Nation.
Always a welcome sign. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, about to catch up with Bobby Marks, NBA ESPN front office insider, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We will have NFL News of the Day coming up at 3:20. We'll talk with Brian Baldinger. More things NFL at 4, but right now let's welcome in the greatness that is Bobby Marks. Bobby, how are you, sir? Thank you so much for giving us some time. No, Bobby? Not yet?
Bob. It's all right, maybe a little.
Let me call Bobby back.
Yeah, it might have been a phony issue there. We'll get Bobby back on the line.
I mean, those Gators,
gentlemen,
this time of year.
I wonder, and I want to ask Bobby this with the Maverick situation, because like Bobby was with several different teams over the course of his career as a front office executive, but you think he's had a moment where he's looking at his starting lineup and literally nobody's going to be playing tonight? Because that's what the Mavericks are in danger of.
Sure.
With no Dante, Exum, maybe Exum and Derek Jones Jr. will play, maybe.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't have Lively after the nose injury, and then Luka's not going to play, and Kyrie's still out. So you're super shorthanded against one of the best teams in the West, in the Minnesota Timberwolves. But it's like, man, it's almost like what TCU is dealing with. We talked about last week with their women's team, and they're calling up people from the volleyball squad. Like, how can you even have enough players to play the game?
I do think. I think this is when it would be fun. Like in these rare occasions, the Mavericks should be allowed to scan their local basketball courts for just random dudes to come in and, hey, this is your shot tonight. Like that adds more entertainment to the game. I'd be more interested in watching the Mavericks tonight if I know that one or two of those guys are from local YMCA, local 24-hour fitness basketball, decent hoopers. I think it would just be a fun situation.
All right, let's catch up with Bobby now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Bobby Marks with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Bobby, what's going on, my friend?
I think now Bob's doing a bit.
It might just be the phones. We could have just have phones being down right now. That might be it. It's probably an us thing. That's what the situation is.
105.3 the phone.
105.3 the phone, as I did. But yeah, if you're
right
planning to watch
Jerry's face.
If you're planning to watch the Mavs game tonight, it's going to be a very short-handed unit as they take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. That will be a 7:00 tip in Minnesota.
In all honesty, though, I guess it's tough because it's a road game, but you could manage it. I mean, they've known since at least yesterday that this was going to be the case with their roster. You guys agree that you'd be more interested in watching the game tonight if you knew at least one player was a local just basketball guy who...
No, I would be. I think everybody would be. I think everyone would kind of be super excited about
if Tony Romo suited up, remember Tony suited up at that one time?
He did.
Yeah. So if Tony
or maybe like Devin Harris is calling the game and they say, you know what, Devin, we need you. Just one more.
See, but for me, that wouldn't be as fun
as the rando
dude.
Yeah. I mean, look, we've got an immense...
Just a local bucket getter.
An abundance of talent in DFW when it comes to this. But, man, it's going to be interesting to see how the Mavericks fare. I do expect, especially with the way Hardy was shooting the lights out of the ball the other night, I think he finished, 8 for 9? Hardy's going to be your leading scorer. Like, if we want to take over-under on the number of points he has, do you think... Or do you have somebody else that might step up and be the guy?
Well, is THJ.
THJ's still going to play.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a Hardy night. Hardy's probably not going to give up the ball.
Well, but neither is THJ. It's going to be so fun to be like
just switching it off every time down the floor.
The ball stops with them. As soon as Hardy gets it, it's over. And if THJ gets it, it's over. So I think that'll be one of the fun underlying storylines trying to watch tonight is just like the dynamic between Hardy and THJ and both of them just trying to get theirs. Because tonight is just tonight's a get yours night.
It is. What if they found? Okay, so if they find a way to win this game tonight, like what?
Then you feel good about trading Kyrie and
championship.
And you feel like all of a
just
sudden,
move on.
Hang a banner.
Let's play with the ringers, baby. Short-handed unit. Yeah,
hang a banner.
Short-handed unit.
Hang a banner there.
That'd be very Indianapolis Colts of us.
Yeah,
but I'm down for it.
All right, let me throw.
We beat the 1 seed in the West with scrubs.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Shouldn't say scrub.
Anthony Edwards would probably lose his mind. Probably get fined again.
Oh gosh,
be a bad situation. I think you were you massively underprojected the fine on that one, Brian. What did you go with? 25, 15?
They said 15. I said 50.
You said 50.
What, did they have it out?
I think he got 40. It was a $40,000.
Oh, was it?
Fine, yeah.
Oh, I did massively underperform.
They ended up slapping him with a big one.
Wow, that
$40K over multiple shots.
But he didn't make
it.
He didn't make it personal though.
It was probably the fact that he said, "I'll take the fine." They said, "Oh, word, got you."
Yeah, we'll watch. That's fine with us,
and we'll take it from you.
You go ahead and take it. Okay, I did see this though. Luka Doncic again, one of the top selling jerseys in all of the National Basketball Association, according to the NBA store. Here are the sales for the first half of the season. Do you guys want to take a wild guess at who is on this top 15 list? But where is Luka specifically?
Wemby has to be 1.
Wemby's not 1.
Oh,
he's 4.
Oh,
Wemby's on it, but he's number 4. The top 3, really, I'm surprised are still there because they've had plenty of time for their jerseys to be sold. Steph's number 1.
He's a monster.
I'll tell you what's happening too. These jersey sales, I think, are kind of skew because of now they're adding the alternative jerseys, the city jerseys.
Yeah,
I think that's keeping some of these older dudes in the mix.
That could be
because
they want to get the different styles, the city connects, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I've got the gold Steph, I got the blue Steph, got the white one. Oh wait, there's a city, the black one. Oh yeah. And I'll tell you what, I think Golden State does a really good job with their jerseys too, by the way.
They do.
The different logos they go with, like the city and all that other stuff that they throw out there on you. So yeah, I can see why these guys keep their jersey sales up high.
Yeah, so we got Steph at number 1, Victor Wembanyama is number 4. Luka's in here.
Number 7.
Number 7 is Devin Booker.
Number 6.
6 is Luka Doncic.
There we go.
Ding, 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 ding. Luka coming in at number 6. Or you guys are missing 2, 3, 5, 8, and then
Still LeBron.
8. Okay, LeBron's number 3. Tatum is 2. So you've got Steph Curry at 1, Jason Tatum at 2, LeBron at 3, Wemby at 4. Number 5 is
Where's my man?
Kevin Durant.
KD's 8. So you guys have nailed 6, 7, 8. We're missing 5.
Are there any Knicks in there?
There is not. There are no New York Knicks,
the Knicks
in the
fans,
top 15 of jersey sales.
I would think that maybe that all of a sudden Brunson caught a run.
They couldn't even get Brunson as a starter in the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a great
We do have a local kid here in the top 10.
Oh, do we now?
We do.
A local kid?
Local DF Dub.
It's not Siakam.
It's not Siakam.
Julius Randle? No, it's,
no, it was that Nick.
It's not Julius Randle. Micah Parsons might be a big fan of his.
Oh, Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, Tyrese Maxey at number 9.
That's a good call.
With the Philadelphia 76ers.
Embiid got his jersey in there?
Embiid is 12. Embiid is number 12 on the list.
See, even Jokic, too, right? Like, the big men don't get the
is
love.
14.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And those are obviously 2, like, top 5.
Why are people not wearing the big man jersey?
Because the kids don't identify with the big man. That's the thing. Kids identify with Steph. They look at Steph and they think,
You're right.
Hey,
Wemby got it. He's number 4.
But Wemby's also got
he's a rookie, dude.
The rookie Euro
France.
Getting the boost.
All the superstardom involved with Wembanyama. He's the biggest draft prospect name since LeBron.
Household name, no doubt. Still missing number 5, 10, 11, 13, and 15 on the list.
Okay.
And they're all big names.
I mean, I could see Kyrie being in there.
Kyrie not in there. No, there's no other Maverick other than Luke at number 6 in this top 15. I was a little surprised that Kyrie didn't make it because he also hasn't even been a Mav for a year yet.
Okay, let's check the D&M leasing hotline here and see in just a few moments if potentially Bobby Marks is going to be joining us here. But in the meantime, let's fire off another guess.
Giannis
is 5.
Damian Lillard
and
with the new Bucks jersey.
Dame is 10. So there it is. You nailed the rest of the top 10. The ones you were missing: John Morant at 11, LaMelo Ball at 13, and then De'Aaron Fox of the Kings comes in at number 15. Those are your top 15.
Like the beam
in jersey sales right now, according to the NBA store. But shout out to Lucas, still getting it done at number 6. And yeah, 682, you nailed it. Giannis, number 5. No Cade Cunningham either. But that would have been a local kid as well, former Oklahoma State Poke.
Okay, we're getting the thumbs up, Walchuk.
All right, let's do it. Let's try it again. Bobby Marks, NBA, ESPN front office insider. Bobby, do you have us?
I do. Hey, guys. How are you?
Let's go. Thank you so much for sticking with us here, Bobby. We appreciate you. We were joking around about this, but it's also a serious question. Mavs tonight, with all their injuries, might not have anybody from their starting 5 available to play. Have you ever run into a similar occurrence in your history with the NBA?
I think one year, this is when I think we had started the season like 0-15. We had like 8 guys available against Boston, and like they were all reserves. I mean, you're basically seeing what's going on with Memphis right now. Isn't an every night thing for them?
Yeah.
With the Grizzlies, except for Jaren. So yeah, I mean, kind of like we're in these, the dog days of late January, early February, where you're getting some injuries creeping up. Everyone's looking forward to All-Star break where they get some time off here. But, this is a tough part of the schedule for certainly where Dallas is with some of these injuries.
Mavs currently seventh right now in the Western Conference standings. It's been a bummer without Kyrie lately. They really haven't had Kyrie or Luka healthy for the majority of the season together. But what's your assessment as we approach the trade deadline on the All-Star break of where the Mavs stack up in the West?
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head. I think, the biggest thing, probably their best trade asset is getting healthy. That's the biggest thing as far as, not having, Luka and Kyrie together, certainly for a small sample of games. And then you had Josh out for a while, and Derek was out for a while, and you've had certainly some other injuries to that group here. It's kind of amazing that you're in 7 right now. That's the and I think they will get better as things go along as long as they're healthy here. I think the Western Conference is so wide open. You can stake the claim that Denver is the team to beat, and rightfully so. But when you look at the teams up top, whether it be Minnesota and Oklahoma City, who haven't won a first-round series, and then you've got the Clippers, sitting there who, have played really good basketball since the Harden trade. But listen, they haven't, they're another team that hasn't advanced out of the first round, at least last year here. So it is wide open here. The trade deadline is interesting this year just because I think you probably have a lot more people willing to buy than a lot more people willing to sell right now.
Hey, Bobby, you do such a great job of educating the fan base. You've lived this, you understand it. But do you ever have fan bases get mad at you when you don't get enough for a trade? You're trying to, you are honestly sitting there like, okay, I'm going to pick up the phone and this is what I can get. Because you've lived this. And I've been in the same deal. I was in, NFL doing stuff, and you're trying to explain to fans, and they just don't want to believe you.
That's a good point. It's funny. We have the 2 trade guides out on ESPN.com, the written part of it, and then I'm trying to do videos for all the teams, like an 8 or 9 minutes, and I did a Dallas one, and then I really don't want to read the comments, but I was like, let me see what these people are saying. And I was like, oh, my God, it's like, I'm sorry, this is who you have to trade. This is what you have available. And I made the comment. I said, listen, Tim's been really good. He's probably 6th man of the year candidate. I don't think I'd do anything. People are like, oh, my God, he's untouchable now. I'm like, no, he's not untouchable.
Yeah.
But unless something really made sense. And listen, the draft picks are the draft picks. You've got 1 first to trade. You're limited to your seconds. You're not trading Luka. You're not trading Kyrie. You're not trading Derek. And then you get a process of elimination. And I wrote about the job Nico had done in the offseason where he basically, with Kyrie coming in at $37 million, and then it gave you the flexibility to go out and get Seth and Dante and sign Dwight for $4 million a year and Derek Jones for the minimum. And they did a nice job, and that's a big reason why those guys are why they're hanging around here right now. But what you have, I said this last night because Laker fans get all upset with me also.
Sure.
They said, listen, if you want to dance, you got to have someone to dance with, right?
Right.
That's the reality of the situation with the trade deadline, and certainly and then we've got all these new rules that are going to come in this offseason that are going to be tighter as far as teams that spend a lot. Sometimes who you are is what you'll be when we get past February 8th.
So, Bobby, with that being said, what do you think are some realistic trade options for the Mavericks that they can target? We've heard the rumors of maybe a Kyle Kuzma with Washington, but are there some names that you think the Mavericks realistically could pursue?
I think Kuzma might be a little bit too rich just because he's got a really good contract because it descends. Those are the ones you like, the ones that starts at 24 and then by the last year it's at $18, $19 million. I think, those guys in that $20 million range have more value than Zach LaVine right now. Because it's your third guy, right? How you're building a roster, it's your third guy. It's teams are trying to get away from that third max. I think Mark's probably been on the record saying about you can't have 3 max guys because the back end of your roster is really hard. So I think Kuzma's a little bit rich. I think Jeremy Grant's interesting, and you've probably heard his name a bunch here. His increases as far as he signed a 5 for 150, 160, somewhere in that range. So that goes up, but then it comes down to, what do you have to offer? You basically have, Grant, Maxey, just to kind of get the numbers, the numbers up there to get to, $27-28 million in salary here. So it's a little bit of a challenge because I said there's not as many. What the plan has done, it's put a lot of teams in this position where a lot of people think you can, there's 21, 22 teams that can make the playoffs. There's only 4 teams in the bottom, that are probably sellers, but they're looking to sell, looking to sell high. Like Miles Bridges would be really good for a lot of teams, but you have to accept what comes with Miles Bridges, right? Like, is your fan base willing to embrace a guy that was suspended for 30 games for a domestic violence situation that pled no contest and is in the last year of his contract and is basically a rental for 3 or 4 months? Like, that's the type of thinking like front office are having when it comes to like a guy like Miles Bridges, who can give you 20 a night and play the floor for you. But there's also a lot of other things that come with it.
Bobby, thank you so much for hopping on with us. We appreciate you being patient, and hopefully, keep up the great work, and we'll chat with you again soon.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. Bobby Marks. Always encourage you to check out his work there on ESPN. Of course, he's making the posts and videos on YouTube and then writing outstanding articles as we get closer to the trade deadline for our Dallas Mavericks. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. All right, let's do some NFL news of the day, the pregame incident, and a surprise team that might be moving up to try and go get Caleb Williams. That's next.
They poke fun.
Bacon Plumbing.
Bacon wants your home to be winter ready for your peace of mind. Contact us today to schedule your comprehensive $250 winter home inspection to prevent costly pipe bursts and leaks. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
Your NFL news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or just call 214-333-3333. We'll go around the Vegas shenanigans coming up in just a few minutes, but right now, here's the Wooly Bully with your NFL news of the day.
The top news item is the Seahawks hiring former Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald as their new head coach. So now there's just one job opening left in the NFL. That would be the Washington Commanders. They did interview Dan Quinn yesterday, and I think the meeting went well, but most indications are pointing to Dan Quinn is returning to the Dallas Cowboys as their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, we'll see. Trying to get a handle on this. I mean, I even asked Adam Schefter. I said, hey,
What do you think, Adam?
Well, because he was the one that was talking about Ben Johnson.
He did.
And I'm like, man, maybe Adam knows something here.
Yeah, because he was hinting around the idea that Ben Johnson. Well, he was
not a
saying
lock.
like Dan Quinn to Seattle and Ben Johnson. Neither one of those were locks.
Right. He was one of the guys that like, I know. But I asked him because I was talking to some people. They said, hey, I'm hearing things about Dan going to Washington that it's done. So who do I reach out to? Reach out to Adam. Adam, you hearing? He's like, I hadn't heard that one yet, Brian. So I'm like, okay, thanks.
Appreciate it, Adam.
Appreciate you.
Well, that's the type of inside sources we've got here in the G-Bag.
How many different Adam Schefter numbers do you have? Because doesn't he have like 3 or 4 phones?
Just for Aaron Rodgers.
Every time that I have ever texted, and I give Adam Schefter a lot of credit for this. Every time that I have ever texted him, he has texted me back within a minute.
That's amazing.
He's glued to that phone, man.
I couldn't imagine how many text messages he gets an hour. And he it's always, and you have to be really quick with him though. You just say, Adam, question, or you don't say even question. You say, hey, Bup, and you put it out there, and then he says, nope, or yep, or let me find out.
Mm-hmm.
It's all real quick, and then
that's awesome.
He's really good about getting back to you though too, which I'm super impressed by.
He's probably super anal about the the amount of unread messages like in his text and in his email. He probably just wants to stay clean. He's got a little Hagee in him.
I think that he's also into. He never knows when somebody who's texting him can help him on a story.
That's true.
You don't want to be the
you're
guy.
plugged in with the Cowboys. Maybe he needs some information.
You don't want to be the guy or gal that all of a sudden you keep asking him questions and he doesn't get back, or somebody doesn't get back, and then all of a sudden you need them to do something. You're like, no, screw that guy.
Well, coaching news, Jory Epstein had an interesting article with Yahoo. And
does a nice job, too.
She does a fantastic job, and it was about, talking with Jerry there at the Senior Bowl and the connection with Bill Belichick. And Jerry said, I know him personally, and I like him. There's no doubt in my mind that we could work together.
Mm-hmm.
None, said Jerry Jones. So, he didn't want to mention if he'd talked to Bill at all this offseason, because obviously they're sticking with Mike McCarthy. But now with Bill Belichick not getting one of these jobs and probably sitting the year out, that will be much like we did with Sean Payton. There will be the allure of Bill Belichick out there if indeed things don't go well for Mike McCarthy. And here's Jerry saying there's no doubt in my mind we could work together.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's super interesting. I wonder how McCarthy receives that particular article there.
Mike is, I think Mike has got to the point where a lot of things just kind of go off him.
It's the part of working with the Cowboys.
I think Mike in his now going on 5 years, I think he now understands the drill.
Just roll with the punches.
You're not, you're going to, in the post-game show, you're going to have, I'm sure it bothered him when he had 3 reporters asking him questions after a game, and he's kind of wondering where everybody else is.
Yeah.
And then he figured out, they're all talking to Jerry kind of thing. I think there was a time where that was probably a shock to him. Now, I don't think so. I think he does what he kind of comes in, does his job, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. If not, then he'll move back to Wisconsin and figure things out from there.
And to answer the 562's question, if indeed Dan Quinn left and got that head coaching job with Washington, David Moore had written in the morning news that it would be Joe Witt Jr. who would take over as defensive coordinator. That would be the in-house move that the Cowboys would probably make. But I don't anticipate Dan Quinn's getting that job right now, and I think that he is going to be your defensive coordinator.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. If you're telling me that the alternative to Dan Quinn is Joe Witt Jr., then, I guess I would rather just go ahead and run with Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I would think that the outside name, and this is where you also got to if Joe Witt and David Moore, those guys are plugged in over there. There's an 81-year-old gentleman that likes to have black ink on his hands when in the mornings, reading that newspaper. But if you were to say, a lot of times you get a coach that's in the last year of his contract, and to try and get somebody to come on board. Get somebody to move to take that job. Look at Eric Bieniemy.
Sure.
Look what happened to Eric Bieniemy.
Yeah, that's a good reference.
Eric Bieniemy went from being interviewed every year for jobs to the only job that he interviewed for this year was the Commander's job. I mean, I haven't heard a word about Eric Bieniemy. And so now you have to be a little careful if you're one of these guys that's like, okay, I'm going to leave, I'm going to go, and I'm going to take this job, and it's a 1-year situation. That's why I thought that Mike Zimmer would be a name that you might hear if, say, Joe Witt left, say Dan Quinn got the job and he took Joe Witt, or Joe Witt, or Mike didn't decide, because Zimmer would be a guy that Mike's been paid, Mike's been a head coach. If you need a 1-year guy potentially, Mike probably would take that job.
Sure.
And it would allow you to kind of keep your 4-3 alignment as well.
That makes sense. Now, the Panthers have officially hired Chiefs VP of Football Operations Brant Tillis from a high-ranking position in the front office. Panthers.
Okay.
So he is going to assist new general manager Dan Morgan. Tillis was with Kansas City. He's been there since 2010, and he had a big hand in working with GM Brett Veach, primarily in salary cap management and roster strategy. So I'm sure he'll kind of handle a lot of the cap numbers there in Carolina, while Dan Morgan might be doing more of the personnel work.
They worked my man John Dorsey there.
They did.
John convinced them to trade up for Mahomes, and the next thing you know, he's gone. He's on the street.
And here's Brett Veach doing his thing. Browns running back Kareem Hunt had surgery for a ruptured adductor. Sounds terrible.
I think that's a hip.
Yep.
It's a hip situation.
Players typically need 6 to 8 weeks and require immediate surgery. It can sideline them. And I think we just saw Lane Johnson was able to do this, come back, play in the Super Bowl last year. But that's 2 running backs now. You had Nick Chubb, who had surgery, of course, and hopefully he's back. But, I mean, his entire leg was completely shattered. They had to fix that. And now Kareem Hunt with the Browns.
But do they still have running game Moses?
They still have running game Moses.
As far as we know, running game Moses cannot get out of his contract.
They got Jerome Ford. Hell, Jerome Ford was pretty damn good. Let's get to the beef, though, and that is between Patrick Mahomes, Justin Tucker, and Travis Kelce. Mahomes went on his local radio show there in Kansas City, 610, and was talking about the pregame kicking incident with Justin Tucker.
I've had like 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, like 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't because you usually talk to the guys, so there's been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times. So he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin, and I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches. But didn't move it out of the way, and I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me, and then after that I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time, but at the same time you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
So there's Mahomes, and he references Travis Kelce went and moved the stuff out of the way eventually. So Travis Kelce threw it. On the New Heights podcast with his brother Jason, gave his side of the incident with Justin Tucker.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the wind factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides
they get
in
a
warm-up.
chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always, if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You know, you don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up, and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left, and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. Justin came out and he said it was more of a joking gesture and kind of a fun competitive. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me, like being a dick about it, like trying to get under the skin.
yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it, but
you got under your skin a little bit.
and Pat, we've been having the same mentality for this game all week long, man.
Yeah.
And it was you got to go in there and have the right mind frame, have the right mindset, and we just weren't in a joking mood. We were ready to get after it. And so, Justin, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're going to be a dick, I promise you, I can one-up you every time.
What'd you say?
So good. Taking Lisa McCaffrey's line to the G-Bag Nation last year at Radio Row. Don't be D's, man. I love the back and forth here. I like what Justin Tucker's doing if I'm a Ravens fan. Like, go bleep yourself. I'm trying to cause as much chaos and ruin your pregame routine, but I also love Mahomes and Travis Kelce. No nonsense. We're here to do a job. You go F yourself. You want to be a D, I'll one up you and be a bigger D.
See, I think it needs to be somebody else. It's the wrong person doing it. I agree with the sentiments from the Ravens side. If you want to create your home field, little hostility a little bit, but that's the Ray Lewis thing.
You've got no respect because it's the kicker.
It's Joey Porter with the Steelers always saying, like, you're not going to step on our logo during and it's Joey Porter. It wasn't Chris Boswell getting tossed out.
Show
there
that man
trying
some
to stand
respect.
up. You know what I mean?
All right, Sean Sweesham.
And the kicker, who is doing nothing when it comes to stopping Mahomes and Kelce for all 4 quarters. Like, he doesn't have to back it up in any way other than obviously making his kick. Sure, but he's not going toe-to-toe with these guys. This needed to be Roquan Smith.
I think it's even better, though, that it's the kicker.
Yeah, he initiated it.
Yeah.
That's always Kelce would have grabbed that joint and just punted it.
And he's the only one that does
stands.
it. Yeah.
It would have been
Mahomes
epic.
says, I do this every stadium I go to. I've only had issues with this 3 times, and all 3 times for believing Justin Tucker and the Ravens.
Look at Justin Tucker's face on that video, too. He loves it.
He was laughing. He was laughing.
Like, he likes to stir this kind of stuff. It's just him.
I got you. You're mad now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you, big picture, because it is the kicker. But Justin Tucker, he lives for this.
Eric is right. You get no points for picking on the kicker.
Yeah.
You get no points.
But it's just funny. What a good back and forth, and this has turned into a big thing now between the 3 of them. But I love it. Ultimately, the Chiefs got bragging rights. They're the ones that won the damn game. And I do think, and Lucius played this for G-Bag in the day earlier, the cut with the Pat McAfee show, like if he had to miss that kick to make it 17-10, they would have just ran right out there and mother bleeped him.
I would have really liked that.
It would have been fantastic. Last bit of news, T. Higgins is going to be a big name free agent this offseason. Duke Tobin, the general manager there with Cincinnati, saying we really do want T. Higgins back, but we'll see what happens. I'm sure that's going to end up being a money item. But as we talk free agency and we look ahead to potentially moves and who might be available, T. Higgins could be a very, very sexy name.
I was right about him.
He was fantastic. Yeah. And then the last thing, the Broncos, there are rumorooskies coming out that they could be a team to look at to move up in the draft and maybe try and go get one of these top passers. Peyton wants one of the top passers, Caleb Williams, Drake Mayer, Jaden Daniels. One NFL insider said, I spoke at length about this with several people, including longtime Broncos insider Cecil Lamey, a radio and television personality from the city, and was able to confirm that the Broncos are interested in moving up for their quarterback of the future, and they could include cornerback Patrick Surtain in a deal if they needed to do so as well. So, I mean, I threw it out there like if you're the Cowboys, could you maybe trade a future one give the Broncos more ammunition. I wouldn't want to trade this year's one, but if you're going all in, like keep your pick for this year, maybe trade next year's one. If Denver doesn't want to put Surtain in a package, now they've got extra ammunition, future ones to possibly trade as well. I don't think the Cowboys would actually get into this, but Patrick Surtain has been the apple of my eye ever since he came out in that NFL draft. I would love to get him in a Cowboy uniform.
Kind of feel like that Patrick Surtain, though, if you told me, are there 25 players on that board better than Patrick Surtain?
Probably not.
No chance.
Yeah. Let me move that. Let me move that.
Move
pick.
24. Just say bleep it. Let's do this thing.
Let's
That'd
move
be
that
an all-in move if they're talking about going all in.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk. There's your NFL news of the day. We'll get some more NFL action going with our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger. Looking forward to that conversation at the top of the hour. But this time next week, we'll be at Radio Row. So 877-881-1053, from the buffets to the booze to the gambling. What's your Vegas vice? That's next year in the nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877. get messy. Sean and RJ, KNC, and G-Bag descend upon Vegas as the Low T Center presents one of the most popular Tow-Low weeks all year. Our live broadcast from Radio Row. Also presented by Best Buy Windows and Siding and A#1 Air. Hey, Sin City, get ready. Here we come. And hopefully we'll survive the week of February 6th in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. We got LA Live coming up at 5:40 as part of the Expressway. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey, NFL Insiders at top of the hour, less than 15 minutes away. But right now, let's talk about Las Vegas, Radio Row, Super Bowl week coming up. We're going to fly out after the show on Monday. But Eric, what is the Vegas Vices?
Yeah, man. This time next week, we'll be at Radio Row. This will be my first time ever going to Vegas. I'm pretty excited about it.
Goodness gracious.
But from the buffets to the booze to the gambling, what is your Vegas vice? And I heard Hagee and Corey talking about this earlier. When you guys get on an airplane, do you have someone in your life that you feel the need or the want or the obligation to fire off the taking off text to? Like, hey, I'm on the plane now. We're getting ready to take off. I'll let you know when we land. Or are you comfortable, like Hagee is, not texting the person because they know what time your flight was, and so you'll just text them, when you land or whatever. You won't send the, all right, heading off now text. Because I'm like, I've pretty much always had, whether, I guess if I was younger, it would have been like maybe my mom or dad, or now, like with my wife, I'll definitely text her before we take off. Like, all right, babe, we're taking off now. I'll let you know when we land. Hagee's like, nah, not doing that.
Yeah, I usually do send the landing text, like, hey, we've landed. And that would be to my mother. Now it'll probably be to my wife and my mother, because my mom is always texting, like, hey, what's this? But I think when it comes to the leaving thing, they've got the flight information. I might just be like, hey, we're about to board. But I don't send the text that says, like, leaving.
What airline are you guys taking? You can track these things, right?
Southwest.
Okay, yeah, they can track the whole time.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, my old lady be tracking my joint, tell me where I'm at. Yeah. and I finally reached down. You can tell her she's been texting the whole time. Yeah. Oh, you're above the mountains now. They all start coming through at one time.
She's texting you play-by-play of
play-by-play of my flight while I'm sitting there watching something else.
Yeah, she was taking care of us when we were in Vegas. Didn't she set up the Uber to pick us up?
Sure did.
To get us to the airport?
Sure did.
Man, thank God for her. We could have still been there. I mean, my God.
Yeah. No, that's nice. That's nice if you have something like that, someone special in your life like that. The 940 says the landing text is twice as important as the takeoff text. Okay. And I think that's 100%. That's 100%.
Yeah, the
fair.
landing one I always say, like, I'll say, hey, we've landed.
Yeah,
like, you don't have to stress anymore.
Right.
The bird is on the land.
Well,
on the ground.
Yeah.
Brian, you're being very quiet over there.
No, I
do you text like Bennett or somebody?
I do. Bennett is Bennett's the. I always tell Bennett when I'm taking off, because the landing part I think is fine. I never worry about the landing part.
Oh, look at that.
Never worry about the landing part. It's the taking off part that I worry about.
Okay.
So it's always like you kind of saying goodbye.
He sort of gets left hanging there. Well, I know my dad took off.
No. Yeah, but
I guess I'll hear from him tomorrow.
Somebody's
or
about to crap themselves up in the air. I don't know if I'm going to make it back.
Nah, man, he knows. I mean, like Lucius said, you can kind of follow along.
Yeah. But if it goes all the way bad, I mean, it's going to be breaking news.
It's going to be on the news.
It's true. They'll find out.
I do figure, though,
G-Bag Nation doesn't make it.
I will figure this, though, that
they wouldn't know.
If something does happen, as journalists, we will survive. Somebody has to tell the story what happened.
Yeah.
So, everybody else is probably in trouble. We're going to make it.
Probably Dawson.
Yeah.
He's the survivor, the lone survivor.
They're going to have these, like, on the Discovery Channel, how to survive an airplane.
He's already been talking about, like, buying the first
class.
class.
The General Gavin Dawson.
Yeah.
Well, my.
By the way, I put you by. Now, this is the one on the American flight for training for baseball.
Yeah, spring training.
I put you by the emergency door.
So we're all in exit row?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Eric, though, by that. I think I got Eric by that spot where he stretches his legs.
So we
up.
can push him out when he falls asleep.
Man.
But
Sweet
but
man.
you are by the door. You are by the door. So if you're worried about that,
he might be.
No, it's fine. I'll be I'll be all right. I won't be thinking about the flight that just recently had the door go flying off.
The bolts just ripped off the top.
Every day. I mean, every day. It's just it's ridiculous with the airplane sort of stories.
214 is over the flight conversation. We got to talk stories or flight info here.
Well, I do think for me it's going to be the buffets, and just generally the food is going to overwhelm me and potentially my wallet. And I know my wife is already trying to give me the story, because I'm like, don't you think we should? Because we're all doing the buffet night, right?
Yeah,
Wednesday night we're doing the buffet night.
Right.
I think we should all weigh in prior to dinner that night, and then weigh in after the buffet when our team dinner, and see who put in
buffeted the most.
Yeah, who buffeted the hardest, who gained the most weight at the buffet. I think that'd be a fun idea, and then we could do it after we do the we're gonna go nacho bar hopping because the nacho wars are going on in Vegas right now. We're gonna take advantage of that,
and then we'll just hit a slot machine every single time we walk through a casino real quick, just to say we did.
Just a little bada boom, bada
just
bang.
for fun, maybe a quick blackjack table.
Like I know for Dawson, it's going to be the gambling. I do expect there to be at least one show where Dawson's like, sorry guys, I'm on a heater right now, or I'm chasing my balls off to get back to even, and I won't be there for the start of the show.
But I'm with you. I think I'm going to let loose a little bit on the food consumption. I've done a good job the last couple of weeks. I've gotten back on the plan, and I think
a lot of walking in Vegas.
And a lot of walking. I think I can allow myself a couple of days, and then I'll just hit it right back as soon as I get home. We'll be good to go. So I'm with you. I'm down to dabble in all the delectable foods, and Vegas has a lot of them.
Yeah,
because I get a little overwhelmed by the tables. They can be a little intimidating.
Yeah, I'm definitely intimidated by the casino stuff.
Yeah,
I'm like, am I going to be in the sports book and I got to be scared to be like pulling out my phone and stuff?
Well, that you don't want to do. When you take calls, you take them outside the sports book.
Yeah, see, I'm going to
just sit there and watch the games, and you can already have bet beforehand.
The great thing is there's just so many opportunities to just continuously bet while you're sitting in that sports book. Like like multiple horse racing going on.
Like there goes my parlay. Now I need to start a new parlay.
And then you got, and the fact that you're 2 hours behind everybody, like the East Coast sporting events start, and so you're in the middle of those. Then you get then you get the Central Time Zone ones. It never stops, which is cool. But you can continuously just bet on, halftime of games. Bet on, there's so many things you could do. And I mean, I love horse racing. I'm looking forward to being able to sit there for multiple tracks and just continuously bet on horse racing.
We might have to do that. We might have to have Brian help us win some money.
I'm open to that.
Yeah, we'll give it a go.
I think that'll be a good time.
682 says we got to try the Din Tai Fung in the Aria. Dumplings are made on site. Now, I might have just sworn in Chinese.
I hope you just got taken advantage of.
I probably did, but that sounds delectable.
And the 309's right, the people watching.
That's what I was going to say too.
Lucius and I had a lot of fun with that.
The people watching in Las Vegas is tremendous.
It was.
It really is.
It might almost be worth waking up earlier in the morning just to see as the sun rises.
That could be
the debaucherous walk of shames or whatever. Throughout the
maybe we can maybe go down there in the lobby and interview people.
Some man on the street.
Man on the street. It's just blasted, hungover, lost everything.
I love that idea. Man. I love that idea. This is going to be a lot of fun, boys. I'm looking
hi,
forward
what's your name? Oh, Jim.
We'll see about that 609. We got to check that out. Make sure that's actually a hibachi place. But yeah, a lot of good tips coming in. 877-881-1053 as we embark on Las Vegas for Radio Row. We'll be there this time next week. Let's talk with our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger, who will also be out in Las Vegas getting you set for 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl 58. That's next here in the nation.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling on to hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, and on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. We always love getting to chat football with Baldy, and he joins us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Baldy, what's going on, man? Happy week leading into Super Bowl week, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's the league is buzzing right now. We got coaches being hired and Senior Bowls being played, and news is breaking, and we've got a game to analyze. So it's a good time of the year because it's the finish line, and here we come, right down the stretch.
It's amazing. In our own backyard, we got the East-West Shrine Bowl practices. We've been watching all the tremendous coverage on NFL Network for the Senior Bowl. It really, really is just a football fan's paradise. What was your initial reaction to the Seahawks hiring Mike McDonald as head coach earlier today?
I think they got a master young tactician that can coach defense, that has coached at a high level, both linebackers, coordinators, college, pro. I think they got a fantastic young coach. And so what he did with Baltimore and what he did at the University of Michigan, it's top-notch. And, you lead the league in defense and sacks and takeaways. Those guys are in demand, being able to coordinate like that. So I thought Seattle made a really smart hire. It was probably worth the wait. And now we'll just wait and see how things develop. But they have drafted well. They've got a good front office. I think it's a good spot for Mike.
Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Baldy, sort of a random question, but we were talking about the Cowboys and what they could do defensively in the offseason, and we mentioned the name Bobby Wagner as a potential veteran linebacker guy. What do you know about the way his game has gone production-wise over the course of the last season or two? He's up there in age a little bit, but is he still close to the same player that he was?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't see the snap reaction time that I see from guys like Fred Warner and Roquan Smith and some of the guys that are a little younger. I mean, he's played a lot of snaps in his league. He's got well over 1,000 tackles. He's probably a Hall of Fame caliber player. They weren't very good around him in Seattle, so that sometimes makes a difference. He's very smart. He studies the game well. I just don't know that you're going to have the speed and the reaction time you need at that position. I think this is his 12th year coming up. He was drafted in 2011, I believe. So I don't know, or maybe 2012. So it's a lot of football inside that body right there. You got to take a long, hard look at just the way that he's moving right now.
Yeah, and another linebacker that's going to be on the market potentially for out of Baltimore with the Ravens is Patrick Queen. Do you think he will be worth whatever he ends up getting in free agency?
Well, he was a much better player the day Roquan Smith showed up than he was before that. He's like linebacker number 2 in Baltimore, and he played very well in that role. But if you're going to pay him to come in and be the quarterback of your defense and the leader of your defense, he's a little quiet. He plays hard. He's very fast. He does a lot of good things. Sometimes you want your Mike linebacker to be loud. You want to be able to hear him in the rafters, and it's not really how he plays.
Baldy, yesterday, Jerry Jones, and I hope I'm not putting you in a bad spot here, but I believe you're a man of detail. The comments that Jerry Jones said about all in, if you had to translate Jerry Jones and all in, what would that be to Brian Baldinger this year?
Well, I didn't hear the press conference, so he was all in as far as he's all in, or?
Yeah, the quote is, "We will be going all in. I would say that you will see us this coming year not build it for the future."
Okay. All right. Well, I would imagine, I don't know what the books look like right now. They're usually right up against the cap.
Sure.
But that would mean, free agency, we're going for gold, whatever that takes. The draft, if we have to move up to go get the best player at our spot that we could possibly get to improve our team the most right now, the way Micah did right now, the way some other players that they have drafted impacted the team right away, I would say that's what that means, that no stone is going to be unturned. Free agency, draft, trades, everything is on is in the middle of the table to try to improve this team as much as we possibly can before we kick off 2024.
Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too, as we chat with Brian Balding, our NFL Odyssey insider. Now, reflecting back at the conference title games, and we talked a little bit about the Ravens. I think a big surprise for us was kind of getting away from their trend, which was running the football. Were you as surprised as we were that the Ravens just threw it around as much as they did and they went away from running?
Completely. I mean, Lamar Jackson in that game, he's the best runner on the field by far. He had 2 designed runs, two plays. One was 4th and 1 for a 21-yard keeper, quarterback power, and one was a misdirection play for 5 yards. That's it. They went away from it. Look, Kansas City stacked the box. They played 3 big linebackers in Tranquil and Bolton, along with Chenal, and they stuffed them a couple of times. And Kansas City said, if you're going to beat us on the outside against L'Jarius and Trent and Jalen and Joshua Williams, and if your receivers can beat us, so be it. And they took that approach, and it was the wrong approach. And I was very surprised the way a lot of people were that the team that led the league in rushing, yards rushed, rushing attempts, got away from it the way that they did.
Baldy, I know you're going to study this game coming up really strong. If you had to pick a coaching staff, which coaching staff would out-scheme the other one? Which do you think has the best when it comes to offense and defense? Which team would you think, the 49ers or Kansas City?
Well, I don't want to – I mean, look, it's hard to argue against Kansas City, right? Because, I mean, Spagnuolo might be the best big-game defensive coordinator that we have seen, going and taking the Patriots down, going for perfection, and what he did 4 years ago and what he's done throughout the year. I thought they were 1-2 with Baltimore all year for being the best defenses week in, week out. Mm-hmm. He took 6 rookies last year, integrated into a Super Bowl champion team. He's got his corners playing as well as they didn't have a penalty last week. Right. Playing man-man. I just think Spags is a master tactician, and I've known Andy since the day he got into this league. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's always shown that you want to put T.O. on the roster, he'll design an offense with T.O. on the roster. You have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback and, and Hall of Fame tight end. We'll make sure we get him the ball in as many different ways. Like, I think they tinker and game plan as well as anybody. And that's not to take anything away from Kyle and what they're doing there, Steve Wilkes, but Kansas City has proven that that's a great staff and what they do.
Baldy, if you had to power rank the plays, if you were sort of the one dictating SportsCenter's top 10 plays of the football weekend, would it have been the Ayuk play off the face of the Detroit Lions corner, or would it be the Lamar Jackson pass to himself?
No. I mean, I think you got to go to Ayuk and the ladybug catch. I mean, I think that's what that play will live iconically in the memory of every 49er fan. They needed a big play at that spot. That basically helped cut the lead to 7 points in a very short period of time. Lamar's catch is amazing, and if he finished that play in the end zone and tied the game up, now we'd be talking about Lamar, but Tranquil caught him from behind and stopped him from doing that. But I would have to say it's Ayuk's catch. That's to be able to secure that catch and to do that in real time, and it almost looked like it was in slow motion the way that happened. I thought that was the play of the weekend.
Are you at a place now when it comes to the postseason and big games and big moments? You'll never pick against Pat Mahomes, whatever team he's on. It's just default. You have to go with him and his team.
Yes. I would never pick against Patrick Mahomes. If Patrick Mahomes was playing pickleball right now, I'd take Mahomes in pickleball. It doesn't seem matter. I watched him warm up the other day, and he was kicking a football around like it was a soccer ball. And just having fun. And he's shooting threes into an imaginary hoop. And I'm like, yep, he's draining threes. There's nothing I wouldn't pick against him in at this point right now.
I think beer pong might be at the top of that list for me when it comes to Mahomes. I think I've heard stories where he might actually be a better beer pong player than he's a quarterback, Baldy.
Well, I think I'm a good beer pong player too, so I'd love to take him on. and see if I can challenge him. Yeah.
Just run the tables, Baldy and Pat.
That would be a lot of fun. Who do you?
I would do nonstop. I mean, I know Pat can talk some junk like he did the other day to Justin Tucker, but I feel like I got a good junk game too. So I'm not holding back at all.
Okay, so what did you think about that back and forth with Pat and Justin Tucker? I mean, I kind of liked what Justin Tucker was doing a little bit, or is there just no, effect because it's the kicker that's doing the trolling here?
Yeah, well, I was kind of watching it was going on. I mean, he's the best kicker in the league, and you can't let a kicker get underneath your skin. I mean, there's kickers I've played with that I wouldn't even give them a locker. I just put them with the brooms and the mops. And that's where you get the change. And so kickers have been dissed. I mean, this happens to be the best of all time. So, he's got a little bigger platform, but I had no problem. It's all about gamesmanship. It's all about intimidation. All that stuff is on the table when it's Championship Sunday. So I didn't have any problem with it.
I'm curious what the younger Baldy was, what drinking games he was good at. Was young Baldy a quarters player?
Yes. Yes, I could bounce the quarter in the cup, like right off my nose.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I hated those tables where the quarter didn't bounce, though. I had to go find, some sort of
you found the spot
where the quarterback could at least get off the ground. Have some kind of vertical jump. But yes, we could drop that quarter in a cup from a long ways away.
Were you a guy that was a stickler for the rules? Was like, were you always kind of yelling at if guys were doing stuff they weren't supposed to do at the table? You always kind of yelling at them about the
rules were for grown-ups. They weren't for kids. I wasn't a big rules guy. I didn't know what, stay off of this roof, stay out of this house. That was just like, okay, that's the cookie jar. We're going right to it.
Yeah, you and John Cougar Mellencamp, you fight authority. Authority always wins.
Yes.
One of those guys?
That's it. Yeah, the authority song. That's right.
That's you.
Yeah.
When was the last time Brian Baldinger shotgunned a beer?
Probably not that long ago. My nephews were over at my house in Florida. They're all lifeguards, and so they play a lot of drinking games. So you can't let a bunch of 25-year-olds usurp you. You have to show them that you still got game. Yes. So I probably did one not too long ago.
Okay, that's fantastic. From your playing days, who do you have the most beer drinking respect for from like a teammate?
Gosh, that's good. Steve Giassi back in the day was pretty good.
Oh.
He got so good at it he had to stop it.
Yeah.
Too good.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame level.
Ron Springs was pretty good.
He's got a bust.
Ron Springs could throw some tall boys down.
There we go.
I feel like Yahtzee might have a bust in the beer drinking Hall of Fame somewhere.
Yeah. Well, there's it's not. I mean, Ed Too Tall Jones didn't start talking till there was a case of Miller Lite. That had already been imbibed. So, so there was some legendary performers in that category.
We were talking about heading out, of course, to Radio Row in Vegas next week and hoping to hang out and see you. But what is kind of a day in the life of Baldy in Vegas? Do you have some certain spots you like to go to, or do you get into
buffet Baldy?
Buffets, the foods?
I don't like buffets. The food's too good there. They've got me on a schedule. It's like it's nonstop. I don't know when I'm going to break away. I know I'll be at Jaws' cigar party on Thursday night, and that's always fun, and it's always good seeing those guys. I don't know yet. I mean, I'm just going to – I've gotten to the Super Bowl. I've gotten to the Super Bowl. I've gotten to Friday, and I had no voice left.
Oh.
I got to you got to pace yourself a little bit here, although you're going to have fun. So I don't know. I'm going to pick my spots here. I can't – I mean, my parents lived in Vegas for 25 years. I know every single hidden bar in that place.
Oh.
I know where all the places are that, you shouldn't be that I've gone to. So, I know where to go. It's just a question of, am I going to find time to get there?
That's fantastic. Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Old Spice. It's time for the Old Spice questions of the day. Baldy, are you a lotion guy? Maybe like a post shower lotion up, maybe the face, the arms, the chest, whatever.
I don't understand any of that. I don't own any lotion. I know it's in every hotel room, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to do. Like, my skin is my skin, and when it's rough, it's rough, and when it's sunburned, it's sunburned, and I've never really put anything. I never put any suntan lotion on, sunblock on. I've never done any of it, to be honest with you.
Natural.
Okay, you mentioned the hotel
Oh,
room,
Natty,
Baldy. Could you use the emergency sewing kit if you had to?
No chance. Not with that finger you got, Baldy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to thread the eye of a needle. I mean, I think I've probably, sewed up a button before.
Okay.
On some jacket that popped, I've probably done that. Like, it's not a specialty, but I know how to put the thread through the needle and sew a button on a jacket. I could definitely, or a shirt. I could definitely do that.
What about an iron? Are you breaking out the iron there in the hotel?
That's what, don't they usually have, concierge
service,
like
yeah.
stuff like
I'm
that?
just too scared to ask.
But you're making that
Yeah,
TV
yeah.
money, Baldy. You know what I'm saying? TV money's a little different to us radio dudes.
I'm not looking at the prices on those things. I should, but I don't.
I'll tell you what, Baldy, we catch you at night when you're doing your stuff on the NFL Network. You got some great outfits, by the way. For a big man,
Yeah, well,
you got
they're
somebody
all-
dressing you well.
It's all a layaway, Coach. So
Yeah.
I'll pay for it my next lifetime.
Okay, is this a serial killer mentality, Baldy, for somebody that makes their own hotel room bed?
No, I've never. I mean, I believe in I'm the son of a Marine, so
Yeah.
I grew up making my own bed and still do, but I don't do it in a hotel room. That's why all these wonderful maids that you say good morning to every day when
I agree with
walk
you.
down the hallway, like I'm letting them do their job. I don't want to screw them up, and make a bad bed, because then they're going to have to undo it and then redo it. So I'm not going to make it to the level where, the old thing in the Naval Academy was it was made so well that you could bounce a quarter off it.
Yeah.
And so, we had that thing growing up. And I feel like some of the service that you get in these hotels, that you could do the same thing. So I don't want to interfere with what they do.
Yeah, well, Zach's just taking a shot at me there, Baldy, because I'm the guy that makes up my bed in the hotel.
All right.
Yeah, I just do it to get my day started.
He does do a good job, though, Baldy, I will say.
Yeah.
All right. That's a high recommendation to be able to do that.
Discipline, Baldy. I try a little discipline in my life,
Yeah. Well, the good thing is, like they say, once you finish making the bed in the morning, you've already accomplished more than most of the people have.
There you go, sir. There you go. Tell him, Baldy.
You got that feather in the cap already.
Baldy, you're the best. We always enjoy getting to chat with you here on these Wednesdays. Next week, we'll do it out in Radio Row, man. Travel safe.
Okay, guys. I'll talk to you next week. Look forward to it.
Sounds good. Thanks, Baldy.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls are brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too. Always a blast getting to catch up with Brian Baldinger. Let's do our top 10 coming up on the other side. National Hot Chocolate Day. I've got the top 10 best chocolate products. What's your go-to chocolate item? And how about the NHL Players Poll? That's next.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments.
All right, it's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Segment's brought to you by Soda State-of-the-Art Weight Loss and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333. We'll get you around the bases and some Rangers in a few minutes, but right now it's time for the Wooly Bully and that top 10 list, baby.
Thank you very much. National Hot Chocolate Day. We will get yours and our favorite chocolate items. 877-881-1053. The best chocolate products. We've got that top 10 for you. The Athletic, though, did just put their anonymous NHL player poll for 2024 out. Who's the best player? Who's the most overrated player? Best goalie in worst road cities as the Stars are on the NHL All-Star break right now. Best player in the league by a wide margin, a 69% of the vote.
Nice.
Was the Edmonton Oilers' Connor McDavid.
Yep.
Who will be coming to town February 17th.
Is that a day game?
It's a 2 o'clock Saturday game. I will be attending.
I think that needs to be attended, yes.
Yeah, that's
what are we doing? Wait, what day is that? The 20?
Saturday, February 17th.
17th.
2 o'clock puck drop.
I'll be
Oh, you're going to be out. You're going to Cali.
I'm going to Cali.
Going to California. Yeah, Connor McDavid gets a vote for best player in the league, followed by Nathan McKinnon of the Colorado Avalanche. The best goalie in the league was, with 44% of the league vote, Andrei Vasilevsky from the Tampa Bay Lightning. Jake Ottinger
He's been injured for a little bit.
Did get a couple of votes. Yeah. He has been. You've also got, who's the most underrated player? Alexander Barkov got most of the votes there. None of the Stars really got, well, Rope Hintz got a few votes for most underrated player as well. Most overrated player, a couple of players voted for Jason Robertson of the Dallas Stars. And one person said, when it comes to Robo, sometimes you don't really see him during the game and he finishes with 3 points. He still produces, but for me, he's not like a McKinnon. He's a game changer, but not like those top elite guys. The player that most people want to punch in the face was not Brad Marchand. It was not Matthew Tkachuk. It was Nick Cousins, who of the Florida Panthers got most of the votes. Some did vote for Mason Marchment of the Dallas Stars. An anonymous player said, I think he deserves a little bit of a punch in the face. So that's always fun. And then in terms of road cities that they enjoy playing in, favorite road city to play in.
Vegas.
Vegas was the leading vote getter, followed by New York and then Montreal.
Ooh.
Dallas did get some love. Some people did vote for Dallas. One player said, great weather, such a nice place to spend a day.
Yeah.
That must, of course, be in the springtime when most of the hockey's going on, winter or the spring. And then least favorite road city to play in.
Calgary.
Calgary is in the top 5.
Edmonton.
It is not Edmonton. It is in Canada, though. The top 2 are both in Canada.
Okay, hang on. Ottawa.
Ottawa's number 2.
And not Toronto, right?
Not Toronto.
Toronto's a major city.
People like Toronto.
Vancouver.
It's Winnipeg.
Oh,
Ooh.
Vancouver's pretty, by the way.
Winnipeg. It's always so cold. I don't have anything against the people or the city. It's just cold and gray. There's not much to do. There's nothing to do. We always stay by the rink, and it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, said another player, but people just don't like playing in Winnipeg. So there's your NHL anonymous
Great
players
ice, so
poll.
I bet.
I bet the ice is absolutely
They always
fantastic.
talk about at the old days at the Northlands Coliseum there in Edmonton that was some of the best ice because of the weather, the way it was, in those places that time of year, how cold it is. You play in the South as we do, that slushy. No, I mean, it's hard to move the puck.
Yeah, you can see it melt a little bit.
They got a snow, what they call it, the snow. They had the snow, the gals that come out and scrape that all up.
Yeah, ice girls.
Ice girls, yeah.
They come out there and get the snow out of the way. All right, let's slide into the top 10. National Hot Chocolate Day. I do love a good hot chocolate. I don't know if somebody has a place they like to go for their favorite hot chocolate. I think Starbucks makes a nice one. Or you can just get the little packages at home. Totally down for that as well.
The Swiss Miss?
Swiss Miss, yes. Those are not bad.
Man, I don't know.
You don't
I like it when they come with they have the marshmallows already
on top of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I don't mind them.
Make that stuff from scratch.
Yeah, I know you're making from scratch kind of
No, I have had like the, Kraft hot chocolate or whatever, and it wasn't even purchased. It was just like a friend
Are you
made
sure it was
some,
Kraft?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
Highfalutin hot chocolate.
Yeah, it was something that involved more than a Swiss package.
Okay.
So
a little bit fancy.
But it was you could tell the difference. There was a consistency. It was like maybe a little bit thicker or whatever.
Thicker. The thickness is what you can definitely tell.
Oh, you should actually use milk instead of water?
That's right. Yeah. Use milk and stuff.
The milk.
You
will
never
work.
know, man.
The milk will work.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're not all homemade chefs here. All right. Some of us have to just deal with what we can get. And
I
that's
am
the
a
store-bought
snob when it
products.
comes to food.
You are, but I do love it, and we get to benefit off of your snobbiness from on
Cooking for you
occasions
guys some
here.
more. I got some.
Now, I've got the top 10 best chocolate products in general, your go-to chocolate products, and where do you like the hot chocolate on your list, Lucius?
Hot chocolate was cool for the Little League games. You know, you get that early in the morning when you got the Hernia game or something. Get that hot chocolate.
Yeah.
I got a little list, though. I got Whoppers. You know those Whoppers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoppers
I'm
are
a big fan of
underrated.
those.
I'm with you, bro.
Let's see, how about the triple chocolate cookie? What the hell you laughing at, Bronis?
The Whoppers. It comes in that hard to open box.
In that milk box? Yeah, it's amazing. I love those.
They're good.
I'm trying to rip the top off, and it's not working. It's going to wax together.
Some people didn't like that as a Halloween candy. I was like, I'll take them.
I love them, man. Let's see, the chocolate Teddy Grahams. You ever heard of Teddy Grahams?
Oh, yeah.
The chocolate ones are great.
Cookies,
I haven't had Teddy Grahams in so long.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Fantastic, bro. And Rocky Road ice cream.
Yeah, of course.
I know you love your
That's
Rocky
facts.
Road. Lucius is a Rocky Road guy through and through, and I'm not going to fight him on it. Those are absolutely delicious. We do have Haagen-Dazs chocolate ice cream is an honorable mention. The chocolate croissant is an honorable mention. To carry over a croissant conversation.
I tell you what, people on Twitter X were going after me about my take on.
You know, it's funny. I had to go to the grocery.
It's a bad take, dude.
I had to go to the grocery store the other day, and I actually saw a tuna croissant sandwich, tuna salad on it.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to think of you every time I see that thing.
Kind of a wet thing to put on put on a crumbly, flaky pastry. You know.
Dude, shout out to pastry chef Eric who is listening.
Yeah.
He said, "Don't fudge this up," and I like that. Well done. Cadbury cream eggs are the 716's favorite item.
Chef Eric makes some good chocolate.
He is a chocolate expert.
He does make some good chocolate. If you're ever around him and ask him about getting some chocolate
He
or
can
buy
let
some
us know.
chocolate from him. Yeah.
940 says the Mexican hot chocolate is the best.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of that. The abuelita hot chocolate.
In fact, didn't pastry chef Eric bring something for hot chocolate?
Yes.
For the
Yeah,
kiddos?
he did. He did. And that was like you melt down the chocolate and everything.
I think I just ate it straight.
You did? Well,
I
his
did.
chocolate's damn good.
That's not bad. I mean, that's the beauty of
He
it.
brings that dark chocolate that's pretty tasty.
Yes. Oh my gosh, chocolate lava cake at Chili's.
Yes, the
from
molten
817.
Yes, the molten lava
the
cake.
molten chocolate lava cake.
Yeah, dude.
That's a go-to dessert.
And I will say they used to. I think they've changed it up, but Chili's used to have the 1 seed for chocolate shakes too.
I have never had one, but
They
I don't
have,
deny
and they
it.
had the chocolate sprinkles and everything.
Oh crap!
There-
You are right.
there
As
was-
a kid, I would get that.
Yeah. There was almost like a grittiness to it. That
Yeah,
was
almost
delightful.
malty.
And they've tweaked it and they've gone the wrong way.
Was the grittiest from the ground chocolate?
I have no idea. I don't know why it was, but there was a grittiness to it that I actually,
Enjoyed?
my palate appreciated it.
We got some love for the Thin Mints as well.
Oh, God, yes.
Love the Thin Mints.
Yes.
German chocolate cake being texted in.
All right, not bad. Not bad.
Brownies are the goat of the chocolate products.
Yes.
Dude, brownies are
It's the
phenomenal.
vanilla, vanilla
delicious.
ice cream. You cannot. If that's the most basic dessert you can have, other than just cookies. But if you serve somebody a warm brownie with ice cream, you care about them.
Nice warm brownie with nuts in it.
There
bro.
you go.
Yes,
There
the
you go.
nuts.
Don't
Set
let
it
it be
off.
no nuts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we like a little mush in our brownie?
I'll take some mush.
I like a little soft mushy.
It needs
brownie.
to be warm.
The
Oh,
warm.
we like boneless brownies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with that too. Got the
medium
crust
rare.
on the edge and it's boneless in the middle.
Yeah.
Damn, hell
Oh,
yeah.
you
Give me the
always-
middle piece. Dude.
Oh, no,
the
you
middle
al-
piece.
I'm down for that.
Oh, you always take the edge.
No.
You take the edge with
Eric
the
likes
crust.
the middle.
The crust. You get the crust on the edge. You take that corner. Eat any corner.
I'm only here for pizza crust, man. Every other crust.
You don't
can,
want the crust?
Can bleep off.
Bread crust?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I will eat.
Would you have mom cut the crust
in a
off?
perfect world? Yeah, there would be no
Mom,
crust on my
such a
sandwich.
Mom, I don't
want crust on my sandwich.
You did it again.
Take the crust off, please.
You spend all this time writing little love notes to me on the napkin, and you don't take the time to cut the crust off.
Did you
damn
read
crust
those?
off.
Did you read them?
I did, yeah. No, sometimes I needed that midday pick me up from Mama.
Man,
I love you, son.
The cosmic brownies, the little Debbie cosmic brownies from the 934 right there. That's a good one. Chocolate lava cake, yes. DQ dipped cone getting texted in
Yes.
as well. A lot of good love.
Dilly bar.
Dilly. Number 10 is the Nestle Crunch Bar. as the best chocolate product.
Yeah.
Number 9 is indeed the hot chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 is Ben & Jerry's chocolate fudge brownie ice cream.
Never had it, but it sounds awesome.
Sounds pretty damn good.
Okay, so have you ever had the half-baked?
I've had the half-baked.
Okay, so it's half of that is the chocolate with the chunks of brownie.
You're right.
And that is...
It's so damn good.
It is phenomenal, dude.
Number 7 is Nutella. People love Nutella, man. People are obsessed with it.
It's an overrated deal.
People don't like the nuts in their brownies. Who are you people?
And
Just
don't.
when you think you know somebody,
You remember Chick-fil-A's OG brownies with the nuts in them?
Yeah.
Those were fantastic.
Yeah.
We had to get rid of them because people complained with all the nut allergies.
Oh, the allergies.
And now they got a fudge.
Yeah, I like a big chunky nut in
Not
that
as
one.
good. It just wasn't as good. Those things used to be damn good. Number 6 is just a traditional Hershey bar, the Great American Chocolate Bar.
You can use it. You can do far more with it just than having it being plain.
You can. That thing can be a versatile vessel.
Yep.
Number 5 is chocolate fondue.
You guys are not from the era of fondue like I am, from the 70s.
No, but I do like fondue. I've been to several of like the melting pots.
Yes.
They're fun. It's an event.
The dessert ones are fun.
But those things are delicious. It's basically like a chocolate chocolate fountain.
Yes.
With a
Oh,
stick,
yeah.
with a
I don't know why I
stick,
said mountain fountain.
You put your food on the end of the stick.
Are you
and
more enticed by the chocolate fondue fountain or the cheese?
I love cheese.
I think I'm always just going to go lean into the chocolate, though. The dessert ones always end up being like, holy crap, this is
the
good.
cheese. I'm the charcuterie board guy.
But like, give me a block of cheese and I'm in heaven.
Yeah.
Me too, bro.
You know, I'll take a block of cheese over here.
With some club crackers or something.
I don't need a lot.
Yes.
I'm a simple man.
Some pepperoni.
How about that little thing with the red stick that used to like scrape cheese and
Oh, yes. The crackers with the cheese dip
with the red stick.
Yeah. Did you actually use the stick or did you just use the cracker?
You had to use that, or you're going to break the thing. You're going to
Break
have
the cracker?
chip debris.
Yeah, well, I had
Cracker
plenty
debris.
of chip debris.
Yeah.
Because I was skipping the stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Dude, those were epic. That's a good callback, dude. I can't remember what they were called.
I don't either, but I can.
Cheese and crackers?
Basically. Number 4 is Twix. Oh my gosh, somebody texted in the Snickers ice cream bar. Those things are so good.
Oh, that's number 1, dude.
Damn, the Snickers ice cream bar is good.
That's number 1.
Number 3 is Kit Kats. Number 2 is a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that. But number 1, best chocolate product on National Hot Chocolate Day is indeed the chocolate brownies.
Okay, but I'll throw in there. How about the drumstick? You guys ever had drumstick?
The drumstick commercials are now out leading up to the Super Bowl, and they look so damn good.
Dude, they do the cookies and cream one with it. It's a chocolate cone, and then it's cookies and cream ice cream, and then it's got the dip as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't you tempt me with a good time.
It really is special. Okay, nice list today, Wolchuk. I'm proud of your work there.
Yeah.
That was. What do you think? At least a B? If
Oh no,
if not an A.
he came with good effort.
He aced it. Nice work, Wolchuk.
Boys, appreciate it.
Football's finest top of the hour. Let's go around the bases. Which Rangers land on ESPN's top prospects list, if I can say that word. And the newest reliever, D-Rob, on why Texas was the spot for him next year in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, the Mavs are in Minnesota for a big challenge, and we'll probably have a big challenge.
be the better overall defensive player. So they might look to say, all right, Jackson, do you want to play third base? We'll move Gunnar Henderson over to shortstop. It could be interesting, but Jackson Holliday is a guy that he's a lefty, and he could just be one of the mainstays as an all-star in the American League, hopefully along with Corey Seager. But I did want to get to some of the audio yesterday. Jared Sandler, as we were driving home, had David Robertson on. D-Rob, the Rangers' new relief pitcher whom they signed, veteran, won a World Series back in 2009 with the Yankees, was an all-star in 2011, was on the Phillies team that made it to the World Series and lost to the Astros a couple of years ago. But D-Rob was asked by Jared, why were the Rangers a good fit for you?
It's just a good fit for me. I mean, Chris sold it to me. Chris Young sold it to me, and listen, I'm getting older and I want to win. Just like Max, like I got that something, that drive in me. I can't stand losing, and I'm ready to win another ring. And I came pretty close with the Phillies in 22, and I'm itching to get back into a World Series. That's for sure. That's the exciting times.
I loved listening to David Robertson. I mean, he seems like such a genuine, awesome dude. I thought Jared had a great interview with him, but Jared did have a little bit of a slip up, and I texted him this as soon as it happened. I could tell Jared was ashamed and embarrassed in the moment, but let's see what you guys think about this question leading into David Robertson from Jared.
Well, the Rangers just celebrated Adrian Beltre getting inducted into the Hall of Fame, and a part of what stood out about Adrian was his ability to have success after he turned 35. What is it that you've done? What has allowed you to extend your career and not just limp along year to year, but have the success that you've had?
See, that I was what did he like? My favorite part was the limp at the end.
Yeah, the limp.
Was he doing that?
Because you could probably hear David Robertson kind of laughing a little bit too.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
So let's just go ahead. I'll make fun of myself a little bit, but yeah. Hey, great part about Adrian Beltre, his ability to have sex, his success
after 35, bro.
After 35,
after 35.
Like it was a mistake, but he's actually really right there.
It's true.
Post 35, it becomes a little bit more challenging.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
How you been living up until then,
It's true, man.
You're drinking your water, you're doing your workouts, you're getting your cardio in, get the blood flow right.
Yeah.
Jared accidentally was right there.
He was actually right. Yeah.
That'll happen from time to time.
He's a genius,
He is. He knows what he's doing.
I do believe it, man.
Little Napoleon.
I do believe it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jared. He's a beast. Did you say little Napoleon?
Little Napoleon.
The Rangers do have some players that were listed here in the top 100 prospects for Major League Baseball, according to ESPN. Now, coming in at number 4 is Wyatt Langford, left fielder for the Rangers. Now, they say he reminds them of, at the plate, shades of Austin Riley, Pete Alonso, the polar bear, or how about Paul Goldschmidt, but with the build and speed of Christian McCaffrey. And we got to see a little bit of Wyatt Langford running the bases last Friday.
We did.
Dude, that is a freak athlete.
He could have played ball at Florida football.
Yeah.
The Florida Gators.
Wyatt's the man, dude.
Yeah.
He really, really is.
I like the Pete Alonso thing, though. I'd like to see them go do like a deadlift competition. Because Alonso's the guy who's cranking out deadlifts during the home run derby. Like in between at bats or whatever. I think Wyatt could give him a run for his money.
No doubt. Dylan Cruz comes in at number 5 of the Washington Nationals, who was his teammate there played against him in that College World Series for LSU. That's your guy who ended up winning the College World Series last year.
That's cool. So they already have Langford ahead of Cruz, who was drafted.
Yes. But what's interesting is Evan Carter, who we've already seen and was a big reason why the Rangers were able to win the World Series, is listed at 6 on this list. Evan Carter, I think, being a little bit disrespected. And I love the fact that Wyatt's ahead of him is pretty cool. I mean, it gives us more excitement over Wyatt Langford, but I think we know what we have here in Evan Carter, and it is a special future center fielder or corner outfielder for the future here. And Nathaniel Lowe was on Foul Territory yesterday. Lowe even mentioning, I don't think Evan Carter knows just how good this dude can be.
Evan Carter?
Yeah.
He has no idea how good he could be. It's just like, his whole routine, he's not one of those guys that's doing like a ton of weight in the weight room, and he's not like, how you have some guys who just are anti-weights and do all the movements and kind of stuff too. Like, he sticks to his own plan, I feel like, and I've seen some of the stuff he does, and like the kid's 21 and when I was 21, I was definitely in no spot to be able to contribute to a World Series run. So for him just to kind of roll in and then, be the contributor that he is and have the success that he had, like, that right there is just like, oh yeah, I gotta cut her in. I hit it to right. And all of a sudden it winds up going over the fence and, we score some runs for the good guys in a postseason run. So it's cool that he's that simple. Because I guess it really keeps him like in a good headspace, but that dude can play, man. I'm really excited to see what he could do with a 162 game series or season. Sorry.
He's speaking the language of all Ranger fans right now. I think we are all just so excited to see what Evan Carter can do in a full season, full count Carter with the magic he gave us in the postseason, man. And then hopefully you get some Wyatt Langford sprinkled in there as well. This is reason for optimism.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this is huge. And your young guys like growing in a winning culture, I think is huge as well. It's like these dudes understand. They're like the freshmen that show up. They win a bunch of games at the university, and it's like, okay, we understand this.
Yeah.
This is the expectation,
The standard.
and this is the standard, and this is the mentality. And I think that's huge for the Langfords, the Carters, the Foskews. These young dudes that are like, hey, we came into the league, and this is the expectation. We're not just here to be here.
Absolutely. Paul Skeens, by the way, is number 7, right behind Evan Carter, fellow LSU
And
pitcher.
LSU had a national championship team last year, and
They sure did.
Skeens, those guys were outstanding. And Wyatt Langford, I mean, we talk about it, who they play, the Florida Gators in the the finals there at there in Omaha. But man, I am so looking forward to seeing the spring training and getting out and watching these guys and especially the young players. It was fun to be out the ballpark the other day and kind of watch them a little bit, some workouts there.
Yeah, I'm excited to get out there, man. That's going to be a blast in between brats and whatever else we can find at that
The
stadium.
Italian sandwich.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
We're going to do a lot of reviews.
Yeah.
Got a lot of reviews.
The food people love the food reviews. We got to bring them back. Maybe we can get some in Vegas as well.
Well,
we can try and do that.
we'll absolutely do that.
We can knock that out in Vegas
absolutely.
too. All right, let's get to football's finest, shall we? We've got Dad Bod, the stat of the day, and how the Cowboys could afford more than you think this offseason. That's next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not. You can go back and listen to our bad shows, and it's easier than ever on the Odyssey app. Check it out.
This is Zach Gelbafel.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, about to hit you with some football's finest before we have the Expressway with LA Live coming up at 5:40. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus. We got Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander at Master Control, and Carter Freeman running your video on Twitch and on YouTube. Gavin Dawson on assignment with the family for the next couple of days. But let's hear everything that's going on in the football world with Eric Chiafalo's Football Finest.
Okay, the only remaining head coach spot available is going to be in this division with the Commanders. We'll see if that's Dan Quinn. Maybe it's Anthony Weaver. Maybe it's somebody else. But there has been no decision made there. Seattle gets their guy. Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald is going to be the head man in Seattle now. So that's where things stand. In regards to the Cowboys, I saw our buddy Dave Hellman, Fox Sports, put out an article talking about how the Cowboys can maneuver the salary cap situation they're in right now, sitting about $20 million above the salary cap, so they'll have to pull some strings to get below it, and then how far below it can they go? And he shows an opportunity to be able to shave roughly $25 million off their cap by flipping a few levers on the contracts of Zach Martin, Trayvon Diggs, Tank Lawrence, Donovan Wilson, and Malik Hooker. And then you go Michael Gallup post-June 1 cut. That'll save $9.5 million in 2024. And then if they're open to it, they could save $2 million by cutting Cooper Rush. And then you just roll with Trey Lance as your backup.
Sure.
So that would put them roughly $20 million above the cap in time for the new league year.
Below.
I guess below.
Yeah,
Excuse
below.
me.
Yeah.
Under the cap.
And then at that point, you know, who knows? Do they get a deal done with Lamb? Do they get a deal done with Parsons? Do they finagle Dak's deal to lower the cap hit? But before you've done any of those things, you're sitting above the cap, and you haven't even had to really lose anybody other than Michael Gallup and Cooper Rush. I don't think anybody's upset about that. So when we talk about the salary cap being a bit of a fugazi, you know, these are the things. Every year, without basically releasing anybody, they just saved a bunch of money by snapping their fingers and, you know, doing different things with the restructures. So it's always possible to get the player that you want as long as you're willing to do some salary cap gymnastics. And we'll see how open the Cowboys are this offseason, but the opportunity's there to open up some space and then go grab a couple of players if you want to.
I think all in has to do with going to get somebody, and maybe it's a linebacker.
Yeah.
Maybe that's, you know, and I said it early in the broadcast, and I'll repeat it for you folks that are joining here late. Zach, I know you and I are looking at these linebackers.
Yeah.
And it's a good group.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the healthiest group.
There's a lot of knocks, medical issues with some of these dudes.
A lot of medical issues with some of these guys, and I think that if the Cowboys are going to go get somebody, I think the names that linebacker are probably the top on my list right now. I understand what Chris Jones, right? Defensive tackle, you could go get, you know, Kansas City's guy.
Yeah.
He'd probably be the number one guy, but I kind of feel like the little bit of the depth of the linebackers would be something that would interest me. And then maybe draft somebody as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few linebackers. I mean, we've mentioned Patrick Queen. I know we got a text about, you know, what if the Ravens tag him? I think what I was reading is they're probably going to, if they can't get a long-term deal done with Justin Matabike, their outstanding young defensive tackle, they're going to tag him, meaning Patrick Queen would be available via free agency again. I mean, that's what we were mentioning. I think you need a guy that can really call the defense next to Patrick Queen, which I don't know that they have right now. Maybe it is DeMarvion Overshown. Yeah. Maybe Overshown slides in there.
He had some green dot capabilities at practice and things like that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubting his capability. I think what I'm trying to do is just caution the assumption he's going to just be ready to rock coming off of that injury, because I think we've gotten in trouble. We've gotten in trouble with that before. Yeah, that's proven. So I'd like to just see. I think Overshown's still going to be a very good player, but I'm not just going to have that expectation that he's going to be your green dot guy and be an absolute savage for you for 17 games coming off of that injury. Levante David is another name that's been mentioned. I think Josie Jewell's a free agent from the Denver Broncos, but there are quite a lot of defensive tackles. I get what you're saying. Heck, I mean, listening to the KMC match piece earlier, Hagee broke it down and was finagling the cap where he freed up damn near $50 million of space. So there's definitely a way if the Cowboys actually say they want to go all in. And I know that, you know, there was also talk of contracts with Dak and Micah and CD, to your point, but they can do it. I mean, they can make this thing happen where they are more aggressive in free agency.
Could I ask you guys this question? Could all-in Jerry Jones be, I'm pushing it in on McCarthy's last year and pushing it in on Dak's last year? I'm betting that if they have success, that we're going to be fine, and I'm okay with that. I'll have to overpay. Do you think that's pushing it in for him? That he's going to go ahead and have a $60 million salary for Dak Prescott? And
I mean, I don't think that's all in. Now, for him, he might. I mean, hell, and I think anything's on the table with what Jerry means.
But is that all in a way of?
No,
I don't mean. I mean all in, like I'm letting these contracts ride.
Right. So then, if it fails, then I'm free to move on, we can clean slate. But no, if you really, if it is an all-in funeral to what the 214 just texted, which is a pretty good way to put it, it could be. Maybe that is his interpretation of it. To me, that's still not. You're still not giving your head coach and then your quarterback for a quote-unquote all-in year the best ability to go and get that done and to have success. To me, being all-in is what you've seen the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and what you've seen the LA Rams in recent years, where they are trading, they are being aggressive in free agency, they are saying, bleep this cap,
but you're still
we want to
doing
get
that.
the best players possible.
You're still doing that. You're just not playing in free agency like you would.
Yeah, but they are not really doing that. Yes, this last year we saw the 2 trades for Gilmore and Cooks, but that was also
That's
kind of it was kind of a one-off. How often are we seeing them do that?
This team will never be bad. You know why? They draft well.
Because they draft well.
They draft well.
Right.
Will McClay will not. Now, last year was not good enough. And we'll see what happens with Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll get that figured out. Maybe Schoonmaker this offseason. I know Schoonmaker was nicked up in OTAs. Maybe it didn't help him when he got to training camp. You know, we'll see. We'll see. They've had one really poor year of drafting, saying what, last 5?
Yes, and I think that they're going to be fine with drafting. That's never the issue, but that's been the problem. They don't go all in because it's all about the draft. We've talked about that. That's not going all in, just counting on the draft.
But see, no, but to them, that might be what I think they're going all in. And I said it earlier. I think they're going all in is going to get a linebacker. I agree with you on that. But they might look at this and say, you know what? They're never going to have a problem drafting. I don't think they will. And they could ride these contracts. And you're right. Mike McCarthy should be the one in there every single day standing at Will McClay's office and going, hey, how about that linebacker from this team? How about this guy?
Get me XYZ.
How about we trade for this guy? How about we do this? How about we give up the 24th pick? You know, that's what we got, right? 24th?
Yeah, 24.
How about we give up the 24th pick for this guy? You know? If I'm Mike McCarthy, and I know this is my last year, potentially, I'm making life hell for that front office.
Damn right.
And every single day, they're going to hear from me about the roster. Every single day.
As they should. Yeah. But that's also, yes, that's part of it. I think Cowboy fans, when you hear all in, you're not believing it, and I'm not believing it until they do it, because to your point, I agree with you. The drafting ain't the issue. We're only making a trade if we're not eating all the salary, it's on our terms, and it's a low pick.
Would you give up the 24th pick for? Would you give up the 24th pick for a prominent linebacker or give me a position, just any position? You give up the 24th pick?
Depending on the player, yes, I would.
Okay.
It depends on who the player is. Like for Patrick Surtain,
because I was about to roast you if you said, "Oh no, I want to draft. I just want to draft."
But again, like this has never been an issue with drafting
because that's going all in. That's going all in.
Drafting is going all in?
No. Trading the 24th pick for a guy. That's going all in.
100%.
But if you turn around and tell me, no, I want to make this pick. Now I'm going to roast you.
No, but again, I think going all in for this year would be, let me mortgage a first for next year. If you like this year's first round class, I'm going to be, all right, that's fine with me. I'll give up a 1 next year.
Yeah.
Now I'm really going all in this year. I'm keeping my 1 this year. I'm drafting a player that can help me now and then say, bleep it. If there's a team that wants my 1 and I like one of their players, I'll give you my 2025 first round pick. Take that player. And now I'm assembling all the talent I can for right now this season. That's all into me.
Man, I wish Wolchuk would have given you a different answer so we could be in the midst of the roast right now. I
really do appreciate what he's saying. But don't sit there and tell me you're all in and being all in, and then I ask to move the 24th pick, And you're like, no, man, I've been studying
Baltimore
this draft.
says Roquan Smith is
you
available,
are hedging this
give
thing.
it to me.
You are hedging it by saying you'll give up next year's one.
I'd prefer to do that.
Well, in a draft where Dane Brugler is saying there's 25 first-round grades, this might not be the year you want to trade your pick because you are drafting at 24, legitimate first-round talent.
Exactly.
When in most years at pick 24, you got a second-round grade on the guy you're bringing in.
Yeah, like if somebody says, hey, you can have Roquan Smith for pick 24, hell yes. Again, Patrick Surtain's being dangling in front of me. I'm taking him. I think he's one of the best, if not the best, corners in football. So it depends on the player. But yeah, most likely I'm probably wanting to trade next year's one so that I can really be all in for this year. That's what this whole thing is.
Man,
it's a right now.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Do you think by going all in, that's the right move?
Yes, I think that we've kind of hit that breaking point where it's now or never.
How about you?
No, I mean, I think the right move ultimately would have been this is the teardown time. This is where we're bringing in new coach. We're seeing if we can we deal Dak and get a little something for him. Is there a team out there that would be interested? I mean, ultimately, but in reality of what the Cowboys would do, yeah, I think that's a fine way to approach it. If that's how you want to rock with it. Hey, everybody's going. This is the final year potentially of McCarthy and Dak. And we're just going to go, balls to the wall with it and put the best together that we possibly can. And then we know when we let McCarthy and Dak leave here next year, hey, we tried our best in the final year at least. And I guess you can make that make sense.
We tried.
Okay, elsewhere here in football's finest, you have Mahomes he's being body shamed right now.
Oh no,
that was a rough picture.
They're calling him Belly Boy and
Dad bod.
Yeah,
they're calling him Belly Boy.
Belly Boy, yeah,
gosh.
That's the disrespectful deal.
I didn't think you were allowed to take still photography in a locker room.
No, that's not. This is a screenshot from a video inside the NFL. Was in the locker room and he's shirtless and he's kind of like hyping up the team there in the postgame locker room. And somebody just took part of that video and screen grabbed it.
Okay,
and now it's gone viral where you can see. I mean, what do you expect if you're gonna be one of these legendary beer drinker guys?
Yeah.
This is what comes with the territory.
Boy, am I impressive!
I think it's actually it's kind of cool because he's like, yes, I can have this and still be the best. Brady, in order for him to be the GOAT, he had to be so dialed. He's eating avocado ice cream. That has to make Brady frustrated. Like, I had to do all these different things. I'm like, I got my TB12. I got my fake doctor helping me stretch. I'm not eating strawberries because for whatever reason it might be bad for my body. And Mahomes is like, dude, bleep it. I'm gonna chow on some barbecue. I'm gonna drink my Coors Light, and I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna be better than all you guys. So I think it's respect, but Mahomes did quote tweet it. He saw the photo, and he was like, "Hey man, why y'all got to do me like that? I am a father of two at this point, so he notes, which is fair. I mean, listen, when you get kids, I mean, hey, if you're a dad, why don't you go ahead and text in your height and your weight right now? 877-881-1053. But he says, yo, why they have to do me like that? And then he did the laughing, crying emojis, and then he did hashtag #DadBodSeason. And then he followed it up with, I mean, gosh, guys, I got kids. And he tagged the NFL, the Chiefs, and inside the NFL, which is where the photo came from. But, they say you take on the personality of your coach. And so if that's what you're going to do, then it makes a ton of sense. And speaking of that, here is a clip from the Adam Schefter podcast. I don't know if you guys witnessed this, but Adam Schefter had a celebrity chef on his show, and he's got a restaurant somewhere in California that apparently Andy Reid really appreciates. His name's Michael Mina. He's a celebrity chef and restaurateur. And this is him talking about Andy Reid.
Did Andy eat the table?
Yeah.
The chef's table.
He eats the table.
We know Andy Reid is a cheeseburger guy.
Oh yeah, I put out after he won the AFC title game, he went for a triple.
But how about this? It's not just the cheeseburgers for Andy. It's something else that's very, very near and dear and special to his heart. Take it away, the Adam Schefter podcast.
When Andy comes in, he eats something other than cheeseburgers because you cook a lot more than that. And I always look at Andy as just a cheeseburger guy.
I think we became friends because of the lobster pot pie.
I think that's how we became friends.
Oh.
I think he comes to my restaurant in Orange County, and he had the first time he came in, he had the lobster pot pie. And I think that's how we became friends.
So hold on, I didn't realize, Michael, that we were going to be breaking news here. That Andy Reid not only eats cheeseburgers, but he eats lobster pot pies.
That's
Who doesn't? Who's not
I
going to
didn't
eat
know
a lobster pot
I didn't know the
pie?
lobster pot pie was a thing.
Pot pie, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be on a bit of a mission there. in
Uncle
Vegas.
Bri, can we get some lobster
Yeah,
pie pies?
I'll work on that one.
Lobster pot pies.
I've always wanted to do the pot pie. And add lobster to it. We just take the chicken out
You
of it.
did make a crawfish pot pie.
I did,
and
do
that
that.
was so freaking good. Dude.
Yeah.
You used the Ritz crackers for the crust.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was
Ooh.
delicious.
I'll work on the lobster one. I'll have to see how this guy does it. Maybe he's got a recipe you can research.
That's amazing.
Maybe a video how he puts it together. Work on that.
We got a lot of dads texting in.
What's the height? What's the
a lot of
what are the heights and weights?
We got the biggest I've seen so far is 6'10", 370. That's
6'10"?
That's floating around in the 9.72.
Father of 5, 6'3", 325.
It's a big dog right there. 6'3", 265. I mean,
Man.
that's a full-on edge rusher.
6'4", 287.
6'2", 250 in the 9.72. That guy could play linebacker.
We got
for the
some
front
five
runners.
techniques following us on the
Shout out
show.
my guy for the
man.
214, 6'3", 325. Fat. 3 kids.
That's awesome.
5'9", 225 in the 817. That's a bowling ball right there. That's a guy that you. That sounds
College
like.
you check.
Yeah, good fullback.
Yeah.
You make a real good fullback. 817, 6'7", 350. Played left tackle. Sexy AF.
That's is that Dan Skipper? Dan Skipper
Maybe it
back in
is.
town?
Maybe it is good old Dan, former Arkansas Razorback.
Dan's a good dude. I've met him a couple different times here in Dallas.
My sister
Great
had
guy.
a class with him at Arkansas.
Yeah.
And my mom, for whatever reason, was a big Dan Skipper fan and got his autograph. And to this day, she still has it.
Yeah. Good dude.
It's like her claim to fame.
That is.
She
that's
loves
phenomenal.
it. She's so proud of herself. I love you, Mom.
He definitely reported.
He reported eligible. Yeah. All right, there's football's finals. We'll get more conversation.
Gosh, dude, the dimensions on these dads right now.
People
We're being
think you're getting
inundated.
butt cracked a little bit.
No, dude, I think the Tolos are honest.
You think
as
so?
honest as they come.
The 5'5", 388 sexy guy. Wow, that got that's impressive right there. Okay, we'll keep the football conversation rolling. We got the Jets disaster, NFL quarterback offseason predictions. What if this NFC's rival took a certain quarterback? Would that get you nervous? We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way.